Welcome back to either Sports Talk with Austin, Only Talk Sports, or if you're watching on Jackson's channel, whichever channel you prefer to be on. Welcome back to the splendid Sunday night, the Lord's night, of course. Um, and we're back tonight. You know, we said we might make it happen. If we could, we would. And we're here tonight to do the top 10 head coaches for 2025, 2026. And boy, oh boy, are you in for a treat because when we get together, it's like the Three Stooges. You never know what's coming. You don't know where it's coming from, but you know it's going to be great content all the way up and down the board. So lock in, get your
Who's the
popcorn, get your
Mo of the
beverage of
Stooges?
choice,
That's my
whether that's
question.
oh, that's so Jeffrey. Jeffrey's the Mo. I'm Curly. You're Larry Jackson.
Okay,
What?
I mean,
Who's the Shemp? That's
I
my
can roll with
question.
that, I guess.
Who's the Shemp? That's what I want to know. Nah, that's all right. That's a
We'll
mystery
leave
for
that up
another
to
night. Oh
yes,
man.
another mystery for another night. But fellas, how are we doing on this beautiful, I guess, Sunday night? And are y'all ready to talk about the top 10 coaches?
I'm definitely ready. I'm really excited. This is one of those topics where every year, it's going to be a blast talking about quarterbacks, coaches, when ranking them in the preseason. I mean, it's what this time of year is for, is to just go all out discussing about the best coaches, the players in college football. It's great because the thing is when you go out there and you look at it, all of it's our opinions. With players, you can kind of make a pretty good guess about who's the best. When it comes to coaches, I mean that's definitely subjective. You can use record, but you also have to take into account where are they coaching at. How impressive of a job are they doing at their school? And every year it changes. One year you can have a coach way up here, the next year they're all the way down here. So it's definitely always fun to revisit and see where these coaches are at in our minds. And yeah, all three of us are completely different on our coaches list, just like we were with our QB. So it's gonna be interesting. I can't wait to get into it.
I just want to see if
Yes.
having the Bobby Hill Riz gets you in the top 10. That's what I want to know.
Oh, Lord. I'm not even going to touch that subject because I'm trying to stay on YouTube tonight. Anywho. So, just like with the quarterbacks, this is our opinion. This is what we think, and it's very subjective. We try to keep our bias out of it, but bias seeps through like anything else we do. You know, obviously Jeffrey's probably gonna have Kurt Signetti high up on the list. Jackson's gonna have Brian Kelly's probably not even gonna make the top 10 in Jackson's list because he's a hater, but that's okay. It's
Oh
okay.
God,
I
you
don't
just gave
fault
a
him for that.
spoiler alert.
Major spoiler
Hey,
alerts from Austin already.
Well, here's the thing. Anybody that has watched us over the years knows Jackson has a disdain for Brian Kelly.
You get the patterns.
Exactly.
The chat
It's like
knows how
watching
we
a
feel.
Phineas and Ferb episode. You know what's gonna happen, but you're
Yes.
entertained by it either way.
So it's like, see, here's the thing. Jackson is one of them dudes. If you watch him enough, this is no spoiler alert. Brian Kelly's not in his top 10. Like Brian Kelly could end world hunger, and Jackson will still have a problem with him. That's the way Jackson feels.
I highly doubt
But it's
that.
I'm not
okay.
that
It's
big.
okay.
But
I'm an asshole, but I'm not that big an asshole.
hyperbole or the hypothetical rather that it would be unreal. Like if you still be a hater, I don't think Jackson would in that scenario.
No.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean,
No.
he's got to solve LSU's problems.
Listen. But with all that being said, though, guys, let's get into it. And Jeffrey, we're going to put you on the hot seat to start with because it's only right. Because you're the guest here. And people want to hear your opinion first because, trust me, you're the most controversial out of this group. Me and Jackson, we're not that controversial. So, you're going to make the money here. You're going to draw the ratings.
Oh wow.
I appreciate
Oh,
that,
no.
Austin. We got exploring with Ben and Sam. Saying we're very entertaining. So I definitely appreciate that. And we also got Caden, the Diesel Freak, Burks, and Scotty B in the chat. We appreciate you all. But here's my list: the top
I got
10
you, Jeffrey.
head coaches for the 2025
So,
2026 season.
so the top 10 head coaches for the 2025-2026 CFP season. Jeffrey's going to kick us off tonight. And we also did honorable mentions for this as well. And we will give grades at the end. And we'll even let you all get in on it too, grade-wise. But Jeffrey has Kirby Smart, Georgia's head coach, number 1. Number 2, he has Dabo Sweeney, Clemson head coach. Number 3, Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach. Number 4, Steve Sarkisian, Texas head coach. Number 5, Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach. Number 6, Dan Lanning, the Oregon head coach. Number 7, Kalen DeBoer, Alabama head coach. Number 8, Lane Kiffin, Ole Miss head coach. Number 9, Kurt Cinetti, Indiana head coach. No bias there, but we'll get to that. And number 10, Josh Heupel, Tennessee head coach. Okay, so
Yay, getting the Bobby Hill Rez gets
Jeffrey,
you in the top 10.
so Jeffrey, there's a lot of interesting names here. Okay, explain to us your metric here and how you ended up with this. The floor is
Well, I will say
yours.
that it kind of helped me to put this list together because, for one, I had more time to put it together than my QB's list that I put together in 17 minutes for those who are watching last week. So here I was able to actually look at the coaches and kind of reasonably break them down based off what they've done and also how impressive they are at their job, like at their school. I didn't really have a singular metric, but I mean, one, I did go off achievements, and I also went off of, again, how impressive it is, what they're doing at their school. And it kind of all formulated together this list. I don't really see, honestly, how most people could really complain about this list. We got a super sticker from Caden the Diesel Freak, 99 cents. Appreciate that, Caden. But I will say I don't really see how many people can complain at this list just looking at it. I think it is very fair. I think it is more objectively fair than my QB ranking. But I think QB rankings are a bit more, they're what's the word I'm looking for here? I feel like with QB rankings, you can make a lot of different arguments basically all over the place for QBs, right? Like you could say this guy I think is way better or is going to be way better than this other quarterback. Whereas with coaches, you've got what they've done. We know what they've done. It's a little bit easier to rank is basically what I'm trying to say. So obviously, well, JT Thompson with a $10 super chat. Appreciate that, JT. Said, why would Kirby not be at the top of the list? Go dog. Thanks, guy, for getting us ready for the season. We appreciate you for tuning into our show tonight. Thanks a bunch for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And yes, I have Kirby at 1 because of the fact lifetime achievements. I mean, 2 national championships. Saban's gone. I mean, he's arguably the best coach right now coaching the game. Now, do I believe that he is the best coach in college football based off of how impressive of a job he's doing? No, but that isn't the metric I'm going off of. Like I think at other schools, like a little further down the list of what he just did this past season, I think is way more impressive considering the school, but Kirby's at Georgia, yes, but you got to look at it that Georgia had not won a title since 1980. That was a long time. And Georgia was kind of struggling during Mark Richt's era. So he's won 2 titles. I don't really like a lot of the players they have. I think that the issues they're having off the field are problematic, but you can't blame Kirby, for all the players making mistakes like they are. You could say Kirby's recruiting them, but heck, anybody would recruit these guys. They're talented players that Georgia's bringing in, but they're also committing crimes and stuff, all that kind of stuff. So I took all that out of it, and I just ranked Kirby number 1. You got to rank Kirby number 1. If you don't have Kirby number 1, it doesn't make any sense because he's won 2 titles. He's the face of college football right now at head coach. Is there any argument to that before I go to number 2, or are we good?
I mean, you'll see my list here in a minute. I'm slightly different than you, but we'll get to that. I do think Kirby being number 1 is a great choice.
Mhm.
I think you could also make a case for Ryan Day to be number one. You can make a case for, I think Dabo could be number one. And I'm not, even though Dabo, you know, his national titles are not more recent than Kirby's are, but Dabo could easily be number one just based off
Mhm.
everything he's done. Him and Kirby's resumes, I would say, might be all very similar. I mean, we'll have to see. But I have no
Yeah.
objections. I can get behind that.
JT Thompson says the best coaches are the ones with the best players. I mean, that's fair. I mean, really, it is fair because there are a lot of coaches that I feel do more with less. Like I said, it's a whole other argument. But basing off what they've done, I mean, Kirby with his players, 2 titles, it's not really debatable.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Fernandez, appreciate you for stopping by. Says Jeff Braun eventually be top 10. Mark my words. That is absolutely fair. Scotty Beats 1 and 2 are not debatable, and I agree with that. So I have Dabo at 2. Yes, you can make a case for 1. I personally wanted to put him at 1 because I feel like what he's done at Clemson overall is more impressive than what Kirby has done at Georgia. But when you look at the fact that where Georgia is right now, where Clemson is now, I will say it's not exactly fair because Clemson might be really, really good this year, but the last few years, Clemson's been a bit down. We know why, because of the portal, because Dabo wasn't using the portal, which I know why he wasn't, and I respected his values on that. But at the same time, Dabo didn't adapt quick enough, even though I get why he did and respected it. And Kirby did. So it's I had to put Dabo at number 2. They both have 2 titles. Like if Dabo had 3, I would have him at number 1 right now. But he's got 2. They both have 2. And realistically, who's more likely to get another one? Probably Kirby. I mean, Dabo could, but it's probably Kirby. So
Yeah.
I just put him at 2 because I feel like they're like this. But I don't think Dabo's the face of college football right now. And again, that's not necessarily fair, to I guess just rank it off that. But I mean, you're ranking a top 10 list based off accomplishments, based off a lot of different things. And I just feel like with all of it being considered, I would personally love to have Dabo at 1, but I have Dabo at 2 for the reasons I just said.
And Jeffrey, what I want to mention too is, I don't think the issues I'm seeing in the chat is Kalen DeBoer and Steve Sarkisian. People are going back and forth on that. You've got a couple people saying, how is Sarkisian ahead of DeBoer? And then of course you've got Trojan Fight saying DeBoer in the top 10 is laugh out loud hilarious. So kind of hit on those for us because this is kind of interesting. I know
Yeah.
DeBoer did make a national title game, but that was in Washington. And then, like Brock said, DeBoer has beaten Sarkisian twice. So, kind of explain that for us here, Jeffrey, because that seems to be the controversy here.
Yeah, I'll get to that first before I get back to Ron Day, I guess. So I have Sark at 4 because Texas is a program that we've been hearing for a long time now that we want to be back, right? Is when will Texas be back? Well, Sarkisian has theoretically gotten them to be back. They're there. I mean, they're a part of all national conversations. Like when you think of programs right now, before it was Clemson, it was Georgia, Ohio State, Bama. Now it's like Bama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas. You know what I'm saying? It's like Texas is that team. Yes, they haven't won a title yet, but realistically, when you're looking at teams that have not won a title recently that could, Texas is right there. Whether Arch Manning is a bust or not as good as expected or great, whatever. Texas is recruiting like crazy. We know the money is big time, but it is for all these other big time programs. So Texas just playing the game like everybody else. Sark, he's not a bad coach. I mean, he's not elite in my opinion. I don't think he's an elite coach at all. We've seen what he's done at his other stops. He's had a lot of issues, but now he's at a program that is supporting them to the fullest, giving him every resource he needs. And overall, in big game moments, he hasn't really done awful. Those 2 Georgia losses last year really, really frustrated me, though, because Texas should have won those games. And if they had won those games, it really would have showcased how far they've come. I don't really love having Sark here. I'm not going to lie, but when you look at who's behind, who realistically could you put ahead?
Yeah.
To me,
Mhm.
that
He's done a
to me, you
tremendous.
really can't.
Oh yeah, I mean he's done a tremendous job at Texas, but I tend to think about what he did at Washington. I mean, I know not. I mean that's ancient times, right? But this was when Washington was winless, 0-12 after 08, right? It was just terrible. And then like his first year, he goes to Washington and leads Washington to an upset over USC in week 3 of the 09 season. Yeah, they finished 5-7. But still, though, it was still impressive for where they were the previous year with Tyrone Willingham. Then you see Sark taking them to a bowl game in 2010, getting them back to bowl eligibility. And then they have like 7-6 wins. Then they have that 9-4 season in his last year there. He didn't do so hot at USC. And
That's what
he
I
was.
was referring to.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude was like drunk off
See-
his ass at work and all that. Got himself fired there, but he went to the Nick Saban rehabilitation program.
He's turned it around. Like
Yeah.
he's doing better now than he was then. And to me, I mean, it's gotta be an attestment to something. You look at Charlie Strong, the end of the Charlie Strong era was not great. It was not very good. And now you look at Texas, and I mean, I remember when Sam Ellinger was like, all right, we're back. And then they kind of were starting to fade a bit again. Texas is right there. I mean, they're top 5 every year now for the last 2-3 years now. And it doesn't look like they're going anywhere. To me, I mean, that's still mighty impressive by Sark, even if, again, NIL is massively helping him. That's why I have him at 4.
And see, here's the thing too, Jeffrey, that I want to mention. You brought up the fact of, is there really someone you could put in front of him? Here's the thing. You could make a case for Marcus Freeman to jump him. Because Marcus Freeman, as a head coach, just went to the national championship game this past season. Dan Lanning won his conference in his first year in the Big Ten, whereas Sark didn't. So you got 2 coaches you can really make a case for. I understand
The
why
only
you put him there.
reason
I'm
that
not
I did not
disagreeing.
put Marcus Freeman ahead of Steve Sarkisian is for one reason. Because last season, Notre Dame, because that's why this past year is why people would put Freeman ahead of Sarkisian, because of making the championship game. You look at what Notre Dame did, and it's nothing against Will's team, because Notre Dame was very impressive. But Notre Dame's schedule was easy. It was easy. And they lost to Northern Illinois. And they've lost to Stanford. And they've lost to Marshall. They choke in bad games. Games Texas would never lose. And their path to the playoff was not hard. As much as I love Indiana, Indiana was not hard, right? It was not. They were not hard. And Georgia was nothing when they got to Notre Dame. Their quarterback was gone. They were beat up. And realistically, Georgia shouldn't have made the playoffs. But Georgia Tech game, they squeaked by. Kentucky game, they squeaked by. Sorry, JT Thompson. But Georgia was not great last year. So Notre Dame got by that. I'm just saying Notre Dame's path was not that bad last year. And it's no slight. Penn State game was arguably their hardest opponent. And Penn State, newsflash, do you see him on the list? No. So I'm just wasn't as impressed with Marcus Freeman's Notre Dame team last year. Texas as a program right now. I think Notre Dame, see, you got to realize that Texas was in worse shape when Sark took it over than Freeman was with Notre Dame. Brian Kelly didn't leave Notre Dame bad off.
Yes.
It's not like they were bad off. He just left. That's why there was like debate between Notre Dame fans. Like some were happy he was gone, like our friend Will. Other Notre Dame fans were like, well, we weren't doing bad. I didn't really hate Brian Kelly, even though he couldn't win the big game. But Freeman, he's done better than Brian Kelly. Massively impressed. It was this close. I'm not going to lie. I thought these two, very tough over. I will say I didn't have any debate with Lanning. Lanning at 6, that was fine with me. But Freeman Sark was like this, and you really could interchange it. I'm not even going to really explain Ron Day. The only reason I have Ron Day at 3 is because he's won a title this past year. He's got 1 title. The 2 ahead of him have 2. I still don't think Ron Day is as good of a coach as the other 2. He's got to show me a lot more. But Lanning, I have Lanning at 6 because Oregon was good last year and they were very impressive, but man, that choke job in the playoffs, like that was terrible. You can't really say that all on Lanning, but we need more from Lanning to see. With Freeman and Sark, I think you've got more of a what's the word? Sample size. You got more of a sample size to go
Database.
off of Lanning.
Well, one
Sample
thing is
size
for
database,
sure.
that kind of thing.
One thing is for sure, I believe you could see a natty from Sark, Freeman, and Lanning, and DeBoer. Well, not ready to say DeBoer yet, but Sark, Freeman, and Lanning, I think they could lead their teams to a natty before this decade ends.
And with DeBoer, the reason I have DeBoer at 7 is because to me, when you go off of the Washington stand, it kind of goes back to the Marcus Freeman run this past year. Yes, he made the title game, and is as awesome as Penix was, and is I love that team. Like I was pulling for Penix so hard to win the title. You know what I'm saying? Like it was great. So the thing is that when I look at that team, I see a Washington team that made the playoffs because of the fact that they played in a weak conference. I know the conference was better that year, but it still wasn't strong. And when they played, they were outmatched big time. So DeBoer was impressive doing what he did, doing what he did in Indiana's OC, doing what he did at Washington. But then he comes to Bama, and Bama has their worst season in 15 years. So that's why I don't have any. I personally would put DeBoer above maybe Lanning. I don't know about Freeman or Sark at this point, but maybe Lanning. But that season just left a bad taste. Following up a legend like Saban is almost impossible. But I don't know. I just feel like that season last year from Bama, it limits where you can realistically put DeBoer right now. He can absolutely move up with an 11-1, 12-0 season this year, but we don't know what he's going to do this year. So he's more of a wild card. Plus, he hasn't been a head coach at the big time level that long.
And see, here's the thing too, Jeffrey, and I want to back DeBoer up here, is any coach that took that job at Alabama was going to have a hard time following up one of the greatest to ever do it. I don't care who you put at head coach, everything's going to be downgrade from Nick Saban. Kind of like what Bill Belichick was for the Patriots. No matter who took over Belichick's position, it's going to be a downgrade. So I don't necessarily disagree with what you said, but I think we should cut him a little slack because DeBoer is taking over arguably one of the toughest jobs in college football today. He's following Nick Saban. Like, that's hard to do. Like, I don't envy him for that. So I can see why you put him there, Jeffrey. I really can. But I do think we need to cut him some slack.
Oh, like, I definitely am. Like, I don't even think putting him at 7 is bad. Like, I really don't. Like, it's not like I don't even have him in the top 10. I get your point. It's absolutely valid to defend DeBoer, but I'm looking at the guys in front of him, and it's like there's really not a whole lot of difference between Sark and DeBoer. You see the drop-off after that. You see the drop-off, and I Clint Moses' point, last 3 aren't that good. Well, the reason why they're not that good is because only a few coaches can be considered among the elite. And also only a few programs can be considered among the elite. When you think of elite programs, you think Georgia, Clemson, Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame, Oregon, Alabama. Does anybody think Ole Miss and Indiana are big-time programs? No. Tennessee, kind of.
No.
That's why there's a drop-off, because the head coaches of these programs are not at elite schools.
I mean, the last time you saw,
I really feel like the top 7. I don't really think the top 7 can be argued outside of switching them. I think the top 7 pretty is valid. Like to me, come on. Now other people can debate it. I'm sure there's a couple in the honorable mentions that might be in people's top 7. But to me, I look at that top 7 as of right now, 2025. It could absolutely change next year depending on results. That top 7 seems pretty solid to me.
Oh, yeah. And, you made an excellent point about how Ole Miss and Indiana aren't exactly big-time programs. To that point, the last time Ole Miss won a conference title was in 1963 when TV was still in black and white for some areas in the U.S. of A. And Indiana's last conference title, 1967 in the Big Ten. Although Kurt Sidney He might change that, not sure, but we know he's going to have them in a dogfight for the top 4 of the Big Ten every year, as long as he's in
So
Bloomington.
I look at Lane Kiffin and Signetti, and the reason I have them at 8 and 9 is because they've both done better than any other coach at their respective schools in history. Lane Kiffin won
Yes.
games at Ole Miss for the first time ever. People forget that. People forget Ole Miss is not good, right? So the fact that Ole Miss, like historically is not a great program, and Lane Kiffin is recruiting as well as he is, winning as much as he is, competing as much as he is in a conference that it's made for Ole Miss to fail. It's made for Ole Miss not to win at a high level, and he is. I know people look at the past of his career, and I know a lot of people don't like Lane Kiffin because of his personality on social media and a lot of other reasons. But I think 8 is fair. I think Lane Kiffin is a good coach. I think he is really good. I don't think he's an elite coach, but I think he is really darn good. And that's why I have him at number 8. I mean, I know some people are like they're going to be worse this year, but I mean, it takes a while to downgrade somebody that far for what they've done at a school that don't normally win at a high level. I mean, Ole Miss, when I was a kid, they beat Bama once in a big game. And other than that, they were like irrelevant. And now it's like Ole Miss is like consistently ranked. They're consistently competing at the fringes of the playoffs. Like, it's very impressive. I'm impressed with what Lane Kiffin has done.
So
Resurrected his career like sarcasm.
Here's the thing, Jeffrey. Ole Miss to me is the definition of good old-fashioned 8 and 4, as you like to call it. They're not good. They're not bad. They're not great. They're just mid, as we like to say around here. They're just mid. Ole Miss is never that team that's going to blow you out the water. But they're a team you can always say, oh, mark it down. Ole Miss is going to win 8 games this year. Bookmark it. Lane Kiffin's going to win 8 games. Anything more than that, you kind of be like, okay, that was a surprise. Like the year they won the Peach Bowl over Penn State, won 11 games, first time in program history. It's fantastic. But do we expect that every year from Ole Miss? Not really. They're the typical 8 and 4 like Iowa type team, like Wisconsin, like Minnesota. Go 8 and 4, win you a bowl game, good to go.
So then at number 9, I've got Curt Cignetti because, I mean, hey, like at Indiana, I don't think people understand sometimes how impressive that was. I know the schedule was trash, but I never thought Indiana would make the playoffs in my life. I never thought Indiana would win more than 7, 8 games in my life. And they won 11 games. They beat Michigan. And I didn't just rank this based on Indiana. You look at Cignetti's career, and at every school he's ever been at a ridiculous level, his winning percentage is like 80%. It's insane. I mean, won big time at bad schools like Elon, IUP. James Madison wasn't terrible when he took it over, but he made it a whole heck of a lot better. And Indiana, I mean, we saw what he did with Indiana. I know that basically nobody's going to have Curt Cignetti in the top 10. I get that. But I have to see this season and next season and beyond to see whether like Cignetti legitimately is a top 10 coach or not. I mean, it could be a one-hit wonder. And if he is, trust me, I will adjust accordingly. And I will move Curt Cignetti out of my top 10 next year if we do this again or in the future. But as of right now, the guy just wins. He won everywhere he's been. He's given me no reason to believe that he's not a top 10 coach. The guy wins, and he did the unthinkable at Indiana. So I got no comments on that. So at 10, I've got the reason I have Heupel is because I didn't really know who to put here, honestly. I kind of like cycled between about 8 different names, honestly. I was like, all right, somebody's got to go at 10. I don't really care about the number 10 spot that much. So I was just like, Heupel. Yeah, you know, he was he's done well. Like UCF, he did fine there. I know he took over Frost though, so it's not really fair. And then he goes to Tennessee, and Tennessee's better than what they've been. They're better than what they've been. So I don't know. I just think that Bobby Hill is. Maybe Jackson said it one too many times that I gave him the benefit of the doubt, put him at 10. So let's get to the honorable mention because I want because people keep telling me who I should have at 10. Let's get to the honorable mentions here. I want to see this.
Okay, so Jeffrey's honorable mentions are number one. Oops, almost spoiled Jackson's. Honorable mentions number one, James Franklin, Penn State head coach. Number two, Kyle Whittingham, Utah head coach. Number three, Iowa State head coach Matt Campbell. Number four, Jeff Brom, Louisville head coach. Number five, Kenny Dillingham, Arizona State head coach. Number six, Lance Leopold, Kansas head coach.
So yeah,
So,
I think that kind of covers a lot of the question marks in the chat that people were saying. I kind of have all those names there.
So I want to say this, Jeffrey. Let's get the elephant out of the room. And no, I'm not looking at you. What is this about here, Jeffrey? Why did he not make your top 10 and why you are wrong? But go ahead.
The only reason that I did not put
Anyway,
James Franklin in my top 10 is because of the fact that I've watched James Franklin teams just completely blunder again and again and again in games. I will never forget the fact that the only reason Michael Penix Jr. was able to beat Penn State back in 2021 or 2020 rather, excuse me, in the pandemic year in 2020 was because of the fact that a Penn State player did not kneel the ball. And I know that Franklin was screaming at player to kneel the ball, but the thing is that should have been like aware for the whole team. You know what I'm saying? Like it should have been no issue where oh you're having to scream it on the field to try to get a player's attention to go down so Penn State would win the game. And instead, the guy runs in the end zone. Penn State scores, gives Indiana the chance. Indiana comes back and wins the game. And it's not just that. I've just watched so many State games where I feel like Ohio State. That's the elephant in the room. It was Ohio State. Every time Penn State plays Ohio State, they just blow the game every time. Like I know that people will say, well, Ohio State, you know, it's because of the fact that you know they're just so much better than Penn State, and that's why they win. I don't even necessarily agree with that all the time. There's been a couple years where yes, Ohio State was just clearly better than Penn State. But like I watched last year's Penn State game. Penn State had the pick six. Penn State's winning the game in Happy Valley. The crowd's going insane. And then guess what? They just do nothing after that.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that's not all on Franklin because it's the coordinators, the players, all that stuff. But the amount of money that Penn State's got, you're telling me that you can't land a receiver? You can't get a good receiver? You haven't had a good receiver since Dotson. It's been years. You think bringing in Julian Fleming from Ohio State's your answer? I don't know. To me, Penn State is just what if, man. What if they did this? What if we did that? I don't know. To me, I don't think Franklin is a top 10 coach. I think he's very good. I don't discredit the Vanderbilt years. He did great at Vanderbilt. But we also have seen that Vanderbilt can win. It's not impossible, which is another thing that kind of lowered my opinion of Franklin. I thought it was impossible to win at Vandy. Well, we're seeing Vandy go 6-6 now. So it's not impossible.
Mm-hmm.
I just think James Franklin could be better. And on all the coaches that are ahead of him, I don't really feel that way. You know what I'm saying? When I see the coaches ahead of Franklin, I see all of them like Signetti. He's maxing his potential. You know, you look at Lane Kiffin, he's maxing the potential that he has at Ole Miss. A lot of those guys, Ryan Day, meeting expectations. You know, Kirby meeting expectations. And Lanning meeting. James Franklin does not meet expectations. And the fan base doesn't even like him. Even though they did what they did last year, people are still saying, well, they beat nobody. Well, they really didn't. Who did they beat?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't really beat anybody. So until proven otherwise, James Franklin will always be outside the elite head coaches, and then the team will always be outside of the elite. Penn State's always on the outside. They're always seen as that tier 2 team, and tier 2 does not get you into the list to me.
Mm-hmm. And you know, here's the thing.
The fact that I've been talking for 5 minutes, no one's interrupted me, kind of to me answers my question that why he's not in the top 10. Now I'm sure he's in y'all's, and that's great. But to me, I don't think it's that crazy. Like, it'd be different if I had Dan Lanning outside the top 10,
Right.
or Sark outside the top 10. James Franklin's not really that debatable of is he elite or not.
Mhm.
He's not elite. Everyone agrees with that. So even if he's in the top 10, he's going to be at the back half. He's going to be like 8th or 9th or 7th. He's nowhere near the top.
Yes,
I think it's
I
that
don't
crazy.
disagree.
Well, and before we get to the Nets top 10, we'd like to mention that there's 4 more super chat goals, to Teal super chat goals of $5 or more. And if we reach that on Only Talk Sports, he is guaranteed to go live next week, as it says.
Well, I mean, you got to give some incentive, right?
There you go.
Appreciate everybody for being here, and also I don't know if I mentioned, but do appreciate the other super sticker from Caden, the Diesel Freak. Definitely appreciate that as well.
Mhm.
But real quick on my
Mhm.
other, because I do want to get to y'all's list. I've been going for a while. I have Whittingham. I know somebody said Whittingham, didn't really need to be here, but to me, I mean, Utah's not like a consistent winner, and I feel like
Mhm.
I know Urban Meyer started it, but Whittingham is like the better version of Kirk Ferentz. Like, I know Whittingham's had some bad years, whereas Ferentz really doesn't. He's had a couple, but most of the time he's consistent. But when Whittingham is good, when he's got a good team, the team is fun to watch, and they're very solid. And
And here,
he's been consistently good for so long. I mean, if he keeps coaching for another couple years and still sucks, then yeah, I won't have him on here anymore. But he's just been good for so long. I kind of felt like giving the guy some props. He's the better version of Mike Gundy and Kirk Ferentz.
I can't disagree with you, Jeffrey. I mean, he won back-to-back Pac-12 championships.
It
On
was
top of that,
impressive.
before the
I really
Pac-12,
like those teams.
and that was when the conference was starting to get good again too. This isn't the Pac-12 of what was me. This is with Caleb Williams, USC. This is with Oregon. This is with Oregon State being
Ruh-roh, Austin face froze for a moment. Or is it on my end?
somewhat.
Yikes. Oh, he fast forwarded.
Am I back?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
back now.
here we are. I think so. Kyle Whittingham, in my opinion, absolutely, Jeffrey. I could make a case, Jeffrey. He could be in the top 10. You could make an argument for that. That's how good he is.
I feel like when I look at Kyle Whittingham, I feel like I'm looking at Gary Patterson, and that's a compliment, because it's like, the paths are similar. Like when you look at Gary Patterson when he coached at TCU, he coached them when they were in the Conference USA, the Mountain West, the Big 12, and you see Whittingham, he's coached Utah when they were in the Mountain West. He's coached them in the whole era of the Pac-12. And now they're in the Big 12. I mean, I get 2024 was terrible as hell. It was
Honestly, I probably would have had him in the top 10 if it wasn't for last year. I'm not going to lie. If we did this last year, I probably would have had him at like 9 or 10. That season last year moved him down a few spots. Because, I mean, it was bad. But in his defense, he didn't really have great players, but that's your job as a head coach to always have a good team.
Because it's like,
I think Whittingham's time's about over. That's the thing. I think he's about done. Him, Ferentz, and Gundy, they're the long tenure. You kind of almost throw Narduzzi in there as well. Their heyday's over. You know what I'm saying?
Ferentz is the only active tenure head coach that was a head coach in the 20th century.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know, right? That is so crazy to think about.
And you look at like Scotty. Go ahead.
Like everybody else has coached since the start of Facebook, the start of YouTube. That's
crazy.
I know, right?
Yeah, Scotty B said though Gundy will be fired. I mean, if we had done this list a few years ago, I might have maybe would have had Gundy on honorable mentions, maybe like fringe at the edge. But you see how it changes. These lists change. If we do this again next year, again, it's a big if. You're going to see how different the list. Whittingham might not be here. It was 4 and 8. That's what I'm saying. Like, I respect what Whittingham's done, and that's why he's still hanging on here. But Utah is trending down. Long coaches, their eventually runs out. So next, just Campbell, I have at 13 because Matt Campbell, Iowa State, again, kind of like Indiana, really hard to explain how bad they are historically. Iowa State is bad. And what Campbell has done there, and the fact that he was really good there, built them up, had a little rough patch, and now they're back again. Impressive. Like, he stayed the course. He hasn't taken another job, and he's still winning. Like, he's still doing good. I just think it's impressive. To me, I really, really think Matt Campbell is a very, very good coach. The fact that he's able to consistently win at a bad school. Go ahead. I was trying to get through my list real quick so we get to y'all, but go ahead.
I was just going to say, Jeffrey, real fast. The funny thing was, Jeffrey, you remember Matt Campbell? People wanted him fired.
Yes, they did. And that's why I think it's so impressive. Yeah.
Because they were like, Matt Campbell needs to go. He's terrible. He's bad. And then everyone was ready to throw him out. And then, of course, these last couple years have been fantastic for Iowa State. They made a Big 12 championship appearance, first one in a long time. And people were like, we love Matt Campbell. We want you to stay forever. And that's how quick they could turn on you. 1 minute you're beloved and they want to kiss your baby, so to speak. And then the next minute they want to throw your baby out and run it over with a dump truck. That's how quick people turn on people here. So for what Matt Campbell has done, fantastic.
Absolutely agree, Austin. Absolutely agree. I mean, he looked kind of toast. Everybody was wanting him gone. And I just think it's impressive. Like, I think it's impressive he was able to turn it around. Still has the support of the university. He's still getting really good players, for that type of school. And again, there's other coaches from the SEC that you could put here. I know I saw Brian Kelly. I don't care. Brian Kelly's not impressive. Okay, he's not impressive. He's not. LSU should win 11 games every year, and he sucks, frankly, for what he's doing at LSU. Whereas you look at Matt Campbell, that guy's winning at a school that shouldn't win anything. And I take that into account. I really impressed with Campbell. Jeff Brom, to me, he has always found a way to overachieve, starting with Rondell Moore. Had Rondell Moore knocked off Ohio State, he's beaten Iowa when they were good-ish, right? Like Purdue was bad, and Brom made them good. And then he goes to Louisville
Took them to a Big Ten.
Better than they've been.
Took Purdue to a Big Not to cut y'all apologies, Jeffrey, but he took Purdue to a Big Ten championship. And even though it was in the division era, he still took Purdue to a championship. Even though they got blundered by Michigan, he still took them there. That's what got him the Louisville job. I think that's important to point out. He made Jack Plummer look like a starting QB on NFL Sundays. That's how good he is. But go ahead. My apologies. Go ahead.
No, you're good. Absolutely. I mean, it's a fantastic point. Like I said, I was trying to hurry to get to y'all, but hey, we can go all night. I don't mind going 3-4 hours. It's all good. I mean, we can. I know certain people don't want Caden on, but appreciate the super chat. Jeffrey, please roll the scarlet carpet out for me because I like to get my thoughts and my takes. Maybe at the end, after everybody's like halfway asleep, we might get to you. Maybe we will after we get everybody's point. I know certain people don't want y'all on the show, but I appreciate the contribution. We appreciate the support. Kay and the Diesel Freak really appreciate it. We might get to you at the end. We'll see.
If you're watching on Only Talk Sports, it is now 3 more Teal super chats until the stated goal of Only Talk Sports guaranteed to go live next week. $5 or more, 3 super chats. You're good. You'll definitely see Jeffrey at All Talk Sports live next week for sure.
I appreciate that, Jackson. If we're not able to go live next week, I'll just go live, even if it's like 30 minutes. I'll just go live, be like, whatever. So I can fulfill that. I appreciate you guys. Really
Jackson,
do.
Spoiler alert. Me and Jeffrey might go live again this week. Don't tell nobody, though.
Yeah, it's quite possible. It's very, very possible that will occur. Definitely stay tuned for that. So I guess it should have said we will be live again this week. So I should have. But the thing is,
keep that a secret. Remember.
Hummus. He said, "Whoa, Austin, nobody should be throwing babies around and hitting them with dump trucks." Listen, Hummus, listen, listen. I'm not saying what they were doing was correct, and the good Lord should throw the holy water on them and sting them. I'm just saying that was what was happening. I'm not proud of it, but I mean, Jackson says they throw them out with the bathwater. I think this is much safer. Because if you throw them
We
out
got
with the bathwater, they can
we
drown.
got JT saying
At
I
least
don't
if
do
you,
super chats. We got JT saying I don't do super chats as he's giving a super chat. So we appreciate the contradiction, JT Thompson, and the contribution. $5 super chat. Appreciate it. That's
We appreciate the super chat on Only Talk Sports, and now that makes it 2 more $5 super chats or more, and Only Talk Sports is guaranteed to go live. They, you want to shout out Dog in DC? You got it.
The Dog in DC.
yes.
Can I get a shout out? We appreciate you for tuning in wherever you're watching. So
Yes.
back to real quick. So again, Dog in DC. It's the summer, man. We're good. It's the summer. School's out for the summer.
Jeffrey's
Alice Cooper, let's go.
21. I'm 27, and Austin is 22. So no,
I mean, we're not old enough for school, but I'm just saying, like, it's the
we're
summer,
old enough
right?
for the
We're
drinking
good.
age.
See, Jackson's our supervisor. Jackson's like that brother. He's the sober one. Me and Jeffrey are partiers here. We love to have a good time, even though there's no alcoholic beverages. You
You don't have to have alcohol to have fun. That's the thing. You don't.
Yes.
But you can have
I
coffee.
have a lot more. I have a lot more fun when my brain's working. Thank you.
Yes, but anywho, speaking of having fun, let's get to Jeffrey's list before the new narrator quits.
Yeah, Jeff Brom, like I was saying, I have him on the honorable mentions because he's been very impressive at Purdue. He's been very impressive at Louisville. They were not good prior to him getting there. They had some down years. You remember baby Cam, Jawan Pass? You remember that guy?
Yes.
That era of Louisville with Satterfield was garbage. They were like, oh, Jawan baby Cam. He's going to go out there and lead Louisville to the ACC title. No, absolute garbage. Where is that guy? I don't even know what happened to him. Don't want to know.
Jawan Puma Pass.
Bad. So Brom is impressive, and I have to just give him his flowers for, like you said, taking Plummer and Shaw and these other guys that I didn't think were worth anything and turning them into something. So kudos to Brom. I got Dillingham at 15 because of the fact, just like with Signetti, he had an incredible year. Now the difference, not as tough of a schedule, being in the Big 12. I know people say Signetti, whatever. Not as impressive to do that at Arizona State as it was Indiana, because Arizona State historically is not awful. They're not good, but they're not a bad team. You know what I'm saying? They're not a bad team. Mm-hmm. They've had their moments. Like even Herm Edwards had like an 8-win season. Like they can win, unlike Indiana. So I think Dillingham was impressive, but kind of like Signetti, want to see some more. We'll see.
Okay.
Like Dillingham, and then Leopold, because Kansas, another bad team. You kind of see what I went with. I went with these coaches. I went with schools that don't normally win, and these coaches are overachieving. Kansas sucked. Kansas was trash, and he's doing a good job. He's had some rough years, but he's also had some really good years. Like the job he's doing. For people out there, coaches that barely missed my list, Brian Kelly. Okay, Brian Kelly. He's somewhere out there. Somewhere, like way out there, but he's there. Who else?
I love how you're just saying Brian Kelly and that Dana Carvey voice. Like, it's just so funny, man.
yeah, it is, isn't it? So Brian Kelly. Chris Kleiman's somewhere out there. He's a good coach. Rhett Lash almost had him, but left him off. Bielema is fine. Norvell's way out there. I mean, he would have been maybe close, like honorable mention stuff last year. He fell off. Flack, Beamer. I mean, they're all fine. They're all good, but they just don't give me a reason to have them on the list currently. So there you go. So on to
man, you missed the recruiting, the commitment party of Chauncey Keenan for Florida State Day. But before we get to the other top 10 and we talk about Lance Leopold with you for a little bit, like it was so funny where Keenan, he was just faking everybody out. Like he didn't even have Georgia, LSU on the list, but he's faking out Florida. Like he was wanting to see if the hats were fit, and he's like, "Nope, I'm not going. I want to go to Florida. Nope. I want to go to Miami. Nope. Don't want to go to Florida State." Like he's getting it out of a plastic bag. He's like, "Yep, I'm going to Florida State."
Dog and DJ says you freeze can call up some great reasons to put him on your list.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, hookers on payphones will.
I mean, I don't think that's a reason to put a guy in the top 10. But
Oh yeah. I mean,
he's thrown.
like Auburn, they'll fire a guy based off of rumors, but they'll actually hire
Fleetwood Mac rumors.
Oh yeah, but they will hire a guy that's calling hookers on school payphones because, like, hey, you win ball games. But I got
this country's crazy, Jackson. Al Capone got jailed for tax evasion, not for any of the other crap he did. So that's just the way.
That's because Al Capone was a long year. That's because Al Capone was a sumbitch.
This is gonna be a long year with you, Jackson. If you're talking about hookers on a payphone.
You gotta come to expect it, Austin. It's just the way we go at 11-19.
Listen, see, here's the thing. I love Jackson. Don't get me wrong, but the hookers really. Why can't he ever tell me something good? Like, why can't he just say they got married and then divorced?
There's a lot of rough stuff in this college football landscape, man. We got to let the people know.
There's a clean coach somewhere. No worries. I promise.
Signetti.
Yeah.
But
I don't care.
With that,
I don't care what they are, dog. In DC is like you shouldn't be calling escorts or hookers on a payphone anyway. That's a big no.
See, look at Jackson's list. It's pretty similar to mine overall. But
great.
Let's let Jackson talk.
Exploring with Ben. Sorry that Lanning is below Freeman, but before we get to that, $5 super chat from Troy V. Say 5 for the cause.
Appreciate that, Troy V. Appreciate that.
$5 foot long. $5 foot long.
You guys are awesome, man. In the chat, you guys are great. I appreciate it.
So, real fast, Jackson. Let me run this down. Let me do my shtick here. You sit back and sit pretty, but. Number 1, Kirby Smart, Georgia head coach. No shock. Jackson loves a good old Bulldog. Oof. Anywho. Number 2, Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach. Number 3, Clemson head coach, Dabo Swinney. Number 4, Steve Sarkisian, Texas head coach. Number 5, James Franklin, Penn State head coach. See, Jackson knows ball. Sorry, Jeffrey. But number 6, Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach. Number 7, Dan Lanning, Oregon's head coach. Number 8, Matt Campbell, Iowa State head coach. Number 9, Caleb DeMoore, Alabama head coach. Number 10, Indiana head coach Kurt Signetti. Okay, what is with this Kurt Signetti hype? Listen, I know you go to your Google machine.
Jackson
Google
knows ball.
See, here's the thing. I know Kurt Signetti. Google me. I win all that. But okay, I'm being petty, Jackson. It's your floor. It's your floor. My apologies. My manners. Go for it.
Hold on 1 sec. I just got a little message that I'm going to put out before I get to that. And here we go.
Oh, my gosh, Jackson.
Well, let's see.
We're already starting with these messages, Jackson.
We got Caden the Diesel Freak for 5. You get hate guts and soul, but I don't care because I like embarrassing Austin and the 2 Crimson Clowns, and Ben and Sam are lame as heck. And we got Jackson. Appreciate Jackson for the $5 super chat. Giving a super chat on an old show saying, is this the right button made the show go live next week? Hello, testing. Oh, well, only 48 days till kickoff. Heck yes, 48 days till kickoff. Appreciate all you guys. You guys are amazing. And do appreciate you two, Jackson Austin, for coming up with this idea to do the show. Let me do it this past couple weeks. by next week and beyond. I will be live next week, though, for sure. Absolutely. Whether with these guys again, great friends, Jackson, Austin, or myself, but I appreciate it. You guys are killing it. I appreciate it so much.
See, and secret. Don't tell anybody, Jeffrey. But the NBA free agency's mighty big too. We might need to cover that too for our NBA fans, but we'll keep that a secret. We'll keep that a secret. The Denver Nuggets, they might win it all next year. I think that's important to talk about, but we'll keep that between us for now. On to this. Go for it, Jackson.
Well, I put Smart at number one because of the fact that the two natties, right? And what he has accomplished at Georgia since he became the head coach. Now, I've not been too happy with him getting Mike Bobo as his offensive coordinator since 2023, but I do think that he can get another natty for Georgia before this decade is out. Do I think it's going to be this year? Absolutely not. Do I think it's 2026? We'll wait and see. Let me know when 2026 rolls around. But Ryan Day, and this is a comparison I made when I had Garrison on a Jacksonian episode, and when I've called in on The Voice College Football numerous times. I've made a comparison of Ryan Day to Ara Parseghi at Notre Dame, and here's why. Ryan Day at Ohio State. They've been losing to Michigan for the last 4 years, right? And a lot of people thought about that. They were screaming and hollering for Ryan Day to get fired. Go away, right? Especially entering the playoffs. But when Ryan Day led the Ohio State Buckeyes to a natty, the calls were off. The calls were off especially after they beat Tennessee in the playoffs. But when they smacked Oregon off the face of the earth at the Rose Bowl, the granddaddy of them all, on New Year's Day of 2025, it was silent. Any criticism of Ryan Day was silent. Now, he's been impressive this season, but not this last season, 2024. Now, there's been people doubting the natty because, they lost to Michigan, right? But you don't hear people say that about Alabama in 2017, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. But, do I think Ohio State could beat Michigan under Ryan Day? Absolutely. And I think if the Buckeyes are beating Michigan in 2025, 2026, the criticism of Day will silence. I mean, he's been fantastic. And the way he took over as interim head coach 2018, right? When all that kerfuffle was going on in Columbus, was impressive. But still, I do think that Ryan Day can get the Buckeyes another natty either before this decade ends or sometime in the 2030s if he's still coaching in Columbus by that time. And, Dabo Swinney at number 3. I mean, great resume. Magnificent job he's done at Clemson. Do I think he gets him another natty? I don't know. I really don't know.
That's true.
But I had Sark at number 4. I think I had him higher than where you had him, Jeffrey.
I had him at 4. We agree.
Oh, wow.
You and Jeffrey think alike on that one.
We only have one disagreement. I love your top 10. This is one disagreement.
All right. But yeah, Sark making that magic at Texas, impressive. Franklin at 5, I think there's the disagreement there.
That's it. I mean, the rest of them, I like it. I love I even like Matt Campbell. I can understand why you have him there. I had him outside, but I get it. But this is the one I'm like, but I want to hear your reason.
I could understand why you would. I've looked at it. I've gone by his whole resume. I'm not going by 1 year. I've gone by his whole resume. There is a reason why Maryland wanted Franklin to be the head coach in waiting for Ralph Fregid. When Franklin left for Vandy, that's when Fregid was out. I think that was a dumb move by Maryland, but that's their time for another day. I mean, You're winning at Vandy. 3 straight years at Vandy. I mean, I get it. It was before NIL, CFP, and all that, but 3 straight years where you got Vandy bowling, that's a win. Then we took over at Penn State. That was when it was a nightmare to be a head coach at Penn State. You got that magic in 2016, winning the Big Ten. Now, granted, that's the only time you've beaten Ohio State. You got
It's
lucky.
so long ago. I mean, honestly, forget about that. Because, I mean, you're
That
correct.
was like,
He started off well, but
Yeah.
Ohio State wasn't as good back then either.
no. That was like at the same time around TikTok was being founded. But yeah, like impressive that Penn State has been a consistent 10-win team, but they have not been beating the Ohio State Buckeyes since 2016. That they have the criticism of not winning the big game in the regular season or the postseason. He did get him to the semifinals, but I do think Penn State can replicate that again this season. Do I think they beat Ohio State this year? Absolutely not. But I have a feeling there's going to be a magical run from Penn State. I don't know why, but I feel like there will be. It's going to be screaming the same vibes as Ryan Day and Ohio State 2024. That's what we could be seeing. Oh my God, that's so funny.
DC for the $4.99 super chat. Hugh Freeze's phone bill. If that actually was his phone bill, that's crazy. I mean, he's cooking, man. He's got some crappy
boy.
lines. That's all I know.
There we
Jeffrey,
go.
it's worse than our internet sometimes. If
There
that's
we
his
go.
phone bill.
Yeah, like they said
But
that
in-
I somehow have transferred my internet over to you, Austin. Somehow. Mine's been holding up. Now, as I say that, I'll freeze. Freeze? Okay. But you're the one freezing tonight, so I don't know what's going on.
Nah, we're all right, dog, in DC. We're good. We're good.
Listen, we're
Yeah,
married
it's
men
it's
and
like
have
we're 10
children.
years old, man. It's like, come on, man.
But
Like
we
our
appreciate you
parents let
getting
us on
around with
YouTube.
us. Nah, we appreciate you having fun with us. But yeah,
Yeah,
Franklin,
Jeffrey.
in conclusion, like the reason why I put him at 5 is basically because of his whole resume as head coach. I based this top 10 off of not only what you did last year, but based off your whole career. That's where I base it off as. Jeffrey, you had some questions about James Franklin being at 5. Let's hear it, man.
I mean, the thing is that honestly, sometimes when doing these lists, I do like to. I kind of pull with Franklin what I did with Nussmeyer, where one guy that everyone likes. I take it back. No, not everyone likes Franklin. I take one guy that everyone agrees that they're top 10, and then I didn't put him in the top 10. It creates discussion. You know what I'm saying? Do I believe that James Franklin probably should be in the top 10? I know because the chat's, oh my gosh, Jeffrey, he's going to get. I'm not going against my placement. I agree with my placement for my list, but I realistically understand why Jackson has him at 5 and why most people would have him in the top 10. I get it. I legitimately get it. But when I look at the top 10 list that I have, all the coaches that are there, I just can't find enough reasons to not put them in the top 10. Whereas with Franklin, I can. With Franklin, I see all these nitpicks, and I don't know. I mean, and Dog in DC makes this play based on how Penn State's administration blocks Franklin, like from being able to do more than he can. They should never finish top 10. He loves his program way more than people realize. I mean, if you look at it from that perspective, then Franklin's really good. I agree with your points, Jackson, about his whole career. And I did mention the Vandy stuff. And I did say that I kind of knocked it down a bit because Vandy's winning again. If Vandy was still in the toilet, it would make Franklin look more impressive. But Vanderbilt's decent right now.
Oh yeah. Agreed.
I just feel like, in my opinion, James Franklin could be, out of all the coaches that I had on my list ahead of him, James Franklin is the one that could be so much better than he is. And I mean, when one of your reasons for saying why he's this high on the list is a win over Ohio State 9 years ago, I don't think that's all that impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my opinion. I don't really have a question for you. I get it. I get why you have him there. I just don't. And that's just the way it is. I mean, if James Franklin beats Ohio State next year and wins a national championship, then yeah, I mean he's going to go from like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
So
Jason O makes an excellent point where he says Penn State fans who want to fire Franklin should be careful what they wish for. Penn State can drop like a rock if they don't have the right coach. Agreed.
And I do agree with that. And I've even been on record saying in the past on previous streams that I do think Penn State fans are way too hard on James Franklin. I agree with that. I have defended Franklin in the past. I think I've even made a video on it somewhere. But, I mean, I don't think James Franklin deserves the hot seat talks of any kind or Penn State fans hating on him. I don't. I do not at all. I mean, most programs would love to be Penn State and win 10 games, 11 games every year. But the thing is, Penn State in so many seasons has been this close. And I just don't think James Franklin really elevates them. You know, I don't. I don't think he elevates the team further than he could. But in his defense, he doesn't have sometimes the wide receiver talent, but that's still his fault because he could recruit wide receivers, but he can't get them in. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. James Franklin is just – he's not among the elite in my mind, but I get why Jackson has been fired.
Well, in number 6, I've got Marcus Freeman on there. Now, to tell you the truth, I was just kind of like juggling 5 through 8. Well, 5 through 7, honestly. I was thinking, where am I putting Franklin? Where am I putting Freeman? Where am I putting Lane? I thought about putting Freeman above Franklin, but at the same time, you don't put somebody above someone based off of 1 year only. And when he took over Notre Dame, I mean, 2022, disappointing, right? I mean, ended with a bang in the bowl game, right? 2023, meh. The third year, everybody's asking questions. Notre Dame loses Northern Illinois. Everybody just loses it, as well as they should. And they smack Purdue off the face of the earth on CBS. No one's really thinking about that. Understandable. But then they go on a humongous winning streak to end the year because they realize, one more game we lose, we're out of this little baby for good. We're out of the playoff race. And, there were a lot of people asking, okay, Notre Dame's going to lose the big game in the postseason again, like they always do. And the last coach to lead Notre Dame to a big postseason win in the big bowl games was Lou Holtz in the 90s. He got him rocking and rolling. Afterwards, you didn't see Bob Davie get things rolling. You didn't see Charlie Wise get things rolling. He's just sitting there looking at his little thing. He's like, Brian Kelly, big regular season wins, no doubt about it. But Brian Kelly couldn't get the job done in the big games in the postseason. That's always my knock on Kelly. Again, nothing personal against Kelly, but that's how it is. Marcus Freeman, on the other hand, got Notre Dame winning against Indiana. Big win, right? Not impressive to some people. Okay, let's put against the Georgia Bulldogs in the Sugar Bowl in New Orleans. What happens? Notre Dame smacks them off the face of the earth. Okay, they got a humongous win in the postseason. They beat Penn State in the semifinals. Great one. Like, it was so awesome. You had Shane Gillis and Joe Rogan talking about it for a little bit when Shane was talking on the Joe Rogan Experience. You know it's good when you got two comedians. Well, you got old Gillis talking about it. I mean, he's a Notre Dame man, let's be real. But Notre Dame in the national title, they could have won it all, but oh well, they didn't. It is what it is. They lost to the Buckeyes, but I can't really criticize Freeman too much for that, Natty, because, again, he got it done. But the criticism with Freeman is they're always losing that one game that they should not. No, he'd puke. He would puke.
See,
Sam
here's the
Pittman
thing.
would turn that damn jukebox on, and he'll eat like a machine.
See, here's the thing, Jackson, and I want to say this. What's the difference between Marcus Freeman and Brian Kelly? What separates them? And the reason
Marcus
why I say
Freeman
this
can
is
win the big game in the postseason. Brian Kelly
here's the
can't.
thing, though, Jackson. But here's the thing, though, Jack. Here's the thing. Brian Kelly also went to a national title game and lost, like Marcus Freeman. So that narrative of Brian Kelly can't win the big one, he did. He took Notre Dame to the exact same spot as Marcus Freeman.
Yeah,
Marcus
but
Freeman took Notre Dame to the championship game in an environment that it's a lot tougher to do so.
Okay, I'm gonna time out here. Time out. Because I got time tonight and I got some. Okay, so Brian Kelly played Alabama. Marcus Freeman played Ohio State, right? And those are two blue blood programs, top of the top, riches of rich. And you're telling me that Ohio State was a better team than that Alabama team. Is that what you both are telling me?
that's not what we're saying at all.
What I'm saying is that Marcus Freeman had to take Notre Dame to wins over Indiana and Georgia with a hurt QB and Penn State to get to a title
And
game. Brian
here's the
Kelly
thing.
did not have to do all those things.
Now, I will say this. I would say Brian Kelly's path was harder because here's why. There was no margin of error back in the BCS era. I know we're comparing apples to oranges, kind of, right? Two different formulas. But I would say Brian Kelly's path was harder to get to the championship than Freeman's, in my opinion. And here's the thing. If Notre Dame would have lost to NIU in the BCS era, their season would have been over, done, finito, no chance, not going to happen. But the fact that the 12-team playoff exists, they made that chance. And here's the thing, too, and I want to say this, too. I respect Marcus Freeman. Don't get me wrong. I'm not downgrading anything he did. But to your point, Jackson, to your point, you're talking about Brian Kelly not being able to win the big one. Marcus Freeman and Brian Kelly have the same resume almost at the same amount of time at Notre Dame. They both went to the national title game and both got beat. So I'm just asking respectfully, what separates them in your opinion? Like, what makes Marcus Freeman a little bit better than Kelly?
Marcus
opinion,
Freeman
either
can
one of
win the big bowl games and the big games in the postseason. Brian Kelly can't.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're looking at Brian Kelly's whole record. He couldn't get Cincinnati to win against Virginia Tech, a 4-loss Virginia Tech team in the 2009 Orange Bowl. That is bad right there. Now, I can't fault Cincinnati for losing to Florida in the 2010 Sugar Bowl because, like, everybody's going to get their butts blasted by Tebow and Urban Meyer, and especially when Brian Kelly left for Notre Dame when you had an interim coach as the head coach for that one. But 2012,
you do also know, just to play devil's advocate, Austin, that all those wins that season were vacated.
Yes, I understand that, but
so they theoretically don't count.
Here's the thing, though, Jeffrey. But they do count because we saw them. And here's the thing, too. And Scotty B says Notre Dame was killed under Kelly in the title game. Well,
Marcus Freeman is better than Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
Listen here, I'm going to die on this hill. Brian Kelly's a top 5 coach in this league. You cannot tell me any different.
Brian Kelly's not top 5 in anything. Okay.
Yes, he is. Listen here, Jeffrey. I'm going to make a prediction right here, right now, and I want the whole world to hear it. LSU will be in the SEC championship this year against Texas A&M. Bookmark it, count it, bet on it. You got my word.
Did somebody like put something in your drink or something? Like, good grief, you all right?
No. All I'm saying is that Brian Kelly, like, we got all the evidence in the world to say that Marcus Freeman's better than Brian Kelly. But again, it is Austin's opinion, and it's. I mean, he's got some reasons for why Brian Kelly doesn't suck, I guess. but he doesn't really have any reasons to say why Brian Kelly's good either.
I mean, Bean agrees with me. I mean, listen,
Yeah,
and I want
that's
to
one
ask you
guy.
this.
That's like one guy. 99% of the college football world thinks he sucks. At least
Now-
James Franklin's got like 50-50 support here. Like I put
Listen-
Franklin outside my top 10. Is anybody really arguing that Brian Kelly should be like in the top 10 here outside of Bean? No. Nobody cares about Brian Kelly. His accent
Here's the
sucks.
thing.
His recruits suck outside
Here's the
Jane
thing.
Daniels. His
Listen,
team sucks.
Listen,
Like, it's bad.
listen. Here's the thing. I want to say this. I feel like you all have a bias against Kelly. Like, come on now, guys. Like Jackson
He's
Jeffrey.
just not
I
good,
love,
man.
Like, listen, I love y'all like brothers, but look at this objectively. You cannot tell me.
I am not
that-
putting Bill Belichick in a top list of college football coaches when he hasn't even coached a game.
No.
That is just not happening. All we know about Belichick is that with Brady, he was great. And now without Brady, he sucked. So, I mean, I don't have any reason to believe until proven otherwise that he's going to be good at UNC. So that's why he's not on any list. You cannot base that off of Brady. We got to see if Belichick can do it separated from the 24-year-old, separated from Brady, separated from the NFL. Can he win at the college level? He's really old. We don't know if he's still got any game left in him. All right, so that's why he's not on the list. I'm just spoiler alert out there. That's why he's not on any. And if he's on Austin's, I have no idea. Maybe he's honorable mention for Jackson. I have no idea. He is not on the list until he does something.
Oh, I didn't even put
No.
Belichick on the honorable mentions list. I've got nothing personal, but it's just he hadn't coached a game of college football.
You can't
Here's the
me
thing.
and Jackson on the same page there. Go ahead, Austin. Back to Brian Kelly hype. That is not deserved.
Here we go. Here's what I'll say, because I know Jackson. I don't. Okay, so here's what I'll say. I'll put a bow on this so Jackson can finish before he tells the pandas on us. Here's the thing. I will say this: Marcus Freeman, Brian Kelly, their career paths are very similar. Now, if Marcus Freeman wins a championship, then you two will be justified in saying Freeman is better. Yes. When we look, oh boy,
We got Tim Prangley and Jack.
yeah.
And no, he's not there either. He's not there either, Tim Prangley. You know why he's not there? He's fallen off a cliff. Lincoln Riley has fallen off a cliff. Lincoln Riley versus Brian Kelly is still debated. It is still debated because they both suck. They're both terrible. Now, thanks for being here, Tim, but they're both horrible. Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly are horrible. Just bad. Terrible. They're both overpaid. They're not doing jack at their current schools. Nothing.
Oh,
I would
Lord.
love to be. I mean, dude, they're getting paid 13 million, 12, 10 million a year, however much a year to stink. That's all we know about Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly. Now, if they turn it around, I will put them on my top 10 list. But they're not there currently.
Oh my god!
Any chance of a normal show? You know what? Normal
This
left
isn't
a while
supposed
ago.
to be a
Anywho.
normal show. This is ranking coaches.
Uh-huh.
Salary count does matter, Tim, because they're not worth what they're getting paid. That is what that means. All right, they are not worth what they are getting paid.
You know what? I'm just going to put a bow on this so Jackson can finish. Marcus Freeman and Brian Kelly to me are the same coach, but I would have BK 2 spots ahead of Freeman in rankings. But go ahead, Jack. Finish up.
I'm so glad
Before
Tim
Jeffrey
dropped by.
Wilson.
I love it.
Check him out on the USC LAFB network where he's got Trojan's Conquest call-in show. Tune in for more. Alrighty, so we got
Boy.
number 7 on my list, Dan Lanning. And once again, I kind of was just juggling 5 through 7. But Lanning has done a fantastic job in Eugene, Oregon as a first-time head coach. He's been tremendous. He's got them fighting for the playoffs every year. Now, I knocked him down to 7 because of the fact that or Jeffrey Unplugged, Unhinged, Unpaused. It would be a good name for a Sunday show.
I appreciate that, Troy V. You never know.
Troy, this is the Lord's Day, though. This is the Lord's Day, though. We'll save that for Monday. Sundays
Yeah.
is the Lord's Day. Go
Well,
ahead,
it's
Jack, go
almost
ahead,
Monday
go ahead.
night on my side of the country.
Well, it's 13, and that means we're 13 minutes away from it being 47 days till kickoff in Jeffrey's time zone.
The Godfather of the SEC. I'm sorry, this show is just crazy. I don't even know. I'm starting at that point where my brain it's losing thoughts. So that's why we're getting to the unhinged part of the show. I'll put Pittman over Franklin.
Okay, Godfather of the SEC. You have to.
I've been harsh on Franklin, but man.
Listen,
Well,
Godfather of the SEC.
man.
We respect. We were. Hold on, Jack. We respect you, Godfather. We do, but you are absolutely nuts and bananas. You go.
Land Danny.
Go ahead, Jack.
I love when people just flip the letters of someone's name and it's funny like that it always is funny. I mean you just my lord, man. Go ahead, I'm done.
But yeah, I can see where there's
we're so getting
criticism
grounded.
for Dan Lanning being at 7 because of the fact that
We're
Oregon.
so getting grounded.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry.
Oh, we
Jackson.
know
Bad
you're
manners.
unhinged, Caden. We know you're unhinged. We know very well.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean,
Caden, they would name an insane asylum after you, good buddy. Anywho. Jackson, my apologies. Feel free to smack me later. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, Jackson.
Anyway, so I can understand why there would be criticism for Dan Lanning being at 7, particularly the fact that Oregon was unbeaten going into the Rose Bowl. They had that first round bye, and then they get smacked off the face of the earth by the Ohio State Buckeyes. I could see that, but we'll definitely see what happens with Oregon going into 2025 and beyond. But honestly, I feel like the Dan Lanning path to a natty, it feels similar to when Kirby was getting Georgia their first natty since 1980 in the 2021 season. I feel like it's going to happen. I don't know when we're going to see Dan get that natty, but if you look at my Jacksonian episode with College Football with Sam, we both agree that we'll see Lanning get Oregon that natty before the decade ends. He is one of the coaches that are most likely to get their first national title as a head coach and Oregon their first natty. And Troy V says Gotham has got to change the name to Arkham Asylum to Caden Asylum in the next Batman movie.
My problem is I gotta stop reading the chat. When I read the chat, I just get so distracted, man. But the thing is, the chat makes the show 90 times better. So like, we appreciate it, man. These comments.
And the Godfather thing here. He told me to eat a banana and less Twinkies. Godfather, I've never had a Twinkie. I don't even know what a Twinkie is.
Tim,
you know what a Twinkie is. Like if you legitimately are on YouTube right now and you say you do not know what a Twinkie is, nobody on planet Earth is going to believe you, Austin. Everybody knows.
I don't know what a Twinkie is. I'm being serious. I don't know what a Twinkie is.
Well,
never heard of it.
Prepare for the chat. Prepare for the chat. That's all I'm saying.
Like, I'm being serious.
It's an American icon, man. Oh my gosh! I mean, bro, like there is no way on earth, realistically, that you if you've been to Walmart or Publix or Fred Meyer or Safeway or Hunt's Brothers Pizza, they got Twinkie in there.
Here's the thing, Jeffrey. I wasn't allowed to get out of the car.
They might got raspberry Twinkie. They might got regular Twinkie. I mean, I just no. You know what?
Jeffrey, no, I don't. Like, I'm being legit with you. My mom would not let me out of the car when she went to the store.
Oh my god!
I mean, are you kidding me right now, man?
This show went off the rails quick, but anyway,
Look, I'm being serious with you guys. I don't know what a Twinkie is because my mom always told me, she was like, "Here, you stay in the car with Dad. I'm going grocery shopping." So
Austin
I mean,
is
I mean that's some crap. That's all I'm saying. That is some crap. Like that dude. I mean, you've missed out, man. I mean, I'm not a big sweets guy. I try to stay away from them. No, they're bad for the health, man. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I've had a Twinkie before. I know what a Twinkie is, man. I mean, all right. You know what? I'm at the point. The chat has been so generous today. We appreciate chat. You guys have been amazing. We're gonna pull up Twinkies here. We're doing it. We're doing it right now. We're pulling up Twinkie. We're pulling up Twinkie, and you're gonna find out what a Twinkie is. All right. Here we go. That you see that right there? That thing. Look at that. That's Twinkie, man. All right.
I ain't never seen that in my life.
Different flavors, shapes, and size. Look, she's happy right there. Look at this. Banana, strawberry. I mean, this stuff will kill you, but darn, it's good. Mystery solved, man. I mean, you can't tell me you ain't ever heard of that. Like,
no.
You cannot tell me you've never heard of a Twinkie before.
I've actually never heard of them. I'm being dead serious with you all. Like,
nobody believes it. I don't, but we'll just end it right there. I don't know, man. That's crazy.
Oh man,
Kate, I may be fat, but I ain't a liar.
I mean, that's insane, bro. Oh my gosh.
Like, I may be fat, but I ain't a liar. I
don't think you're a liar at all, man. But there's just no way you've had to have seen that thing, man. Like, come on.
Jeffrey, the only thing that ever came in our house that was sweets was like Swiss rolls. That was it.
They're made by the same company. It's the same thing. They're both.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, you shouldn't have done this, Godfather. You shouldn't have done. I mean, I'm serious, man. Like, you get me committed to something. We're going off. I'll take the show and we'll roll it right off the bridge, like Back to the Future 3. It's gone. The train is gone. It is history. Yeah. Like, you gotta have a Walmart, like Kroger, Walmart, all that. Yeah, I'm not talking smack about Twinkies, Troy. I've had them. I mean, yeah, I know they'll kill you probably if you eat too many of them, but I know what it is. I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
I probably can tell you every sweet known to man.
Okay,
I mean, I've been to Walmart.
He's bringing it back to bringing it back
yes.
to
Tim's. Tim's like Yoda.
Yeah,
Tim's like Yoda. He's wise and old and will help us all. That's a compliment, Tim.
Because a little while ago, Tim said, look at the NFL talent on that team last year. He got smoked in the playoffs. He had a bye to prepare, and he got taken to the woodshed. Well, if that's a regular occurrence of Dan Lanning every year in the playoffs for Oregon, he's not going to be in my top 10 list very long if you're getting smacked off the face of the earth.
It was one game.
That's true.
And that's why I didn't completely like butcher him for that. You know, it was one game. He got destroyed, but so did little Brian Kelly against Alabama last year and 2012. So yeah, I just feel like with Lanning, we have to be a little bit fair to him. So yeah,
agreed.
It's one game. Like you said, Jackson, if he keeps doing it, we'll move him down.
Agreed. But then we got Matt Campbell at 8. Now, once again, I kind of just juggled 8 through 10, to tell you the truth. Reason why I put Matt Campbell at 8 is because of the fantastic job he's done at Iowa State. And I look at what Iowa State was prior to that. I mean, dude's getting Iowa State to conference title games. I mean, yeah, they've not won a conference title. And the last time they won a conference title of any kind was 1912, 2 years before World War I, 1 year before the Federal Reserve. That was in the Missouri Valley, and I think everybody was walking really, really, really fast in the 1910s. But anyway, because I mean, you see like footage of everybody walking really fast in the 20s. It's like, well, why are you walking so fast? What are you in a hurry for? Like,
The
bro,
roaring 20s, man. That was the era of the bikes, right? They were really into the bike riding back then, man. You know what I'm saying? Go on a little Sunday stroll. Yeah.
oh,
You don't see anybody on bikes anymore. I mean, half the time, like, if you're on a bike, man, you're going to get run over by a car.
oh yeah,
You got to be careful these days on bikes.
agreed. But yeah, the fact is, Campbell has brought magic all over the place for Iowa State. Now, do I think he can get them a conference title? Absolutely. Do we know when that's going to be? I don't know. But either way, he's done a tremendous job at Iowa State. And, the next few years, we're definitely going to see what happens. Now, Iowa State is projected to be a top team for 2025 in the Big 12. But last time that happened was 2021, where a lot of people were hyping them up as a top 10 team, a really top team. And then things didn't work out so well in the regular season. But still, though, I mean, it's still impressive. It's just
Dean says, I will never understand the Matt Campbell hype. To me, he's a slightly above average coach. I mean, again, where he's coaching at plays a big role in the range. Not have Matt Campbell in my top 10, but I had him in my honorable mentions because of that fact. Him and Signetti in 1 year, and Campbell's got more to go off of, but are winning at schools that are terrible. We don't know if Ron Day could do that. Could Ron Day go to Iowa State or Indiana prior to them being down and turn them around?
Well,
we know that. I mean, we don't because we don't know. We don't know because we've never seen Ron Day do that. But that's why, to me, I agree with Jackson's placement of Campbell, even though I don't agree with the spot he has him. But I get why he has him where he has him, because of the fact that he's winning at a school that is basically, prior to him being there, it was impossible to win it. So.
It is funny, though, like the year that Iowa State was winning a conference title in 1912, it was the same year New Mexico and Arizona were in statehood as the United States. Like, let that sink in for a moment. And it was before the 16th and 17th Amendments were part of the United States of America. So, like, the 17th Amendment was the direct election of U.S. senators by popular vote, and you got the income tax vote as the 16th Amendment for the USA. And again, that all occurred after Iowa State's last conference title. Like, it's insane. Like, it's like, but I wonder if we're going to see something like that, where Matt Campbell's going to, like, use that as a motivational tool, or if it's going to be similar to what Thomas Hammett did with Northern Illinois, where he's like, oh, last time Notre Dame got beat by this team, that. It's like, no, I'm not going to use that. They can't relate to my era. I'm going to motivate them by letting them know that you got a chance to make history, boys. I think we could see something like that with Matt Campbell. I love what he's doing in Ames, Iowa. Not every coach can win in Ames.
No, and like I said, I get the argument that Tim Prangley says he's not at Ames if he's a top 10 coach. Troy saying if Ron Day's ever coached in Iowa State, he took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. I mean, that's hilarious. But I get that side of the argument. But we still don't know what it would look like, though, if Ron Day coached at Iowa State. If Nick Saban coached at Iowa State. We don't know, because we saw Nick Saban at Michigan State, and he won 8-9 games.
Uh-huh.
He didn't win a national championship at Michigan State. If Matt Campbell was at Ohio State, could he win a title? Maybe. And I know people are saying, well, Matt Campbell's not elite because he's at Iowa State. He's not. But is Matt Campbell satisfied at Iowa State? I believe yes. because if Matt Campbell wanted a bigger job, I do believe he could have gotten one. But he chose to stay at Iowa State because in it, sometimes you could say better to build a legacy at a school that never has had success prior to you versus if Campbell goes to Ohio State and he's just another run-of-the-mill coach.
Exactly.
So many different angles we can take this. Y'all's point, Tim, and again, who was the other one? Troy V. I get. And y'all absolutely could be right. But me and Jackson's side of the argument is also fair, also valid as well. We really don't know who's right because we don't have evidence to prove either point. We don't know what Matt Campbell would do at Ohio State, and we don't know what Ron Day would do at Iowa State. We don't know. So that's why both of our points, y'all's point and our point, makes sense. You really can't prove it.
Yeah, and we'll definitely wait and see what happens. But I think when we see Matt Campbell in the coaching carousel again, I think it's going to be because of Iowa State winning a Big 12 title. That will be the real test.
See, and some people aren't hungry for natties either. Some people.
Yeah.
I mean, that literally is a fact. Some coaches are satisfied to be at their current school. It's just the way it is.
Agreed.
Campbell has been a candidate for tons of jobs, and he hasn't taken any of them. We don't know why. Some people say it's his wife and his family, and he likes Iowa State, or oh, he's not good. We don't know. I'm not Matt Campbell. If I was Matt Campbell and I wanted to tell people why I was still at Iowa State, then I would say, but Matt Campbell chooses to stay at Iowa State. He doesn't tell us unless I just haven't been paying attention. Like I said, it's just one of those things. Saban and Urban, they didn't want to stay at Michigan State. They didn't want to stay at Utah. So they jobs where they can win titles. Matt Campbell's staying at Iowa State. I don't know. I mean, again, every situation is different. Every person's different.
Well,
I don't agree with this argument here. Again, appreciate you being here, Bean. And again, it's your opinion. I get it. But I don't agree with this. If you are not hungry for natties, you cannot be in top 10 by definition. I don't agree with that. That is saying that all that matters is the natty. I don't agree with that. To me, I feel like the top 10 list of coaches constitutes the top 10 coaches that are doing the best job in college football. And I agree that, to Jackson's point, you can make an argument that Matt Campbell is doing a top 10 job in college football at a school that stinks. Oh, I agree. I absolutely agree to disagree. Again, it's your opinion. I absolutely see your point. That's why I'm saying, like, I'm actually like playing devil's advocate with our point, your points, because I get your points. They make sense. But I just feel like only basing it off that is a little bit unfair. So to that person, because every person's motivations are different.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know. Like James Franklin, some people think that he's top 5 because of what he's doing at Penn State. Because Penn State, he's elevating them higher than. It's not an easy job to win all that. And then other people are saying, well, James Franklin's the one holding back. Everybody has an opinion. I believe James Franklin's the 11th best coach right now, and Jackson has him 5th. So I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know.
There we go. And I got Kalen DeBoer at number 9 because of the fact that I've seen what he's done at Fresno, what he's done at Washington, what he's done prior to that. I mean, the fact that he was able to become a head coach after doing a magnificent job as an offensive coordinator at Indiana, when we didn't see Indiana winning all that much, was impressive enough as it is. And I've looked at the recruiting job that he's done for 2025 and beyond for the 2026 class for Alabama. Like, he's got back to the top 5. He's got great assistant coaches. He's got Coach Roach. He's got Ryan Grubb back. And every time you see Ryan Grubb and Caleb DeBoer coaching together, you see magic all over the place on offense, like with Fresno State, like with Washington. And I think the question for the rest of this decade will be, did DeBoer make the right move leaving Washington for Alabama for that next challenge? That'll be the question right there. But 2025 will be the test for Alabama. Can they get it done? Can they go back to where they're at? Can they get back to 10, 11 win seasons? Because
Mm.
2024 was a disappointing year. Now, if DeBoer and Alabama is having a 9-win season again and they don't make the playoffs, DeBoer's not on the top 10. Just spoiler alert for 2026.
Yeah, I mean, I think now it's fair. Most people are in agreement with that. Adam at 7 because I feel like overall as a coach, he's been better than Matt Campbell, better than James Franklin. Uh, but I mean, I get like you typically, I've noticed you like usually when you rank Bama, you try to be a little bit more conservative, to be biased, and that's fair. I mean, I absolutely respect that about you, Jackson, because a lot of Bama people would just put DeBoer like 3. Like, oh, he's like, no, I don't agree with that either. That's why I have him at 7. But to me, I feel like the Washington seasons. I know Penix, but it wasn't just Penix though. Like the defense was pretty solid. Adunze, Polk. I mean, they were fun. It was a good team, and Washington was not supposed to be that good, and they were. And then you also have to look at DeBoer's stint at D2. He was elite there. Yeah. And the Fresno year. I mean, it's just like with Cignetti. Everywhere DeBoer's been, he's won. And his worst season was this Bama year, honestly. And how bad was it? I mean, it wasn't terrible. It's just, he was taking over a legend, and Milroe was not the quarterback that fit for him, and there was some problems. I like your placement in 9. I think it's fair. I mean, it's not bad. I think the board deserves a bit more credit, but it's fair.
Oh yeah. Well, number 10, and we'll definitely get to those honorable mentions after we talk about 10. Because I'm going to be really and truly honest with you. I juggled between 8 through 11, 12, 13.
They're all interchangeable, honestly. That's why people getting hung up on the exact ranking. It's like you could go so many different ways with these.
Oh yeah. So like number 10, Kurt Cignetti, the job he's done at Indiana in his first season, but the magic he's done with James Madison, the magic he's done everywhere, as Jeffrey pointed out. Now, I think if we're seeing Indiana back in the playoffs again this season, I think Cignetti is going to be higher in my top 10 rankings.
Same for me.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it, man. It's like, I'm impressed what he's done. And I don't think he's in that big of a hurry to leave Indiana for another job. I think Indiana is his last place. It is his last place, especially at the age of 64. Because I remember like plenty of people were saying, oh, he'll leave for Michigan. Oh, he'll leave for this school. He'll leave for that school. He's not going to. He's not going to. And
Indiana has committed to football so much more now, and they are actually like giving a lot more money to support football. I mean, the change is incredible. And that's why Cignetti even came in the first place to Indiana. Like he wouldn't have come to Indiana if it wasn't for the commitment.
Great.
Football. Like that's the thing. And the fact that they are committing so much to football, and you see the recruits they're landing for Indiana standards. Like they've kept the staff together. Indiana, I think, is going to be good for many years to come.
Oh, great.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
Agreed. I mean, I love what he's creating in Bloomington, and it's going to be many more. And we did get a question from B-Bean where he's asking me about the scale of 1 to 10 on DeBoer. Honestly, I mean, I'm not going to say 10, but I'm not saying 1, obviously. No. So I'm just going to say...
I would say like a 7.
Yeah, around like a 6, 7 for me. But if we're seeing Alabama back in the playoffs or like back in the Natty, that's going to be a 10. No doubt about it. But let's get to the honorable mentions, shall we?
Sounds good.
There we go. Let's click on over. Now, of course, I had Kyle Whittingham at 11, and I thought about putting him in that top 10, but unfortunately, that god awful 2024 season.
Yep, that's what left him out for me too.
Yeah, but do I think he can have a good season for 2025? Yes, I think he can. I think he can. And we'll look at number 2 of my honorable mentions. Now, somewhere I got Kleiman there. Now, he's continuing what Bill Schneider has created in Manhattan, Kansas. And I think he can get Kansas State another Big 12 title in the future. But we'll definitely wait and see. He is always going to have Kansas State rocking and rolling. I just would like to see Kansas State in more big games for sure. But
yeah, I will say, like, for Chris Kleiman, I mean, I almost had him in my honorable mentions, and honestly, I mean, it was such a toss up between him and Leipold, like that last little stretch for me, like Whittingham, Leipold, all that stuff. The reason I didn't have Kleiman was because of Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Snyder. Like, Kansas State's been good before, and I feel like Chris Kleiman's just like an extension of that. He's good. They win games. They have relevant players, but they're in a league that's not that good anymore, and they're just fine, right? Like they're just getting along, going 8-4. Like all those wins for Oklahoma in the past from President. I like Kleiman. Like I said, he was right there. It's just for me, like Leopold, Jeff Brom, those guys have been more impressive at their respective schools winning than Kleiman to me. But that's the only like he literally was like my next one. He was like 17. So I get why you have a 12, Jackson. I do. But yeah, he's just doing what he's supposed to do.
Now I've got Matt Rule at 13 on this.
I don't agree with this one. I get why you have him here, but I want to hear your thoughts.
Because of the fact of his track record, of what he did at Temple, what he did at Baylor. The impossible happened over there. And one other reason, too, the third-year jump. I believe Nebraska is going to have a big-ass jump for 2025. I mean, you look at Nebraska's schedule, it's a cinch to where they can get a 10-win season. I could see them ending that Iowa losing streak this year. I could see them getting a win that they shouldn't get. And I'm looking at the strides that Rule has been making at Nebraska. It's much similar to what he did at Temple. I mean, Temple, god-awful first season, right? Second season, they had a 500 winning season, right? But then the third year is where they make that magic. They go to the American Athletic Conference title. They upset Penn State to start off the year. They're unbeaten going into Notre Dame on Halloween night in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I mean, you don't see that with Temple. But Matt Rule had him going. He got him rocking and rolling for 2015. Yeah, they lost to Houston, but again, that was going to happen. 2016, he got Temple that conference title, the AAC. He got him rolling. But what he did afterwards was really impressive. He didn't have, except for one coach, none of his assistants were from Texas. And the fact that he did a fantastic job at recruiting the state of Texas, despite not having any experience when he was at Baylor, was fantastic. I mean, Baylor, it was a complete immoral hellhole when he got there. And they went 1-11. That's terrible. First season. Second season, they go 7-6. Third year, they lose to Oklahoma in a Big 12 title rematch, but if he had stayed longer at Baylor, I think he would have gotten him another Big 12 title. Like 2021 was basically with, like, it wouldn't have mattered who was the head coach. Baylor was winning the Big 12 in 2021. Let's be real on that. Now, Matt Rule at Nebraska, I can understand why it doesn't look all that impressive. 2023, you piss away your chance of bowl eligibility. 2024, you almost blow it, right? But they ended that losing streak against Wisconsin, which
even though Wisconsin's bad now, yeah.
That's true. But I mean, it dated back to the 2012 Big Ten title game. They did not beat Wisconsin since September 29th of 2012. That was the last win against Wisconsin. And
Mm-hmm.
and I know like winning the Pinstripe Bowl doesn't seem impressive to a lot of people, but I think that bowl game right there and the Wisconsin win are seeds of
Mm-hmm.
momentum for what 2025 can bring for Nebraska. I I think we could see
Mm-hmm.
a really good year from the Cornhuskers.
See,
And a lot of these rankings I
see,
based off of, it's like I said, I based it off resume from the past and what I believe the future can bring for each of these teams.
see, see. Here's the thing with Matt Rule. I like Matt Rule. I think he's a really excellent football head coach. But the problem I have with him, I know that when he got to the NFL level, he absolutely crapped the bed. And I know this is for college and
So did
college only.
Urban. So did Saban.
Yeah. And that's why I kind of can't wrap my head around it. I get it. And Jeffrey, cover your ears for this next part. But Carolina Panthers are a dung heap. And as Jackson's favorite expression is, David Tepper is a, forgive me, moron for the Panthers.
He is.
That's Jackson's famous. So for me, it's just like Matt Rule. I think is a great college head coach, but as far as the NFL goes, it left a bad taste in my mouth. It like I get that sense of, okay, maybe the Panthers was a bad situation and we need to not erase it, but try to forget about that. It's kind of like when you eat something nasty and you try to swig it with something. That's what I kind of feel like Matt Rule in the Panthers experience was. The Panthers left a bad taste, and now I'm trying to get a swig of water to get rid of it. Because I do like Matt Rule. I do think he's a great head coach, like I said. I could see why Jackson has him close to the top 10. Because what he did at Baylor is tremendous. But I just think that
I do
Panthers,
want. Go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to say, Jeffrey, I just want to say the Panthers experience for me is what's leaving a sour taste in my mouth about Matt Rule. And I know this is two different levels, but go ahead, Jeffrey.
I get your arguments for that. That makes sense. I mean, because like I said, everybody's different opinion. I don't agree with the Panther stuff because, again, Urban Meyer, even two of the best coaches of all time, didn't do anything in the NFL. So I just completely throw out the NFL. He should have never gone to the NFL. Should have never taken that Panthers job. I don't. So I don't. That doesn't matter for me on that. But this comment right here from Tim, these coaching rankings each year on channels is a function of NIL and recency bias, but it's fun. Absolutely, it's fun. I 100% agree. Yes, recency bias.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. I mean, that's absolutely fair. Jackson, I tried to do what Jackson did on some of them. Like Whittingham, I could have just threw out Whittingham. I could have. Some in chat were already saying, like, Whittingham sucks, gone, history. I kept him on the list, what he's done throughout his career. And I did. I put Dabo over Ryan Day because of what Dabo's done in his career over Ryan Day. So I did that on some. Matt Rule, yes. If you look at his whole career, Temple, Baylor, impressive. We also saw Dave Aranda do it at Baylor as well. So it's not impossible, but Rule's first. It was great. Recency bias matters, yes, because I look in Nebraska and I see a program that is committed to winning. They've got the resources, they've got the talent, kind of to get there, the fan base, and I look at what Rule's done, and it's not great so far. Now I agree with Jackson's point, 3, and that is where if Matt Rule goes 11-1 or 10-2 or some ridiculously good number next year and makes the playoffs and does great, you know where Matt Rule is going to be on the list next year, probably in the back end of the top 10 or very high honorable mentions for me. Right now, this is a top 10 list for this year. Matt Rule is not there for me because Matt Rule's heyday it's been years ago now. A heyday right now. He hasn't proven jack. Beating with crappy Wisconsin team, winning a game does nothing for me. It is steps.
But
I want to see Matt Rule out there and lead Nebraska back to greatness. If he can do that, he will be right back in my top 10.
And I respect that opinion, Jeffrey. And this is what makes this great, is because we all have different, various opinions. Like Tim said, this is fun to talk about because Jeffrey, your opinion is going to be different from mine, and Jackson's going to be different from mine and yours. Because like I've done mentioned, Brian Kelly, spoiler alert, is in my top 10. This is going to be no shock to nobody. I value Brian Kelly, but to this, Jackson values Matt Rule. And like he mentioned, he's loving the momentum going forward. And I can't say that I disagree, but once again, like you mentioned, Jeffrey, it is the taste of Nebraska. Is there still that Scott Frost in there a little bit? Is Matt Rule still up against it a little bit? Now, if they regress this year and go 6-6, or well, not regress because Nebraska never. They got to get a little higher than what they were last year. But if they stay the same or go 5-7, then I can understand. Okay, why we're thinking this? Because Jeffrey, if he goes 5-7, then your points that you've been making all night about Matt Rule have been validated times 100. If he goes 5-7, because you'll be like, Nebraska, you can't win there. I mean, and it sucks to say that, but go ahead though, Jack. Go ahead.
Yeah, Jason says Nebraska's greatness to play in a much different era of college football. I don't think replicating the Osborne year is realistic for them. I mean, it's the same as Indiana basketball. Everybody compares Indiana basketball to Nebraska football. The difference is Indiana basketball had to fire their greatest coach of all time because of problems. And then they hired a great coach in Kelvin Sampson and then got screwed again because they had to fire him for stupid crap. Nebraska just fell. And they fired Pelini for nothing. They just fired him. Unlike Indiana, who had to fire 2 coaches for problems. So that's where I separate the two. Nebraska's issue is that they fired a coach that was good. They got rid of him. And then after that, they started bad coaches. And then when they got their savior back in Scott Frost to fix it, Scott Frost wasn't with it. It was a bad time for Scott Frost personally. Is that Scott Frost, if he does good at UCF now, then we know that Nebraska stuff was a fluke. For real.
I agree.
Because Scott Frost at UCF was unstoppable. And then he goes to Nebraska and he looks like deer in headlights. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, this is your alma mater. You should be locked in, bro. This is your team. This is your history. Like, you played here. This team sucks. They're just waiting to be good again. And then you go out there and do that. And if Matt Rule can turn them around, then Nebraska's not cursed at all. It was all just baloney. But I mean, like I said, I respect Jackson's opinion on Matt Rule. I get it. Like I said, he was all my friend. I think I mentioned it when I said my honorable mention. Like, he on the outside, he's there. It's just, to me, I think that Matt Rule needs to do good at Nebraska for me to put him back there. Because he's, like Jackson said, Jackson made a key point, and to me, that point knocks him down. He had a great thing going at Baylor, and he just left. He left. That's his fault. That is his fault. He left to take that crap job. And then he takes Nebraska, a program that has been eternally filled with problems for a long time. That's also his problem. Yeah, Baylor in great shape. Where would Baylor be right now if he had stayed there? And if he had stayed there and kept doing well, he probably could have got a prime SEC job, like LSU or something. To me, all of that right there just kind of destroys Matt Rule for me. That was what leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Not the Panthers' stint; it's his decision making. Dean is agreeing, which is crazy. I know sometimes I'm off the wall with my explanations, but I'm serious. Like, I did really think about Matt Rule. He's got to earn it back. He was there. The Baylor run after that Baylor season, 10, 12, 8, whatever. He's there. But he's made 2 decisions that are head scratching. This Nebraska job, I don't think it's a lost cause for him. It's not yet. It's not a lost cause. But my thing is that Nebraska, we mentioned that this season they've got an easy schedule, right? And that's why they should win 10 games or something like that. Well, guess what?
But here's the thing.
How many easy schedules has Nebraska had? And they've lost.
Well,
that doesn't mean anything to me. He's got to do it. He's got to prove it first.
And here's the thing. I want to make a rebuttal to that, Jeffrey. Look at Rutgers' schedule last year. They got off pretty easy, and a lot of people thought Rutgers could be 9-10
That's why
wins.
Greg
And
Schiano's not on my list. Greg Schiano had a
no,
problem
no, no, no,
to
no.
do something.
I'm just agreeing with. Here's what I'm saying, Jeffrey. I'm agreeing with you. You could have the easiest schedule in the world. We could be out there playing quarterback for Nebraska, and we might not win those games. Like, look at Indiana. Kurt Signetti, as much black as we all like Kurt Signetti,
He won.
he won. Exactly. I'm backing you up, Jeffrey. I'm agreeing with you.
I know. I'm just loving this
like,
because this is like my favorite conversation we've had so far, even more than the Twinkies and all that. Because I appreciate you so much right now, Austin. Because sometimes winning, that's all that it takes. It doesn't matter who you play. It doesn't matter how crappy the teams are. It matters that you won the games. Because you can go into the season like Rutgers, they're going to win 10 games. And what did they do? They went like 7-6.
They blew. And here's the thing, Jeffrey. And as much as crap as you gave Louisville the year we went to the AC championship game, and I'll give you credit, rightfully so, because against USC, our holes were exposed. But what happened, Jeffrey? We won the games we were supposed to, and we made it count. And it goes back to the point of, on the surface, yes, Louisville had an easy schedule. Their biggest game, Notre Dame, they won. They did what they were supposed to. And I can understand, Jeffrey, why you wouldn't give Louisville credit. I understand that now. Sometimes it's hard when we have the colored glasses, right?
It pained me, Austin. It really pained me that season because of the fact I wanted to like Louisville that year. I really did. Because, for one, I mean, you're my friend, and I Louisville's doing good, and I'm happy for it. But it irritated me because people in the chats all across YouTube were trying to tell me that Louisville was a playoff-worthy team. And I'm like, no, they're not. And that's when I lost my crap about Louisville. Because you saw what happened in the bowl game, and then you saw what happened this past year. And I've already told you, Louisville was better this year than they were the year before, and they had a record. That's what I keep trying to tell people. Indiana could go 8-4 this year and be better. I've this about 1 million times because that's what's going to happen. 8-4. If Indiana goes 8-4 this year, what are people going to say? Signetti's falling off. He's not a top 10 coach. You saw they're 8-4 now. This is what they are. The schedule's. I believe Indiana could be a better team this year with a worse record. So.
And here's the thing. And Jason O says people were saying Louisville was a playoff team. I don't remember that.
There was,
BB. Not BB. Jason O. And I will back this up because there were some backers, even on the committee, that even said if Louisville could beat Florida State, if we hadn't lost to Pittsburgh, they even said Louisville could have played spoiler for somebody. They could have taken a New Year's Six spot. And that's what ate Jeffrey alive. He wasn't like to help you understand, Jeffrey he's not a Louisville hater by any means. I know people portray him as that. You're a Louisville hater, Jeffrey. You're not happy for Austin's success. No, Jeffrey tries to look at everything with reasonable bias, unbiased. He tries to look at it as fair as possible. Me at the time, I was trying to tell Jeffrey that we are as good as we say we are, but and Hummus says, well, no, Hummus. That's not what I'm saying. He never Jeffrey's always in, he admitted when we beat Notre Dame, he gave us credit for that because Notre Dame was a credible win. What Jeffrey is saying about Boston College is, I know we're going down a big rabbit hole here, and Jackson's probably wanting to finish his list, but Boston College, they were beating the Sisters of the Poor and the Holy Crosses of the world. Jeffrey could not defend that. He did not want to defend that. Whereas Louisville, and I could say this, we beat Notre Dame. Jeffrey we can have a legitimate conversation about, okay, Louisville, you beat Notre Dame. That's a great win. Yes, we're talking about 2023, Jason O, because that was Brom's first year. And the thing, too, is you look at this past year's season, we went to Death Valley and beat Clemson. That's arguably the best win we've had in program history. Like, but you don't hear Jeffrey. Like Jeffrey even said, that's a magnificent win, and the team was better. But guess what? We lost to SMU. We went wire to wire with Miami, a team that just missed the playoffs. We were better on paper, and we lost the games, and we lost to games we shouldn't have lost. I mean, here's the thing. Here's how I look at it, and Jeffrey, I will say this, and you can agree to disagree. Here's the thing. You could have a better team theoretically on paper and do worse than what you did. Alabama's team last year went 9-3, but what if they go 8-4 this year, but the team turns out to be better? What,
yeah, that argument right there that you just said is what I've said for years, since I first started talking to Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, as a guest caller. That argument I've said for so long that your record does not determine how good you are. There's a lot of factors, like who you play, the schedule, the circumstances, injuries, tons of stuff. And like I said, you could go 10-2 one year, 8-4 the next, but your 8-4 team could be better based off circumstance. Now, that's not always the case, but there are instances.
No.
I felt Louisville was better this past season when they had a worse record. But the thing is with Louisville, when it comes to Brom, his next step, before we get to some of the other coaches, the next step for him, for me, is to drop those Stanford games and the Pittsburgh games. It's after the Notre Dame win, Pittsburgh, after, that they lost to Stanford last year. I don't remember when that was for some reason. They lost
that was after Clemson.
I know it was last season. I just don't remember when in the season it was.
It was after
November
Clemson.
16th, 2024, week 12 of the 2024 season.
What game was
It was
before
after
that?
Clemson, Jeffrey.
Okay,
Clemson.
Same scenario. Okay, so it was after a big win. They choked. And that is where got to get out of that. If they can get off that type stuff, then Brom will be cooking.
Because here's the thing, Jeffrey, not a lot of people realize this. If we don't lose that Stanford game, we're playing in Charlotte for the title last year. Because Clemson, we had the head-to-head. And the way that things would have broke, it would have been us and SMU in a rematch. But to get to the whole point of this is, here's the thing, Jeffrey. I will say this. Us beating Clemson last year in Death Valley, I told Jackson this, is equivalently one of the greatest wins in Louisville's history across all sports. Because for so long, we could not beat this team. And I told Jackson this, and I meant it. It's the greatest win that I've ever watched, except maybe the year we won the Natty, of course, in basketball. But I would say that's the greatest win ever watched. But here's the thing. The team went 8-4. That's the thing. Like you said, Jeffrey, to your argument, you could have Indiana could beat Penn State this year. That could be the greatest win they ever had, but go 7-5. It could very well happen.
I have to read.
Unfortunately, there's not an Indiana-Penn State matchup, but it would be nice to see that happening.
Or Oregon. They play Oregon, don't they?
Indiana plays Penn State. We play at Penn State this year.
Oh, that's right. They do. It's like,
Okay, I thought I was losing my head. Anywho, go ahead.
This
Jeffrey.
comment from Tim. I want this comment from Tim right here. I'm saying, what are the metrics? Seems like they changed for each coach. He's talking about our list. My response to that is do you know how impossible it would be to rank a list based off metrics? So we like, okay, just say we all got together, Jackson, Austin, and myself. We all got together and we did some criteria and we based it all off this criteria. You know how impossible that would be? Because again,
we all would disagree.
Every situation is different, and we would disagree on those criteria. So it would be impossible because just say we did criteria your way, Austin, or Jackson's way, Signetti might be 30. Because we're taking longevity. Kurt Ferentz is 3 because we're going off the longevity here. Or going off can't win the big game. Franklin will be at 40th. They don't win anything.
Exactly.
So my point is that how can you actually make an objective list using some criteria? I go off fields. Lincoln Riley is on firing lists. He's not here.
Mhm.
He's not here right now. If we were doing this 5 years ago, we would have Lincoln Riley in the top 5. He's gone because he's on the firing list, hot seat list, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Things change. I get your point, Tim. I know it's devil's advocate. I'm just saying that if we did a list based off criteria, it still wouldn't mean that Lincoln Riley would be there. So you're going off accomplishments, but how impressive are those accomplishments when Bob Stoops set him up for success? You see,
And here's the thing.
different ways. Because if
Here's the thing.
you look more and more at Lincoln Riley's success, how much of it is even him?
Now, here's the thing. Here's
I
the
don't
thing. TV timeout. To play devil's advocate here, what I will say, what he did at USC in year one, I will back Tim up on this. And I have said this in the past. And Jeffrey, I know me, you, and Jackson have gone round and round about this. But what
the
he did,
Oklahoma team with him, though.
here's the thing. I understand that, Jeffrey, and I'm not discrediting that. But we have to remember what USC was before that. Clay Helton basically left it like at the altar, was like, I changed my mind. I don't want to be married to you anymore. Peace out. And yes, I understand he took Caleb Williams with him. He took all the greatness with him, but he did take him to the Pac-12 championship. And here's the thing. I'm not discrediting what either one of you are saying. I agree with that. Like, any coach that takes a whole team with them would probably do great at another team as well. But like Cinetti did with JMU, like Brom took Purdue, we're not discrediting any of that. But what he did in a Pac-12 that was with an Oregon team who was favored to win, you had a Washington team, you had the defending champs Utah. So we have to look at the situation all together. And I will say this, and Caleb Williams to win another Heisman QB added to his list. So I'll give Lincoln Riley credit for that. But these last 2 years, though, yes, I am with you, Jeffrey. He absolutely does not belong here after the last 2 years.
That's why this list, you see our title of the video, ranking the college football coaches for 2025, 2026. I'm gonna emphasize that part of the title and description, 2025, 2026, makes a massive deal. That's not your criteria alone. Otherwise, Whittingham would not be on the list either. But
yes,
Cignetti is top 10 right now after what he did last year. Lincoln Riley, after 2 seasons of god-awful garbage, is gone. I mean, you cannot have a top 10 coaches list with a coach that people want fired. You just can't. Not right now. Now, if we did a different live stream and said ranking the top 10 college football coaches for the last 10 years, then Lincoln Riley would be there.
Yes. And Tim brings up the metrics. And Tim, we should have prefaced this at the beginning.
Tim says my metrics are capricious, or however you say that.
Here's the thing, and Jeffrey, before you unleash, here's the thing. Like I said at the beginning here, each of our metrics are different. Like, when we come into this, our metrics are different. Now, Jackson's metrics may be, have you won a natty? Can you win the big time? Are you a 10-year head coach? Jeffrey's metrics may be, what have you done for me lately? Simple as that. Like, my metrics are, do you bring in revenue? Do you play in big games? Are you valuable to your team? Because, for example, let's say Kyle Whittingham, you take him off Utah tomorrow. Does Utah still go 8-4? Probably not. Not the first year.
Capricious means subject to or showing sudden, unpredictable changes in mood, behavior, or attitude. Well, I mean, I'll take the mood or behavior. Sometimes I'm all over the place, but again, that's what makes the show really, really entertaining for some people. For others, they probably hate it, but this isn't the show for you. You know, I like jazzing people up sometimes with Twinkie moments.
Jazz
you know
hands.
But the thing is that now when it comes to attitude, though, I guess we'll go with attitude. For these coaches, I really don't feel I've been that wishy-washy. I have been pretty consistent.
No.
To me, I feel I have. Now, again, I understand, like, Tim, I love Tim. That's why I'm so glad Tim showed up. He's made the show 8 billion times better. But it's because we don't have Lincoln Riley there. Because he's not saying squat about Fickle. Where's Fickle? Look at that guy. Fickle was on the top of the world, man. Oh, my gosh. He almost beat he made the playoff. He beat Notre Dame. He's hung with Alabama. Where's that guy? He's done. He sucks now. People think
People are calling for his job. Like, Wisconsin fans are about sick of him.
That's why Fickle's not on my list. Fickle, Riley. What about Cristobal? Will we have Cristobal in the top 10 if we're going off Oregon? He's not here. There's a lot of coaches.
No. He's lucky to be in the top 20.
Because they haven't been good lately. They're just not.
And the fact that they pissed away a shot at going to the ACC title game.
All Miami had to do was win a game against Georgia Tech.
Or Syracuse, and they couldn't do that.
That's it. I mean, like I said, I get the arguments Tim's making about his coach, but I mean, Lincoln Riley legitimately should be on nobody's top 10 list at all.
And here's the thing. I want to put a bow on this because I know Jackson wants to finish because he's got that annoyed face.
Yeah, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes in, and we haven't even got to Austin's list.
No, that's why I'm gonna hurry through my rest of my mentions.
Okay, here's the thing. Jackson's like that annoyed cat right now. Like, shut up and feed me. But anywho,
and Caden the man still wants to call in, so we still might have that to look forward to.
Well, I will say though, if you think that this gets a little longer than planned, you should see the Johnny Olden show. Like,
Lord,
Bert said that show is like a zoo. Like 9 to 10 people debate one another, and I walked in on there today before we did like the Chauncey Keenan commitment watch party on the Florida channels and via the Voice College Football channels. I was like, what the hell did I walk into?
But to my point, though, I'm going to put a bow on this, is, Tim, I know you're listening, and I'm going to try to be the voice of reason between all of us here. I'm going to try to talk us off ledge here. Nobody here is saying Lincoln Riley is a bad head coach.
No.
Nobody's saying that. Jeffrey's not saying that. I'm not saying that. No. You're not saying that. Jackson's saying that. We think he's a tremendous head coach, offensive genius. I think we all can agree if this was an offensive-minded list, Lincoln Riley would be 1 or 2. Like, Duke could call an offense any day of the week. Like, he proved that
Lincoln higher than Cristobal.
Yes, exactly.
I would rank him higher than Cristobal, yes. Maybe Brian Kelly, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. It's 50-50.
But when it comes to defense, Lincoln Riley, sorry, Tim, love you to death, but he'd be in the dumpster. We'd be locked in the dumpster.
I don't think Lincoln Riley's a great coach at all. I don't think he's great. I don't think he sucks, but I don't think he's great. I think he's somewhere between good and like above average.
I'm saying he's not bad. Like, here's the thing.
He's proven that he's not great because of the fact that, like I said, he's never been able to completely have a full team. And he's been a coach now for how long? Like a decade at this point. You have to have a complete team on both sides of the ball. It doesn't matter how great your offense is. You have to have a complete team on both sides of the ball. And that is Lincoln Riley's job as the head coach to do that. Every single year, we hear how crappy their defense is and all the limitations. He's at USC, for crying out loud. USC has some of the best resources in the country, and they're losing players to Michigan and Texas left and right. USC is not the destination that it should be right now. And that is a Lincoln Riley problem. It is a problem.
And here's the thing, though.
His defense sucks. It sucks.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, too. Here's the problem with USC and Jackson. I swear, this is the thing with USC is it's hard to recruit out in LA because you've got the Lakers, you've got the Dodgers, you've got the Clippers, you've got all these big teams.
It should not be that hard to sell USC football, though. It's USC football, man.
And you got all these events going on. Like, that's the thing. It's just, like, Jeffrey, it's like Miami, LA. These cities, it's hard to recruit in. But, like, you could sell to a recruit. I could sell to Jackson right now. Hey, Jackson, would you like to come play in the Bluegrass State? Come play for Louisville. We got horses out here. It's a nice scenery. It's peaceful and quiet. And you get to play with a great head coach in Jeff Brom. And Jackson will be, see, he's already nodding like, yeah, I like that. Whereas USC is, and Jay Stowe says it's not hard to recruit USC.
It's not. Jason, it's LA. And money.
But here's the thing, though. Then here's the thing. If it's not hard, then why is Oregon players flipping from there then?
Because Oregon's got the daggum NIL from the Phil Knight Nike guy. Okay, that's why they got the players. USC still got the funds, and USC's got the LA. Okay, I mean, and yes, like Hummus said, Southern Cal is some of the best talent anywhere in the country. And you can't keep it anymore. They're losing players left and right to anywhere.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to recruit. Maryland.
It's hard to recruit because USC suck and win, man. They stink.
Right.
That's why.
Here's the thing. After the year they went to the Pac-12 championship with Caleb Williams, after those 2 years of big business, they should be getting recruits off the hook.
But like, how is that not Lincoln Riley's problem? You're saying it's a USC problem. I know what Jason, you're right. Austin is talking about the fan base, but that don't matter about the players. Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter if the stadium's half empty. If USC's got the history and the money and the LA factor, it's like it should be easy.
Here's the thing, though, Jeffrey.
Lincoln Riley's not getting it done.
Let me ask you something, Jeffrey. Would you rather go to 11-1 Indiana with Kurt Signetti, who just made a playoff appearance, or do you want to go to LA and play for a great offensive coach in Lincoln Riley, but lost to Maryland, Minnesota?
That's most recruits. That's Lincoln Riley's problem. That's
like most people are going to choose Indiana. And what world does recruits choose Indiana, a Southern country state, over LA?
Google him, man. Lincoln Riley don't win anymore.
That's what I'm saying.
He's history right now. He might turn it around, but he's history, man.
LA has the scenery, has the beautiful women.
They got everybody but a great coach right now. That's the problem. And Lincoln Riley,
exactly.
He's got to fix that problem.
They should be lining up to Lincoln Riley's doorstep and saying, "Coach."
That's why he's not on the list. It's a Lincoln Riley problem, not a USC problem, man. It's a Lincoln Riley problem. And
listen,
right here, USC's the number one class right now. That's because they got 30 players. They're like averaging. It's like the 12th best class right now. They have the number one class. They got like 30 players.
Here's the thing with USC. When you hear the name Reggie Bush, Caleb Williams, Keyshawn Johnson, you should get hype. You should want to go play in Southern Cal. And all you hear from Indiana is Michael Penix Jr. and maybe Kurt Signetti now. He's a living legend already. But oh no, go ahead, Jackson. Go ahead.
What you're trying to tell me, Austin, is that you're the ultimate defender of Brian Kelly, James Franklin, and Lincoln Riley just because of the fact like 90% of college football fans that know what they're talking about think they suck. So it's like, oh yeah, they're good. They're not. Lincoln Riley's probably the best of the three on a good day. But he's
oh Lord. Here's the thing though, Jeffrey. Here's the thing. Me defending James Franklin and Brian Kelly, here's the thing. They're not bad head coaches. They are great for what they are. Don't act like
great
for
what
Jeffrey.
They are. Right now, James Franklin's the best one. But on a good day, on a good year, Lincoln Riley can be better than all of them. We've seen
Here's the thing.
But he's not doing it right now.
Let me put this in perspective. North Carolina and Indiana's history. Brian Kelly and James Franklin would be the best head
I
coaches
don't
in their
care about
history.
Indiana's history. It don't matter.
And
Signetti
North Carolina
took him to the playoffs, and USC's losing to Maryland. And we'll see if that number one recruiting class holds because A&M's fell apart. Does anybody remember A&M's? A&M's fell apart. So we'll see if USC can keep that class. If they keep that class and Lincoln Riley turns them around, then I'll be the first person to tell Tim and all the USC fans out there, good job, Lincoln Riley. You're back in the top 10. You figured it out. But as of right now, he's got a lot of work to do. Freshmen don't win you nothing in college football. They don't win you anything. All right, outside of Jeremiah Smith, Ron Williams, not many of them play. So we'll have to see what Lincoln Riley does the next couple of years to earn his way back up to the top of college football, if he can do that.
Okay, I'm going to take a TV timeout. Hold on, Jack. Hold on. I apologize, but I'm gonna try to bring the mood back down. Okay, Jeffrey, we'll leave it at this. Here's the thing, Jeffrey. What I am saying is Lincoln Riley is a great offensive mind. And yes, you're picking on me about defending James Franklin and Brian Kelly.
You defended all the bad guys, man.
Hey, here's the thing, Jeffrey. As one of my great heroes once say, sometimes you have to live with being the bad guy. You have to learn to be the bad guy. In this situation, I'm the bad guy because I recognize greatness when I see it. Okay? Listen.
When has Brian Kelly ever been great? I want to know.
Jeffrey, he took a pedestrian Notre Dame team and he made them relevant again. Anybody with eyes could see that. And here's the thing, too, Jeffrey. You and Jackson could sit here and tell me Brian Kelly sucked. Brian Kelly sucked. He does not suck, dang it, because he made them national champion contenders. Notre Dame was a doormat before he got there. And now look at him. And Marcus Freeman just gets to walk on in, and everyone's like, woo, go Marcus Freeman. No, sir. Yeah, you wipe your feet.
And how come when I say that about Lincoln Riley with Bob Stoops, then I'm wrong? Okay, because that is walking into a good situation. I mean, Freeman did not walk into as good of a situation at Notre Dame as Lincoln Riley did at Oklahoma. All right, that was a good situation. That was a picture.
I'm not disagreeing with you. But it's also Lincoln Riley's job to, like Marcus Freeman, and I'm going to use this for both, to win there. Because you can get handed the greatest situation in history. We can hand Jackson the Mars rover tomorrow and tell him, hey, Jackson, we've set everything up. All you got to do is push a button. And Jackson could ruin it just by not messing with the button the wrong way. That's what could happen. So Lincoln Riley still had to do the work, yes. Brian Kelly and Bob Stoops both left their coaches great positions. I'm not questioning you on that, Jeffrey, but it's still their job to make sure that overseas. Urban Meyer left Ryan Day a fantastic situation, but Ryan Day could have screwed it up badly, and it could all have gone to heck in a handbasket, so to speak. But he didn't. He won a national title out of it. He's won Big Ten titles out of it. Like, it's still their job to win there because you can ruin it.
Well,
anywho, go ahead, Jackson. Jeffrey's got my blood pressure rising.
Yeah, I think we need to check Jeffrey's, Austin's, and Tim's blood pressure after this.
Oh, I'm fine. Like, my blood pressure's real low right now. Like, it's probably lower than it should be. I'm calm as a cucumber. It's just I'm not going to sit back here and listen to how awesome and amazing and grand that Brian Kelly and Lincoln Riley are. I just can't.
And on
my
to
blood's
the 40
fine.
minute.
I just don't want to hear it. Because to me, all I want to see is for those coaches to prove what Austin's spitting out here. That's what I want. You know what I want to see? I want to see those coaches go out there and do the best in the world of anybody in college football this year to prove Austin's right. Well, I don't.
Here's the thing, though, Jeffrey. They've done it. They've done it year in and year out. Brian Kelly took Notre Dame to a national championship. He took LSU to the SEC championship. And he beat Alabama in his first year. And now That
none of
was Kelly's
sense.
freaking.
Hasn't none of
But
sense.
yeah,
He won on a 2-point conversion.
Oh my
Who
God.
cares?
swear, that was with half a roster, Jeffrey. Everyone
Vanderbilt
counts
beat us.
Brian.
That's not that impressive, man.
What do you mean? What do you mean? That was Nick Saban's final year. You cannot tell me
I don't
Brian
care.
Kelly will ever have that on his resume. I beat Nick Saban in his final year as head coach. Nick Saban can
He
never,
was
ever,
good
ever.
that year. He
It
couldn't
was
do it
Nick-
before that. There's no way he could
Go
have
ahead,
done it before that.
It was Nick
Go ahead,
Saban's
Jack.
second. It was Nick Saban's second
Second
to
to last
last
year.
year when Brian Kelly beat him. Actually, in 2022.
But here's the thing, though, Jack. Jeffrey is sitting here discredited, and I will not have this.
Yeah,
I will not
we're
stand
done
for this.
talking about.
Brian
Yeah,
Jackson, respectfully, good buddy. Let
This
me
is such a
finish.
great video segment. Like
Yeah.
Brian Kelly versus Lincoln Riley, and the video just ends. It just ends. Like there's literally no ending because you try to end it. There's no ending. It's like, remember, Mark Rogers and Tim Prangley had one of those epic debates in the history of the voice of college football about this very subject, Brian Kelly and Lincoln Riley. And you know what happened? Mark said, I'm effing done. That's what he said. I am done with all of it. Because you cannot end this conversation without anything other than something crazy like that, because these two coaches are the enigma of college football right now. You've got people like Austin and Tim that will defend them till the end. Or Tim only defends Lincoln Riley. Screw Brian Kelly in his mind. But defend them to the end. And then there are other people like me and Jackson that are like, yeah, they kind of blow. So that's just the way it is. That
But
is
here's the
just
thing:
way it
neither
is.
one of us are wrong. You're not wrong.
No,
I'm
we're
not
not.
wrong.
We're not. But it's just there's no ending, man. There's no
This
ending
is like the
because these
never-ending
coaches
movie.
are just
But
going
he-
to keep me in this
But
way.
okay. For the sake of Jackson and his health, let him finish because Jackson's about to slap us both.
Ryan Day would not be on this list if not for the Natty run. So you know what? That's great. I wish that had. So we could have had him off the list too. But yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Jackson. We love you and we apologize.
This feels like the Johnny Olden show all over again, but it's fun. Don't get me wrong, but it's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no worries. Brett Lashley was 14th for me because of the job he's been doing at SMU. Now, before he got there, we had not seen SMU win conference titles since the 80s. Now, that last year of the AAC, they won it, right? But then the first year of the ACC, they almost won, but they lost a tight one to the Clemson Tigers. I mean, magnificent comeback in the second half, but close but no cigar. As long as Brett Lashley is at SMU, you're going to see him create more magic in Dallas as the lone Texas team in the ACC. And once you see SEC, I think you're going to see a few SEC teams give Brett Lashley a call. I guarantee you, once you see Pittman retiring from Arkansas or something happens to the whatever causes the end of the Pittman era, Brett Lashley's going to be one of their first calls.
Well, Brett Lashley better take one of those jobs or he'll be called the next Matt Campbell because he's not good enough to take a bigger job. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Campbell, remember, he's not good because he won't take a bigger job.
And I've
Brett
got
Lashley, if you're listening, take a bigger job, please.
Yeah. And I got Brian Kelly at 15 because I kind of just had to put somebody at 15. Okay.
Yeah, see, even Jackson's like, I had to put somebody there. It's not like I wanted to put him here, but
No, I'm just like, it wasn't like oh yeah, Tim, you did make Mark.
that's what I'm saying. That's why I said that. I watched that show.
Yeah, that was September. Okay, let me see. So that was technically at midnight on Sunday, September 15th. No, it was at 1:00 in the morning at Sunday, September 15th, 2024, where Mark said, I'm effing done.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I remember it was so funny. Mark's like, I'm done. Like, I could not
I'll,
believe
I'll put in the link.
how funny that was. Like, Mark Rogers, the voice of college football, lost it. Him and Tim were going at it, just like me and Austin. I don't even want to. I'm just having a great time. But
now,
it was so daggone funny. It was so funny. Mark was done. Like, he was just done. I've never seen him like that before. It was great.
Hey, you called that night, and then Tim called that. That was.
I literally was the call before that. I was. Yeah. It was so great. And then I was watching. I was gonna go to bed. I was watching it, man. And Mark, like, I'm done. And it just ended it. So funny. It was just so funny. He just ended the stream. No, like, thanks for being everybody. Have a great night. No, it was over.
Like, Tim.
Poor Tim.
I know that you made Mark throw another F-bomb on a past show, but it wasn't on, like, was it a 2024 show or a 2023 show or before that? Like, which was it? Like, because I gotta find it, because, like,
dude, that was so funny, Jackson. I'm telling you, I don't know if I've ever laughed as hard as I laughed after Mark ended that show like that in my life.
Oh man,
it was so funny. like that was great.
Like, note to self, I need to find a way to make a Mark Rogers F-bomb compilation, because, like, the last time Mark even used, he doesn't cuss all that much, but when he does, it's magnificent. Because like I remember he used the F-bomb on January 20th of the last call for the pregame for the national championship between Notre Dame, Ohio State. It was 5 minutes before the show ended, where Ralph Wolf said something about Georgia. I forgot what it was, but he was like, "My brain is about to explode. It's about to explode."
Yeah, I remember that too. Like Tim said, never call Mark Rogers and argue with him in hour number 2. Yeah, because, like, you're cooked, man. Like, do it at the beginning. Be the first caller, because he'll be fine then. Yeah, it's like, I've heard you, like, have you ever said the F word on stream?
Oh yeah. I used it on Florida State on After Dark when they were flexing their win over Cal in week 4. And that was on Sunday, September 22nd, 2024, where I yelled, "Shut the F up." Not
of
once.
Of course you have, Caden. Of course you have. I know you have.
Caden's the delinquent. Oh,
yeah,
ready
me
for
and
my
Austin
list
have never
now.
done it. I've never done it on air, and I don't think Austin has. It's Austin,
no.
though. You've gotten close.
No.
You've said some other things. The worst thing I've ever said, I mean, I think I've said crap and, like, heck. I try to keep it clean.
I said freaking.
Well, freaking. Yeah.
So,
I mean, that's like border.
You should see us when we get
I try to keep it clean. I mean, I can't say that for the rest of my YouTube career, however long that is. But I will try. It's hard, though. Sometimes you let it out. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame you.
So, here's the thing. So, are we ready to see my list? Because because my list is gonna get the chat really going. Are we ready to see it? Okay. Number 1, I have Ryan Day, Ohio State head coach. Number 2, I have Kirby Smart, Georgia head coach. Number 3, I have Dabo Sweetie, Clemson head coach. Number 4, Steve Sarkisian, Texas head coach. Number 5, Dan Lanning, Oregon head coach. Number 6, Kalen DeBoer, Alabama head coach. Number 7, Penn State head coach, Coach James Franklin. Number 8, Brian Kelly, LSU head coach. Take that, Jeffrey. And number 9, here we go. Deion Sanders, Colorado head coach. Number 10, Marcus Freeman, Notre Dame head coach. Okay, so anybody have any questions?
2 disagreements.
Okay.
And awesome, Tim. Me and you, we're in the non-F word club, so we're doing great. Keep rated for JT Thompson. We try, but sometimes things get a little crazy in the AM. But my 2 disagreements: why is Ryan Day at number 1? Why? All right, that's 1. And 2, Deion. Get Deion out of here.
Here we go again, partners.
I haven't said that either, but yeah, I don't agree with Ryan Day and Deion, so I want to hear your thoughts.
So, which one? You want Ryan Day or you want, you know what, we'll do Ryan Day first, because I've got a special plan for Deion for you. So here's the thing. I know you may disagree with Ryan Day. Here's why I have him number one. It's because he just won the Natty last season.
Yeah, and everybody
And-
wanted him fired about 3 weeks before that. So
And here's why. Ryan Day, in my opinion, may have put together the greatest playoff run in history. And I mean that all due respect. He beat Tennessee, dominated Oregon in the Rose Bowl, and he beat a Texas team by a large margin, was the best team in the SEC called by a lot of people. And he beat a Notre Dame team that you and Jackson both have called great. So, and here's the thing too. You all
I
can
wasn't
laugh
laughing at you, Austin. I was laughing at Diesel Freak.
Oh my God! Like it's got Don't
It's
pull
like
it
it's
up.
like I
Don't pull-
don't even know what to say, man. Like nah.
Yeah, I don't.
But,
Yeah,
but,
'cause
I
it's
mean,
like,
yeah. What don't you?
yeah, I got a
BB
feeling you're probably gonna
BB
get
said-
that head from one of those girls in Panama City if you're saying that. Like if they're finding this live stream.
Animal. Animal.
And BB says Jackson and Jeffrey need to fire me. Number one
Not no, but hell
is
no.
Yes, he will.
Here's the
He
thing,
will.
too, Jeffrey.
He better curb stop Brian Kelly. Just win by 50, man. Come on. Like we got to see some epic W's in week 1 from Alabama over Florida State and Clemson over LSU. Like I'm not even like when I first started this channel, Brian Kelly, I was like, Brian Kelly's good. The reason I'm so mad about Brian Kelly talking all this smack is because so many people just don't understand how this guy unreformed. That's what he does. And Dabo cannot let us down. He needs to be like Degree. He will not let you down. Or SpongeBob in that episode. I will not let you down. Yeah, that's so funny. SpongeBob, could you let me down?
I will not let you down.
I love that episode, man. He's like, as long as these pants are square and the SpongeBob, I will not let you down. Oh, SpongeBob, could you let me? I love that, man. I was not gonna do that, but I love that. But I want Dabo Swinney to destroy in week 1. Win big, to just get rid of all this talk. But go ahead. Sorry.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Like Jeffrey, we pretty much line up on everything else. Smart, Dabo, Sarkisian, Lanning, DeBoer, and Day. The top 6 for us are all seems like we're all pretty much in agreement. We all kind of went the same route. And here's the thing, Jeffrey. Looking at it, I have to. Yeah, hold on, Tim. I'll get to that in just a second. Hold on.
Everybody wanted to get to Dion. Hey, if it wasn't for Austin, we wouldn't have been talking about Dion tonight. It would have been a Dion-less show.
I'm sorry. I love Deion Sanders, and I've got the perfect thing to pull out here.
That's the thing, though. That's the thing. You love Dion. Like, if you didn't like Dion, he'd be 50th on your list.
Here's the thing.
Saying I'm biased with Signetti.
Hold on, Jeffrey. Hold on. Jackson, hold the fort. I've got something to go get. I got a prop to go get. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh no.
Oh man.
I apologize for breaking Jeffrey's volume dial.
Okay, you two, like at some point, like Jeffrey, you're gonna have to send me a list to who you want to debate, and same for you, Tim. Send me a list of who you want to debate, and I'll see if I can make that like a Jacksonian episode at some point.
Thing is, I mean, I'm only doing it with Austin because like it's fun and we're having a good. I don't want to be rude to people either. You know,
Right.
Some people like they'll take it personally and then hate you for life. You know, I don't want to have any bad bridges unless.
No, they're what.
Sometimes people just don't like you, but you don't want to. I don't want to debate somebody and they just lose it at me. You know what I'm saying? Like me and Austin.
It wouldn't be. I'd make sure of that. Don't worry.
Yeah, we got Caden here for some reason. I'm only pulling this up because he's been a great supporter of the show. But what even is this right now? I honestly, like what even is this right now?
I don't even know.
Does anybody in chat care about this? Okay.
I I'm kind of curious now. Like,
Yeah, of course you are, Jackson.
I'm just like it because it's like, I mean, you're putting that shit on a live stream at 1 o'clock on a Monday morning. So I'm kind of
like nobody cares,
Jeffrey-
man, about the X, man. No one cares.
so I mean,
Oh.
it's like I am kind
So-
of. It's like don't put it in the chat if it's like too effort, but just like you can send it in like a DM or something.
All right,
Super chat.
Jeffrey, please remove the heading so people can get the full picture. Yeah, buddy.
Literally, Austin went to all this trouble to get the shades. Sure, all he's missing is the bling. That's all he's missing.
Yep. Yep.
We need that music
Yeah.
for the Alabama channel at the beginning. You remember that music or whatever? Jackson, you remember
Yeah.
that music? We need that music. Like Austin's like, man, dude. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You see this? This right here is a winner, fellas. I back winners around here.
What's he gonna do now that his boy's gone, though? That's the thing. Like, I want to see what he can do without Shadur, the guy that got drafted in the 5th round.
Yeah. See, here's
That's
the
what I
thing,
want.
Jeffrey. Here's why Deion's a top 10 head coach. Stick with me here for a second. Let me pull this up so you can see the greatness. But because you see this greatness, this right here, it's prime time. Something, time to grind. Do, 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 do. Okay, anywho. But let me. So here's why Deion's a top 10 head coach. Not just because he's Deion Sanders, fellas, but Deion Sanders is the epitome of college football going today. When you think of Colorado, what do you think of? Deion Sanders. He took Colorado from a doormat dumpster to a ratings money getting draw, and look at what he has
He
accomplished.
made
in
him
2
a
years at
ratings money making draw for his name alone, the player, the Deion, not because he can actually coach.
Exactly. What other coach can do that?
So
What
you're
other coach
telling
can
me,
do that,
Eddie
Jeffrey?
George now? Eddie George is in the top 10 now because he brings name and recognition to Bowling Green or whatever the heck he's coaching? So, like, are you kidding me? Who's Eddie George coaching, Jackson? Who is it?
Oh, Eddie George is in the HBCUs. I forget what
HBC. I don't remember now. I don't know why I said Bowling Green, but you get the point. My point is that you don't put somebody in the top 10 just because his name can draw viewers.
But here's the thing, Jeffrey. Here's the thing, Jeffrey. And this is where we got to get it.
He was
get it
at
straight here.
HBCU. He's at Bowling Green. My mistake.
I said Bowling Green. Wow.
Yep.
I said Bowling Green, right? So I was right?
Yep.
Wow. I don't
See,
even
here's
know
the
how I
thing,
knew that.
fellas.
Sorry, my
See-
mind's out of whack.
Oh, my mind's shot. It's been gone hours ago.
Here's
the thing, fella. Here's the thing, fellas. It's not just that. Look at what Colorado was before Deion came in there. And Deion brought culture back to Colorado. He brought winning prestige. Colorado is a Big 12 contender now because of Deion. They made the move from the Pac-12 to the Big 12 because of Deion. Deion Sanders, wherever
All the
he
other
goes,
schools went to the Big 12 too. And Colorado literally was in the Big 12 before. So I think even if
But
Colorado,
here's the thing.
Mel Tucker, or any of
here's
those
the-
other guys, they would have went to the Big 12.
No. Here's the thing, Jeffrey. I respect your opinion, but I will not sit here and let you slander the primetime Deion Sanders. We don't handle that around here, okay?
You just said that Colorado went from the Pac-12 to the Big 12 because of Deion. Colorado was
Exactly.
literally Big 12 before. And Colorado went with when the Pac-12 died.
Here's the thing, though, Jackson. If they didn't have Deion Sanders, they would still be in the Pac-12. The Big 12 was like, you got Deion.
Colorado
Yes,
is not Oregon State, Washington State. Okay, Colorado won a natty a long time ago. Colorado was something. Okay, Colorado would have gone back to the Big 12 if they went 0-12 in the final year in the Pac-12. That has nothing to do. You can use Deion's argument for his name, image, and likeness, and the bling, and the shades, and Shadur, and the 10-win season, but it has nothing to do with them going to the Big 12. Deion is not the reason they went to the Big 12. They would have went to the Big 12 anyway. Am I right, Jackson, or not?
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered.
Teams like Arizona State and Arizona had less of an argument than Colorado. Colorado was already in the league, and Colorado is a legitimate program. They had success in the past. So that is just completely wrong. I'm only saying that because that's not an argument to use for Deion being in the top 10 at Colorado on our list. There's got to be other reasons. It can't be that because Colorado would have been all the Pac-12. It made the most sense to go back to the Big 12.
Here's the thing, too. Like I said, look at what Colorado was beforehand. You want to use Cignetti, Indiana. Let's not act like Colorado was in tip-top shape either, fellas. They were struggling. And then Deion comes there, and he takes them to the Alamo Bowl, which is one of the biggest Big 12 bowls, and has them on the cusp also this past year of going to the Big 12 championship game. Oh, by the way, did I mention he turned Travis Hunter into a Heisman winner? I think I forgot to mention that. Colorado, does that ring a bell? I mean,
Travis would have been good anywhere. He was good at Jackson.
No.
Been good at Alabama, Ohio State, Washington,
No.
Oregon.
See, that's where
USC,
I disagree.
Texas.
See, that's where, Jeffrey, with all due respect.
I know your argument is because he played on both sides of the ball just like Deion did, but I don't agree with it.
Jeffrey, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I don't think he would have been good at those other schools. Like, he's a talented player, but Deion brought the best out of him. We cannot argue that.
So the argument for Deion being in the top 10 is because of one player that he was a good fit for. He wasn't a good fit for anybody else but his son and Travis Hunter, because the rest of the team, did anybody know who they were irrelevant.
Because here's the thing, though, Jeffrey. Using your logic, Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders was the only people that were keeping Colorado afloat. And that is why Deion Sanders is a top 10 head coach. Here's why. Because
he's a top 10 head coach because of two players that he no longer has, which is why we need to see what he's going to do this year.
Here's the thing. Because Deion, Jeffrey, when you look at it, his first year was shaky, right? But second year gets a run game, develops the O-line a little better. I mean, listen, Jeffrey, I know you. Listen. Nebraska's an okay team, and that was before they were tip-top shape.
56-7. Did Ohio State do that? No. Colorado is not that good. They are not that good.
Excuse me, Jeffrey. Deion Sanders almost took them to the Big 12 championship. They were one win away.
Accomplishment, man. The Big 12's bad. The Big 12 is bad.
Listen, I will not stand for this Deion Sanders slander. That rhymed, but I'm tired of this. Deion Sanders, ladies and gentlemen, he's a Hall of Famer. He's bringing Colorado back to relevance.
He's a player.
Here's the thing. He's bringing Colorado back to relevance. And here's what's going to happen. Colorado is going to win the Big 12 within the next 2 to 3 years. Got to give it some time. And Deion Sanders, he's a money rating draw. That's what counts here. When you turn on the TV, it's Deion Sanders, no one else. He may not have the accomplishments yet, but that's okay. He's only had 2 years at Colorado. We got to give the man some time. But what makes him a top 10 head coach?
That the argument for Deion in the top 10 is that he's a draw. His name is a draw. Again, Eddie George in the top 10, but we got to put Eddie George in the top 10.
Here's the thing, Jeffrey, what is college football derived on? Money. How can we
everything's
make
about
some money?
money, man, but you still gotta be good. You gotta be good. And Deion Sanders is not top 10 material. He is not top 10 material. He had two players. Two players.
Jeffrey, with all due
Anybody
respect,
remember the other brother? Nobody remember Shiloh. It was just Shadur. It was Shadur and Travis. That was the whole team.
it was
That was all they had. Indiana had like
Yeah,
5
Gal-
All-Americans. Colorado had 2
here's
players.
the thing, that,
2.
here's the thing, Jeffrey. Here's the thing. When you turn on College Game Day or Big Noon Kickoff, what's the first thing you see? It's this man right here. He's the ratings draw. He's the man. He's box office. Why do you think everywhere we look, every billboard, everything is
This is
Deion
like it's gonna happen,
Sanders?
Jackson, if LeBron becomes a head coach, man. It's gonna. My brain will literally melt out in my head like SpongeBob if that happens. If LeBron James becomes a coach in basketball, and it's like LeBron, oh, the name, the best player of all time. He's better than Michael Jordan. LeBron, to be able to lead them to greatness. And it's like, no. Just because you're a good player does not make you a great coach. And most former players are not good coaches. Some are, but a lot of them aren't. And I got to see more from Deion before I put boy in the top 10. He hasn't
Jason
done a
O.
lot to prove that.
Oh my God. Well,
Here's the thing, Jason O. Hey,
Darrell's called for us to clip this. We absolutely will do that. But
Jason O, I am glad you brought that up. Thank you. Deion Sanders gets no
players.
credit for.
The Big
That's
12
the
stinks. Did anybody
greatness.
see Mike Gundy last year? Did anybody see Gundy and Lance
But that's the
Leipold? They were all
greatness,
falling off the
Jeffrey.
cliff.
That's the great. Jeffrey, that's the greatness we're talking about. He took a pedestrian Colorado team with half a roster, and he was able to win 9 games. Deion hadn't even had a full roster yet. And this man out here still winning and about to make the Big 12 championship. You can't tell me that's not top 10 material. Come on, Jeffrey. I know you are a hater. I know Jackson's a hater. But don't hate the player. Hate the game, dog. Deion is that dude. He is the GOAT. GOAT. Get used to seeing his name in light. Get used to seeing it, fellas. Because the greatest of all time is here to stay in Boulder, baby. And look at the fans. They're going nuts. Deion is the attraction. He's the John Cena of college football. Everywhere he goes, it's a following. It's like if The Rock was a head coach. You can't deny this. The GOAT. Deion Sanders. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls.
The Rock. Oh my gosh, man.
Austin,
Jason O said also Eddie George doesn't attract fans. I don't really care if it's a good comparison. I'm just saying, man, just because you were a great player 35 years ago, you're going to be a great coach. It just doesn't. We need to see a lot
Jason
more from
O,
Deion.
this is Jeffrey, Jason O, he's a smart guy. He recognizes greatness. Jackson, let me cook. I know Jackson trying to get in bed, but let me cook, good buddy.
Austin, could you speak up? We're having trouble hearing you, man. Like, I think you got to talk a little bit loud.
Okay, I got you. Okay, hold on. Jason O, you're a magnificent point maker. See, Jeffrey Jackson and these folks here, love them and respect them. No hate. All God bless. But me and you, we seek a Padre, fella, because we know Deion's greatness. Jeffrey Jackson are late to the party. Well, they're going to come to the party. When they do, I'll have a spot waiting for them right here with me. I'll be like, come on in. Because Deion Sanders, he's going to win the Big 12. Then he's going to win a natty. It's going to happen. Because that's the greatness. But, anywho, Jeffrey, do you have any other comments about my top 10? Okay.
Well, right now I'm trying to look for Colorado's 2026 recruiting class, and having a hard time finding Colorado anywhere. I'm trying to. Yeah, they're 102. They're 102 in the nation in recruiting right now. 102. That makes Auburn look good. So I don't know how a coach in the top 10 could have a 102 recruiting class.
I got to put the shades back on. Jeffrey, I was trying to be civil, but I have to bring the claws out. Here we go. Here we go. So, Jeffrey, you're questioning Deion's recruiting, right? Okay. So here's the thing, Jeffro. All love and respect, much respect. But
Colonel.
see, here's the
Colonel.
Oh, it's Deion Sanders all the way. Listen. The Colonel is chicken.
Hey,
but
KFC's
Deion Sanders
trash now, but they had a heyday. Like Deion. Colonel's been around longer.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, Jeffrey. You want to talk about Colorado's recruiting. See, here's the problem, Jeffrey. And Deion's up against it. Here's the thing. He's up against it, Jeffrey. You got to stop. He's up against
Signetti, and he's 26.
B-Bean said, did Austin just call Jeffrey Jeffro? Jethro? No, I called him
Yeah, from
Jeffro.
the Beverly Hillbillies.
But anywho, Jackson. So here's the thing, Jeffrey. Here's the thing. Brian Kelly, James Franklin, all of them, right? They all pale in comparison to Deion. Like, Deion is the man. Like, and here's the thing, Jeffrey. We can make an argument that Deion's better than Signetti. We can make an argument for that. We really could.
No.
And here's the thing.
No.
Yes, we can. We most certainly can. Yes,
Colorado
we can.
won a national title in 1990. Indiana has never done anything. Ever. Yeah, Troy
Here's
V.
the thing.
Troy V saying the Colonel changed chicken. Deion can't compete. Okay.
Here's the thing. Yes, Deion can. Deion. Here's the thing, Troy. With all respect and love to you, Troy, but Deion changed college football. He revolutionized.
How did Deion change college football? He didn't change college football at all. He just joined in.
Yes, he did. No, Jeffrey. See, here's where you've gone off the beaten path. I'll bring you back. So, Deion revolutionized playing two positions at once. He revolutionized that. That wasn't
Michael
cool until
Jordan
Deion
played two
did it.
different sports.
But that's a different sport, Jeffrey. That's a different sport. We're talking college football. Deion revolutionized it. And then what happens, Jeffrey? Who was the most headline biggest story in 2023? It was Deion Sanders. It was not the
That
defending
doesn't make you a
champion.
good coach being a headline story. It doesn't make you a great
Yes,
coach.
it does.
No, it doesn't.
Jeffrey, because you are.
Do you know how much
Yes, it
crap
does.
is in the headlines? You know how much crap's in the headlines? Not saying Deion's crap, but being in the headlines is not always a good thing. It's not. There's a lot of crap in the headlines. There's so much crap all over the internet, on the news,
Jeffrey.
trending. I don't care. Love Island's trending right now, and I looked.
And Jeffrey. And
I don't
Jeffrey.
give a flip about Love Island.
Jeffrey,
But it's trending right now. It's trending on Twitter right now. Just because you're a
Here's the thing, though.
make you great. It does not.
Yes, it does, Jeffrey.
No, it
because you
doesn't.
garner attention. Because what is this sport about? It's about money. Who can make the most money? Deion was the headline.
That doesn't make you good. It does not.
If this was WWE WrestleMania, Deion would be the headline of WrestleMania. That's what that is. He makes the money. Colorado was trash the year before, but guess what? What were we talking about to open the season, Jeffro? Colorado, because of, No, Jeffrey. What were we talking about? Week 1 of 2023. We were talking about Colorado, who was dog crap the year before because of this man right here. You know, we could have put you out there, Jeffrey, and they wouldn't have been talking about Colorado. We could have put Urban Meyer out there, and they wouldn't have been talking about Colorado. Only Deion Sanders has that power. Deion Sanders is the greatest of all time. I will not hear any more discussion.
Player, he's one of the greats. That's it. As a coach, he has anything. He's got a lot more to prove.
Here's the thing, Jeffrey. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something, Jeffrey. We're going to clip this. I want everyone to hear this right now. Colorado is going to win the Big 12 championship this year.
If they do, still doesn't mean he's an elite coach.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I tell you what, Jeffrey. I tell you what, Jeffrey. I'm so confident in Deion Sanders. Here's what I'll do for you. If Colorado doesn't win the Big 12 championship, I'll wear an Indiana jersey on any stream you want.
That's what you want to do. I won't hold you to it. I mean, if you want. But
here's the thing.
I don't care that much.
I mean, Jeffrey, you obviously do because you're sitting here debating me on it.
Deion Sanders is not an elite coach because he's famous. That's insane. Like that is absolutely insane. I mean, I don't know what's more insane, that the fact you said you didn't know what a Twinkie was tonight, or the fact that you said that a coach can be great because he's famous. Like,
I mean, Georgia Tech
things do not make sense. They just don't.
Georgia Tech is going to beat that Buffalo ass in week 1.
Jackson, it's not going to happen, good
I hope
brother.
so now. I mean, I honestly hope so. I mean,
it's not that.
All this stuff, man. I mean, Colorado is not great. They're not.
They are too, Jeffrey. Colorado is coming. This is the year. Deion is a masterclass recruiter. Like, he got the number 5
second in the recruiting rankings right now.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jeffro. Here's the thing. Jeffrey, Caden, all his chats are usually nuts, but I mean, I'm not disagreeing with some of what he's saying right now. I don't understand. I know Austin loves Deion. That's fair. I can respect that he has him in the top 10 for his list. But that's like saying I had Signetti or Mendoza at 4. You can make an argument that Mendoza will be the 4th best player or 4th best quarterback in college football this year. I cannot make an argument for Deion Sanders being in the top 10. Whoa, no. Jeffrey, listen here, pal. You cannot sit there and tell me with a straight face that Mendoza is going to be the 4th best quarterback. Like I told you last show, I love and respect you, Jeffrey, but you really own something, my friend. You cannot sit here and tell me he's going to be the 4th
saying I'm on anything. Now, about 5 people said you were on weed or something. I mean, I know you're not. But, I mean, my thing is that Mendoza literally could be the 4th best quarterback. I'm not betting on that, but that's where I'll put him on my list. That's why everybody else
that's fair.
But I'm not disagreeing the fact that you put him on your list, but you're trying to justify to me and Jackson in the chat that Deion deserves to be there just because of his name and his image and the brand appeal of Deion. And that's just
here's the thing, though.
It literally is. There's nothing that Deion has done legitimately to deserve being considered an coach.
Hold on. I want to say this, Jack. When Jeffrey said he hasn't done nothing to deserve it, here's where I disagree. So, like I've told you, Colorado before Deion got there was dog crap. We all can agree to that. Jackson, you, me, have all said that. I don't think anybody would disagree with that. And in year 1 of Deion, it went rough. Yes, I think we all can agree. He beat TCU and then not much else. I'm in agreement. But Looking at what he did this year, though, winning 9 games, and they still haven't complemented the run game. They still haven't got a full, healthy O-line. The defense got better, but it still needs a lot of work, and he's trying to plug all those holes. And he was 1 win away from a Big 12 championship berth. And you cannot tell me, Jeffrey,
Well,
looking at
the
Dion,
reason why they didn't make the Big 12 titles because they got ass blasted by a Kansas team fight for ball eligibility.
Kansas.
here's the thing, though, Jackson. With all due respect, good buddy, everyone's allowed to have one bad game. Because do we really want to bring up Vanderbilt,
Everybody's
Oklahoma?
allowed to
Yeah,
have
but
one
they
bad
got-
pick,
they
too.
got-
So my bad pick is Mendoza at 4.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
Grande and
They got lucky against
Dion at number
Baylor
9.
week
So
4.
we're all allowed to have a bad selection.
Oh yeah, like they got lucky against Baylor in week 4. They got smacked off the face of the earth by Nebraska, lost a tight one to K-State, and they got smacked off the face of the earth by BYU in the Alamo Bowl. Now, don't get me wrong, I would like to see Colorado have a better season in 2025 they did in 2024. But-
You really serious about that, Jackson? Because if they do, the Dion people are going to lose it.
Well, I mean, I want to see
Try and start
2025 be a
bowing to
good
them or
season
something.
for
I mean, I'm getting a
Austin.
little worried here. Getting a
I
little
kinda wanna
scared,
see-
man, for these people.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, but
Dion supporters.
oh yeah, but
Jeffrey's
but you know who I'm going to be pulling for? Georgia Tech, Colorado. Jeffrey, I'll be pulling for Georgia Tech because I
Man, you're setting up my week 1 to be great, man. Like I'm rooting for like every game now. Like LSU to get blown out, Colorado get destroyed. Like I'm supposed to go into week 1 not caring, but you're making me want to just completely destroy.
well,
like-
hell, we can do like a watch party on each of our channels. Have Will on it as well, like Will and D only talk sports talk.
You
with
know-
Austin. It's yours truly.
Here's the thing, Jeffrey. You know what? Here's what I want to tell you. If you're gonna be like that, and Dion beats Georgia Tech week 1, I'm not gonna let you hear the end of it. I'm gonna make you. I will give you a super chat and make you read it out loud.
I'll read it.
Dion,
I'll read it, but I won't agree with it.
but I will say though, Jeffrey. Now that that's over, I guess. Well, what did I miss? What
Is
I
it?
miss? I'm
Well,
back.
are
now.
we good? Are we good?
Yeah,
Yeah.
what I missed, Jeffrey?
We
What
didn't
happened?
get to see the rest of your list, Austin.
Oh, we didn't. I'm sorry. That my alter ego took over.
Yeah.
I'm
We
so
got
sorry about that.
Austin back. Regular, normal, everyday Austin's back.
He went from quick draw McGraw to becoming El Caban for about like 5 to 10 minutes.
See.
Dude, when you had the shades
I
on and you were
suppose-
talking all that smack, you reminded me of Weird Al in White and Nerdy for some other reason, man. I was just, you remember that song, man? Like, you see me riding a Segway. Like,
Milky-
I don't know. You just
Oh
reminded
my
me of that,
God.
bro. That's all I'm saying. I couldn't get that out of my head, man.
Oh my god! That is,
But it-
oh my god! Kate, stop it! It's too funny. It's too funny. Oh my god! Like the.
all right.
I don't even know what Milky Aunt's girlfriend means, but it's probably something to do with her body or
Yeah, I think she went bad. I think she went sour or something.
But,
something.
but
It's
here's
too-
the thing, though, Jeffrey. You know who never goes bad? Deion Sanders. He's timeless. But anywho,
What
Right,
even
yeah.
is this show at this point? Ranking the college football coaches for 2020. I don't know what was more nuts, the Dion talk or the Lincoln Braun Kelly crap.
I think
What are we
we-
even doing right now?
All I can say is I think I need Jesus. That's all.
Yeah,
I
we all need
Hey,
Jesus,
listen.
Jackson. Please help.
listen,
Please.
listen. I have to admit though, I had fun though. I mean,
Oh, me too.
I'll
It's
be-
been a blast. And the thing is, we still haven't even let Dan on. He's giving.
we got.
Not to let Dan on when he's giving, man. He's a great supporter of the channel, despite all of his derogatory ex-girlfriend talk. But I mean, like we could go out with a bang here with Dan. I mean,
There you go.
Here's
you
the
gotta
thing.
finish your list first.
Here's the thing. Let me get my honorable mentions out, and then
I'm gonna try not to have any disagreements here. I'm afraid. I'm honestly afraid right now to even look at this.
So real fast. B Bean said, Austin, you missed an opportunity to have the best list. Honestly, in all seriousness though, and all kidding aside, now that the glasses are off, I'm back to normal. Honestly, I mean, Ryan Day at number one, like I said, coming off maybe one of the greatest playoff runs we've ever seen in recent memory, and a national title. Kirby, like you mentioned, Jeffrey and Dabo both have the pedigree. You could flip flop 2 and 3 if you want. I know a couple people in chat have said you could flip Dabo for Kirby, or you could keep it like this. Steve Sarkisian, we all agree he's number 4. I had Lanning number 5. I had DeBoer 6. I had Franklin 7. BK number 8. Now, Jeffrey, I know those two probably are. I know you're probably thinking you want to say something. Which, if you do, I won't argue with you because I know you're probably thinking we've done enough arguing. And of course, Dion and then Marcus Freeman at 10, which B Bean says he agrees with that. Dion above Marcus Freeman. Now, let me ask. And now here's the thing: I don't know if he's just trolling or having fun, or if he's being legit with me.
I don't know what's legit anymore, man.
Now let me ask you something. Is there? He said, no, I did not say that. Okay.
No, I did not say that. What the heck? Oh.
My bad. Who said that? Oh, okay. Never mind.
No, Dion should not be here in top 3. Yes.
My bad, Bean. My bad. Who said that? I swear I'm not going nuts. Anywho, my apologies, Bean. I'm nuts. Ignore me. Bean. Anywho, and then the honorable mentions. I have Jeff Brom at number 1, Rhett Lashley at number 2, Kurt Ferentz at number 3, Sharon Moore at number 4, Lane Kiffman at 5, and Fran Brown at 6.
I'm not.
Go ahead, Jeffrey.
Move on. You know which one I'm looking at. But move on.
Let me guess.
Yeah, no.
No, it's probably Kurt Ferentz, isn't it?
No, it's Sharon.
Yep.
Okay, so
no.
Let me back it up real quick. Hold on. Let me try to back this up real quick. I'll make it real quick. Here's why I have Sharon at 4. And here's why. For what he has done for Michigan, because he got put in a pretty crappy situation. I think we all can agree with that, right? And whether it's their fault or their own, that's to be determined. But that's between them and the NCAA government. But Sharon Moore being thrown into a situation and being able to do what he did, be able to beat a Penn State team and to be able to beat Ohio State not once but twice in a row, and then was able to pull off some of these big wins. And he's another guy. He's an offensive mastermind. He can call an offensive game like that, like it's the Bible. Read it page for page. And what he's done at Michigan so far, I think he's definitely top 15. I think even some Michigan fans may tell you that, just for what he's done. But do you have any rebuttals, Jeffrey? I'm willing to listen to them. Let me have it. Because you just put up with 30 minutes of my Dion rant. You just literally put up my Dion rant. You don't want to comment on this.
Lane Kiffin's better.
That's a debate, in my opinion. That's a debate. I think that is
is better than Lane Kiffin, Kyle Whittingham. Yeah,
Oh, I forgot about Kyle Whittingham. Whoops.
Oh God.
I forget.
Oh my God. Not at your list, Oz. I'm just laughing at Caden's comment. Oh my God.
Okay.
This is why you don't stay. This is why your parents stay when you're.
Thank you, Darrell. Thank you. Thank you. How?
Oh God. Oh my God. This
Listen,
no.
Dario, listen, good buddy, listen, Dario. Much love and respect to you, Dario, but you like Kentucky basketball, so therefore your opinion is invalid. Okay, like love you, Dario.
How is his opinion invalid because he doesn't like he likes a team you don't like?
Well, because Jeffrey, between me and you, he doesn't know how to pick a winner. I mean, Kentucky, they're poo-poo. I mean, Louisville,
Kentucky basketball is one of the ultimate winners in basketball. Like I hate to say, but they are.
See, listen, I love and respect Darrell. I do. But he doesn't know how to pick a winner in basketball. Thus, his judgment could be a little far off on way over the Mississippi River. So
I don't even
try
have
not to
to
hold that.
explain why Sharon Moore is not in the top 15. I'm not like it isn't even worth my time. It's not even worth my time. It feels like a waste of time. I mean, he's just
Why
not.
is it a waste of time? Jeffrey, if it's then explain to me how it's not, because I'm going to stand on this hill. Because
He's not.
You cannot. Jeffrey, he was dropped into a bad situation, and as the old saying goes, he made chicken salad out of chicken crap. Like he was left for dead for the vultures,
Let me ask
and
you a
he
question,
fended them
Jackson.
off.
Is Sharon Moore a top 15 coach?
Not yet. If he can have a 10-win season or 11-win season and get like a few playoff wins,
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
I had that exact conversation with on the Johnny Olden show today, where I was asked, is Sharon Moore better than Fran Brown, or is Fran Brown better than Sharon Moore? At the moment, it's Fran Brown because, I mean, you're getting like top recruits to come over to Syracuse. But at the same time, I did hear a compelling argument from the Boxing Maniac where he mentioned that Sharon Moore was winning all over the place when he was an interim head coach, when Harbaugh was suspended. You know, they got that big win over Penn State, that big win over Ohio State. And then he brought up the fact they got that big win that Michigan upset the Ohio State Buckeyes on rivalry week 2024. And they upset the Alabama Crimson Tide in the ReliaQuest Bowl.
And here's the thing.
But the question is, if 2025 is the same as last season, I don't think this is going to be a conversation. I feel like Sharon Moore is off the honorable mentions list.
Here's the thing. I'm going to throw the coach's challenge here. So here's the thing. Do you realize what Sharon Moore was up against? He literally
had the exact same team that Jim Harbaugh had.
No, Jeffrey. I'm talking about last year. He was up against it. He was playing with a hodgepodge of quarterbacks. Al Georgie, Davis Warren, Jack Tuttle, and
that's
he managed
his fault for not getting a transfer quarterback.
And here's the thing, Jeffrey. He could
have got Cam Ward.
Here's the thing. He pulled off two of the greatest wins of the season. He beat the national champs of last year.
Ohio State did not show up. They did not show up in that game.
And he beat them in Columbus. He went to their house and sat on their couch.
Sharon Moore believed in Alex Orji, and that guy sucked. He sucked.
But guess what?
It's terrible judgment.
Here's the thing, though, guys. He corrected that wrong. Because guess what? He made a mistake. He fixed it. Because you want to know something, Jeffrey? And he put himself up against it, but he fixed it. He put his back to the wall, and in the biggest moments, biggest situations, he delivers. And no, Darrell, I did not make a mistake. Number one, Sharon Moore is a top 15 head coach. I'm going to die on this hill. This is the battle I'm going to
You
die
like
with.
dying on
And-
hills. That's all I know. I mean, because like used
Where
to,
is
when we would have these lists, we used to be able to talk to each other and like kind of be like, all right, yeah. I mean, I kind of see that my ranking kind of stinks, but now it's like, oh yeah, this is it. This is the be all and end all of everything. He is top 15 no matter what, and I'm just like, all right. I mean, if he is, he is. We'll see what he does in the next couple of years. But as of right now, he's not top 15. He hasn't done squat.
Listen, Jeffrey, what do you mean? He has done squat. He took a pedestrian, no having offense, and he made him something. He beat an Ohio State team that went on to win the whole dang thing. What other coach could have done that?
Ohio State did not show up in that game.
That don't matter.
So if Matt
Guess
Rule
what?
and Nebraska had to beat Ohio State last year, which they were this close to doing, will we be saying Matt Rule's in the top 10? Because the rest of Nebraska's season, besides the Colorado win, they sucked. Michigan had one game, and Alabama did not show up for that bowl game.
Jeffrey, you can't use that excuse because we can use the same excuse for everybody. Look at
like
Eagle.
DeRille said, he chose that offense. The days of old where you get a team that blows and you don't have any good players, and you have to build your roster. All that he had to do, all Moore had to do was get a quarterback out of the portal. That's his problem. And the only reason they got Bryce Underwood is because they paid him like $10 million. He didn't even want to play for Michigan. He wanted to play for LSU for some ungodly reason because he lives in the state of Louisiana. But he didn't because it's like, all right, well, Michigan's going to pay me more money, and that's why I'm playing for them. It's like, what has Moore done? Legitimately, even Michigan fans are like, all right, we really realize that Moore's not that good. But you know what? We're getting players because of this. Ugh. I just don't see it. I don't see it.
Here's the thing. Yes, DeRille, I acknowledge that he chose that offense, yes. But here's the thing, though. He corrected his mistake. We're human beings. We all make mistakes. Like Jeffrey, Jackson, me, we all bleed. We all make mistakes. Sharon chose that offense, yes. And yes, and Sharon even admitted, yeah, I made a mistake, but guess what? I got to fix it. And he did. He fixed it. As the season went along, it got better. And yes, it helps to have two defensive players that go top 10 in the draft. Yes, I know. So, and here's the thing. And I understand that. And DeRille, to your point, says bowl games don't matter outside of the playoffs. Okay. So if we wipe that off the board, okay. If we wipe that off the board, I will say this. If we wipe it off the board, you got a point. Jackson, are you pity? Come on, my dude.
No, it ain't pity. I'm just telling everybody, if y'all are enjoying the stream, want to support each of these channels, feel free to drop something in the Cash App for me at $ Jack 1997, y'all. Every little bit helps. Much appreciated. Thank you. Same for Jeffrey on Talk Sports. If you're enjoying this stream and want to support the channel, feel free to drop something in the Cash App. $ Only Talk Sports. Every little bit helps and is much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. So
surprisingly, Austin, we still got viewers. We're doing something right. We still got people watching almost 2 of them.
Well, see, here's the thing, though, Jeffrey. Here's the thing. No, I think I ran half of them off because I'm crazy.
I think the chats want to see which of us has a brain aneurysm first. Well, it's not going to be me.
Listen, I gotta admit, some of this craziness. I'm gonna be very transparent.
Playing this stuff. I'm playing some of the stuff, and I do mean some of this, but I am playing some of this stuff. This is great. This is awesome. I love this kind of junk.
DeRille says, "I'll watch to correct Austin's folding." So, on a personal side note, I'm having fun, and part of me is so. Like I told the fellas before I came on the air, part of me is doing this just to have fun. You know, I'm lighthearted because I recently had lost a family member, and I the best way I know how to let off steam from that is to have fun with people I care about. So that Dion rant that y'all saw, that was a little bit of that coming off. I do love Dion, but that was a little bit of that. So, but in all seriousness, though, Jeffrey, I see your points with Dion, though. Like, part of me was just doing that to irritate you, but we did something right, I guess. But it was just all for fun. But Jeffrey,
Do you guys want and everybody as again prayers for Austin, because again it's always tough. We've all had that happen in our lives, and it is tough. And definitely we feel what Austin's feeling right now. And yes, we were having a lot of fun tonight. Definitely playing up the laughs. But again, we did mean a lot of it, but still taking it to the nth degree. But again, I'm asking y'all any calls before we get out of here. We got Darrell. Darrell's got some thoughts. Tim wanted to talk earlier, but he's long gone. And we got Caden the Diesel Freak as well. We got Godfather of the SEC with a $4.99 super chat saying, "Great show, appreciate that, Godfather of the SEC. We love you, always appreciate you." But I'm just asking here. I can take 30 minutes of Dan and Darrell if you want.
So here's the thing. I'm not opposed to it because I do like Darrell. He is a funny guy. But here's what I'll say we'll do. What we could do before we take our calls is this too. Out of all of our lists, in all seriousness, all foolishness aside, who do we think had the best list here? Like in all seriousness, was it like honestly? Besides the Dion pick, Jeffrey, like I thought I did okay on my list. I did pretty good, I think. Jackson, I know. A couple people said everyone has a stinker on their list. Like, mine's Dion. I think someone said Jackson's was Matt Campbell. Jeffrey's, of course, they're picking on your Signetti. But out of all three of us, who do you think did the best?
I guess I have to go with Jeffrey's list for right now on this one.
Like no feelings are going to be hurt.
I don't want to pick myself. I don't. I hate when I don't want to pick myself. I can't stand that. So, I mean, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, I would either say mine or Jackson's. But I'll say Jackson's for the sake of, again, not picking myself. I don't want to do that. So I'll go with Jackson's. I don't think anybody's list is terrible. I don't. I don't, like you said, outside of Dion and Rondé, I don't think the rest of your list is bad at all, Austin, at all.
I mean, here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. And Jason O says all three of you are tied for last. Oh, well, we can all be losers together. I'll take it,
Jason. I'll take it.
We'll all be losers together.
We're in the Boston College Club.
Yeah, we'll all be losers together. Honestly, though, Jeffrey, like the Ryan Day number one, I know some people may say that's bad. But I'm sure there's a lot more people out there than just me that have him at number one. So I don't think I'm the only one in that club.
Well,
I know.
It's not a terrible pick for like the oddity of it, because yes, there's a lot of people that will have him at number one. To me, just with the circumstances and everything, I don't think he's the best coach in college football. I just don't. But
that's fair.
Maybe he can prove me wrong eventually.
And that's fair too. Like Jeffrey, I'll probably say yours as well. I mean, personally, in all my belief, I do believe Dion. I think he will be a top.
He could prove himself, honestly. I mean, again, if he keeps doing well without Shadur and all that, and builds a consistently really good program, then I mean, eventually he might slide into my honorable mentions or back half of the 10. But it's going to take a lot. He's going to have to separate that from the hype for me. because just people hyping him up because of Dion, that doesn't do it for me. I want Dion to legitimately be like, hey, Dion is a good coach. That's what I want to see. If he does that, we'll see. I mean, like I said, I don't think any of our lists are bad. I mean, me having Cignetti at 9, I think is more fair than Mendoza at 4. Honestly, I kind of took a flyer on Mendoza because it's so wide open. The QB class is wide open. Anybody could be good, right? Like we remember Darrell said he could see 25 QBs being good this year. It's so wide open. I just took a chance on Mendoza being that hot.
And here's the thing too, and I will say this too. I put Dion at 9. So, and the thing too is, I know you and Jackson are having fun with that, but it's not like I put him in the top 5. Like, I know people are in the chat telling me I need to take my meds. I'm a little crazy. I'm a little out there. I might be crazy, but I'm not that crazy. I kept him at 9. I had him ahead of Marcus Freeman. I know some people may say, well,
if it was based off likability, I would have put Cignetti at like 2. But I mean, I'm not. I mean, like, we're not ranking it off that, ranking best coaches. So I had him at 9. You know, I mean, he's got to prove it year over year to say, hey, that Cignetti's a top 5 to 6 coach. He's got to prove that. You know, he hasn't done it yet. So.
And what I can say to this too is, if you all enjoyed this one, get ready for our next one, because I think I could say either me or Jackson. But if Jeffrey makes time, I would love for him to be a part of this. Our next one is we're going to do the 10 best non-conference games going into 2025.
Oh gosh! So, yeah, me and you did something with the 10 best games. So I don't know if y'all are doing that as well with the 10 best games, but non-conference and then do the 10 best. Yeah, that's going to be crazy. The thing is, this stuff is so debatable. That's the thing. It's so debatable. That's what makes it great.
Yep, that's next on the docket. Whether that's just me and Jackson, or if Jeffrey has time next week, we could make that happen. But for what I will say about the top 10 non-conference
let's not take 4 hours with it.
I wasn't aiming to tonight, but we Tim got Jeffrey riled up, and then me and Jeffrey argued over BK, and
that's
and
why I love Tim. I knew when Tim came in here, it was over. I knew, because it always happens. That's why I love when Tim comes in. It's always great.
And then, of course, my alter ego takes over for Dion. But I will say this, though. On the top 10 non-conference games, we're all going to come up with 10 games, and then we're going to try to agree on 10, like me and Jeffrey did. So pray for us, because we're all going to have different games, and it's going to be a hodgepodge of, okay, who outvotes who, or me and Jackson. I know y'all are liking Jeffrey, but Jeffrey's
guess what?
Man,
no Indiana. There's going to be no Indiana for that. We don't have to worry about Cignetti confetti, as Adam Lamparello would say. We love Adam at the Rutgers channel. You're not going to hear no IU, because Indiana's not suck. So we're good.
But you'll definitely see Notre Dame USC on the top 10 list.
But when we get to top 10 games, though, then I'm going to have an argument.
See, here's the thing, though. Spoiler alert, we all have to agree on this top 10. That's the catchy part. If Jeffrey joins us, we're going to all have to agree, because we're making one list out of this.
I will not make it different lists.
We'll
be civil about it. I mean, some of them are going to be easy, so we'll be good. We'll be fine. Here's definitely try to join, hopefully, because it will be fun.
So here's the thing. For anybody that's new to that, kind of give you a preview. Me and Jeffrey did something similar to that, but me and Jeffrey both agreed on the 10 games. And what we'll do is we'll all three pick 10 games, and then whichever ones we have the most in common, those will move forward. And then obviously the ones that we are different or disagree on, then we'll have conversations. Okay. Like one could be, for example, Alabama, Wisconsin could be one of them that we disagree on. I could have Alabama, Wisconsin. Jackson could have Oklahoma, Michigan. Jeffrey could have, let's see. I'm trying to think of another fringe one. Nebraska, Colorado, Georgia Tech. There we go. And we all would have to decide, okay, we'd have to put it to a vote. It would almost be like, funny story Jackson will tell you when we get famous, about our famous 4 a.m. debate on Liberty, Virginia
about
Tech.
The play.
Yes. it's going to be that all over again.
Colorado
Jackson
Stanford was the game. It was the game.
But in all seriousness, though, no, we will try to get that together. And plus, me and Jeffrey have more exciting stuff hopefully coming, and me and Jackson too. But do we got any calls?
All right. Well, now I'm putting the StreamYard in the chat. I was waiting for us to be completely done. So, as long as we get
Jeffrey would never have.
No,
Okay.
I wouldn't, but that's fair.
And then we will get out of here and we will promote
it might be
ourselves.
there if we can't find enough games. It could be honorable mention if we do that.
But that's what's coming down the pipe. And when we get to the end, me and Jeffrey have got something exciting planned, hopefully, on our end. But anybody that wants to come, and Jason says Bama, Wisconsin wasn't that good of a game last year. I can't imagine it would be on anyone's time. I know, Jason. I'm just using that as an example of what could pop up as an example. I mean, spoiler alert, is anyone going to have Bama, Wisconsin on their list? I'm not.
I have to look, man. I'm not committing to that yet. I gotta look. I honestly haven't even looked at all the games, so I'll get back to you on that.
Oh boy! But
if I had to
anybody
guess, probably no. If I had to guess, but I'm not saying for sure yet. I have to look at all the games.
But we've also got top 10 conference games coming as well. I mean, we've got that coming down, and me and Jackson will be doing conference predictions. We'll be flying solo. Jeffrey won't be here for us with that.
I've already started my series with Will on that. We've done the Big Ten, not the Big Ten, but we've done the SEC and the ACC, but we got to do the Big 12 and the Big 10. So, like you said, you two will be doing that as well, which would be awesome. It'd be crazy to compare how we rank or how we rated the teams. That'd be even crazier.
And so Jeffrey might be with us 2 more times.
Here we go.
Here we go. Hold on. Hold on. I want to introduce the real. Please.
Austin's nervous now. Austin's nervous now because what he said earlier to Darrell, the disrespect.
Hold on. I got to get alter ego mode. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the legendary, famous Hall of Fame caller of the voice of college football, the greatest of all time, the never seen 17, gracing us with his presence one final time, the real MVP. There you go, Darrell. Have fun.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you guys doing this evening?
Doing great.
So I was going to ask you all.
I'm thinking about billing Jeffrey and Austin for their therapy session tonight. But in all seriousness, how you doing, man?
So I was going to ask you all about that tier. I think we can all agree, Franklin, Rondé, Kirby Smart, Dabo Sweeney, those are all definitely top 10 coaches. But I was going to ask you about that next tier in the back end. I was surprised to not see a Kirk Ferentz, PJ Fleck, Josh Heupel. Those middle tier programs and coaches be more represented in the honorable mentions. I know you had them in, Jeffrey. I'm just talking about the others' honorable mentions and stuff. Those coaches that go perennially in 4. Kyle Whittingham's another one. Matt Campbell. I feel like those are all coaches that should unanimously be in there because of consistency. I think Girls' list has some recency bias toward it in general. And I think this is a big mistake that people make when making these types of lists. Matt Rule is another one. I think he's on the upswing. He's doing good. I know he only went 7-6, but compared to where Nebraska is, I feel like he's better. So, just your thoughts on that.
It's a great argument, Darrell. I mean, I think that, I tried to do that because I had Campbell, Whittingham, Heupel. I had some of those consistent, coach, especially with Whittingham and
Darrell's gone.
No, the other one slipped my mind right now. What I say? Campbell. Campbell, Whittingham. So like those two, I agreed with. My problem was with Ferentz, I guess, is just the fact that the guy is just his team sucks to watch, man. Like I really think that the watchability factor of Iowa really hurt for me. Like I do not like watching Iowa football, and they're never like legitimately close to ever being top 10, like ever. Like Iowa State with Campbell has had like a season where they were like top 10, and Heupel's had top 10, and Whittingham's had top 10. Even Gundy, which is gone because he's been really bad lately. Whereas with Ferentz, it's like, yeah, they had that one season they were ranked fifth for brief or second or whatever, then they just tanked. They were in the West. They beat nobody. They're not fun to watch. The best win they ever had was that Ohio State win with Stanley at quarterback like 8 years ago at this point. I don't know. I mean,
what about, here's an interesting
Ferentz was
name.
close. Ferentz was close. Just, yeah.
Here's a name nobody's brought up, has a great resume. Sonny Dykes.
The TCU runs hurt recently though. But
yeah, I mean they went 8-4
really
last year. I know they went 5-7, but they did win a playoff game in the 4-team era. I know they got killed by Georgia, but still, for TCU to make it's pretty incredible. And then they went 8-4 last year. Yeah, that's respectable. That's not atrocious or anything. Even if you balance out the 12-1, 5-7, 8-4, that's in that same tier to me as your Kirk Ferentz's, your Lane Kiffin's, your Josh Heupel, that tier of coaches. Not anybody that really stands out from the pack.
I think the problem is, Darrell, is the fact that because of the realignment with the SEC and the Big Ten, it's kind of harder to rank those guys. You know what I'm saying? Like the TCU coaches and Kansas State coaches and the Iowa State coaches. I think it's hard to rank them because people are like, oh, well, they don't play tough guys. I know they used to, but they don't anymore. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're kind of forgotten because their conference is not legit.
Yes, I understand that, and that's a very valid reason, but I just value that 2022 season a lot in terms of what they were able to do that season. And I'm not convinced, like, if you have to have a Big 12 coach in the honorable mention, I feel, I understand that conference is atrocious, but it feels like one or like Kenny Dillingham from Arizona State, Kyle Whittingham.
I had Dillingham, Whittingham, and Campbell. I had 3 in my honorable mentions.
Yeah. It feels like they belong in the honorable mentions tier, so I'm just trying to throw out different names. Like if we did this list a year or two ago, Dave Aranda.
Yeah, Dave Aranda. I was the biggest supporter of Dave Aranda. Go watch my old videos. Like I was massive Dave Aranda fan. And guess what? Fell off the cliff. So,
now,
yeah,
here's the thing.
I was massive on Dave Aranda.
Here's the thing. I know there's levels to this, but I would throw Jeff Monken and John Summerall. I know there's levels to this, but what they've been able to do at that level.
What about the Navy guy? He was big a couple years ago.
Exactly. That's the thing. I know there's levels to this. And here's the thing. I understand there's levels to this. We're talking like the Big 12 and all that. But
those would have been on the list maybe a year ago.
Yes, exactly.
We could go on and on. It's hard to rank a list when you have to put 10. And it's going to really rank coaches from TCU and Oregon State / Michigan State, Don Smith, Iowa State. It's hard to do that. No one has Brett Bielema there. He's turning Illinois around. I mean, there's a lot of coaches you could do. Drinkwitz.
Washington State head coach.
Drinkwitz. Has anybody said Drinkwitz tonight? No.
Shane Beamer.
And you're not going to hear Drinkwitz.
Shane Beamer. I said outside of my honorable mention, he was on the fringe. I said it was Beamer, Drinkwitz, Norvell, Ferentz, Cristobal, Brian Kelly. Those are like my next, and Kleiman. Those were my next ones right after you get Mike Elko.
Right, and this to me discusses the larger state of college football in general. We're at the top 3 or 5. It's pretty set in stone. Like I think we would mostly agree it's Kirby, Dabo, Sark, Ryan Day, those four in particular have separated themselves from the rest of the pack. But you get in that like 7 to 15, 20, you can have them basically in any order with any set of names, and you're not wrong. Like some people may have Marcus Freeman at 9, some may have him at 5, some people may have had him at 13. And I really wouldn't dispute it because it depends on the way you look at it. Do you value the highs? Do you value the consistency? Do you value the lows? It's all really subjective in what your interpretation is.
And Darrell, I want to add on to this. I know people are going to laugh at me, but before this past season, Mike Norvell, you could have made a real good case that he was in this conversation. And I know people are going to laugh at me.
Would have been on everybody's top 10 list last year.
Exactly. And that's why I want to preface. I want to say, people may laugh at me for saying that now, but he was a top 10 coach legitimately.
If we had done this last year, I probably would have had him at like 7 or 8.
Exactly.
But to your point, Austin, is that so I don't have coaches like Lincoln Riley on the list because he's had 2 years, but Mike Norvell's gone for only having 1 bad year. See, I tried to,
but
because Whittingham had a really bad season last year, but I still put him on the list because of the consistency. Tried to do both. I tried to do recency bias and consistency,
but
kind of mash it together. But it's kind of hard to do that because you're going to miss names.
Oh, I just want to throw out another name real quick. Hold on. Mike Elko. He's a name
I mentioned him. Yeah, Mike Elko. Definitely a guy who could be considered, but he doesn't stand out anymore. He stood out at Duke. And that's the problem. That's what I was trying to tell everybody about Matt Campbell earlier. He stands out because he's at Iowa State, right? Mike Elko stood out a lot more at Duke, and Jonathan Smith stood out a lot more at Oregon State than they do at their current schools now because they're not doing anything crazy. I don't know why that's such a complicated thing. Matt Campbell would be very smart at Iowa State because the second he goes to a bigger job, no one's going to care anymore.
And I'm guessing
Elko was a big deal. He was a big deal when he was at Duke. At A&M, he's just another coach.
I'm guessing we can tie this all together because I see Tim in the chat again. This goes back to why you don't have Lincoln Riley in the top 10, except their head coach moving programs. Literally, the program moved conferences, and now he's just another coach. Is that general philosophy correct?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But the thing is, I don't understand why so many people don't get that concept. It is much more impressive to go 10-2 at an Iowa State or a Duke or an Oregon State than it is to go 8-4 at Texas A&M. Even to go 10-2 at Texas A&M. It just is. I don't understand that. That is why I rate coaches higher sometimes, like your Campbells, because of what they're doing at their school. That's not good.
Okay.
You just completely forget all about them once they go to a school that's better. I mean, because you look at Jonathan Smith, he's gone. At Oregon State, he was impressive. But now that he's at Michigan State, people are like, well, he's not doing as good as D'Antonio or Saban yet. So he's gone.
I mean, and I know this is going to sound funny, haha, but Mark Stoops, like, listen, I know everyone's going to laugh at me and think,
he was good.
No.
Years ago.
And that's right. Here's the thing. Mark Stoops was a coach that deserves a lot of credit for what he's done for Kentucky. Even though I like to take shots at Darrell and he likes to shoot him over the bow, I'm going to look at this unbiased and say Mark Stoops made Kentucky football something again. I mean, he brought them to relevancy, kind of like what Signetti's doing with Indiana. Like a couple years ago, we might have had Mark Stoops on the top 10 list. Not even joking, you all. That's how good of a job he was doing. But now that he's going down the path he is, I mean,
and now we got Val Calzada as our quarterback.
I love how Bean's saying that I'm walking into Austin's Dion argument. I'm not, because of the fact that I'm not Dion to be in the top 10. What I'm saying is that there are coaches that a couple of years ago would have been in the top 10 very easily because of the success they had, either at a previous stop, Jonathan Smith, so guys like that that were at smaller schools, Sonny Dykes made the jump. Well, Sonny Dykes made the jump, did well the 1 year, and then he's. But then you have other guys like Stoops, Norvell that were great for they were, and then just fell off a cliff. Now Norvell can
look at
Stoops is toast. He's done. But the thing is that what I'm saying is that's why these lists change. Because Tim was like, every year these lists change. Yeah, they do. Because every year results change. You get more results. Okay, Mike Gundy was good years ago. Does anybody remember Oklahoma State Baylor in the Big 12 championship game? My God, good game. Mike Gundy's Mike Gundy's like, everybody hates his guts either for his football performance, coaching, or for other reasons. Don't know why that matters, but people just hate Mike Gundy. The hair, like everything Mike Gundy has done since that game against Baylor, people just hate his guts.
And here's the thing. I know Jackson. Here's the thing. Another coach, Scott Satterfield. I know Jackson wants to give him a hard time, but Scott Satterfield
was never good.
Satterfield,
I disagree. No. Do you not know what he did for Louisville though? For the time, you realize how bad a shape. No, Darrell. Like I'm not trying to start an argument with anybody here, but Louisville was in such a bad shape after what Bobby Petrino left us as. Scott Satterfield, he picked up the pieces and brought us back and gave Jeff Brom somewhat of a roster. He gave him a chance because we were 2-10. We were as bad as you all are right now, Darrell. People seem to forget that. Scott Satterfield picked the pieces back up and made us good again.
Scott Satterfield left Louisville because he was going to get fired.
I understand that, Jeffrey, but look at his tenure there. The first couple of years was great because do you realize what we were coming off of? That's what I'm trying to get my point across. Is sometimes the coaches that come in, like Scott Satterfield came in and he fixed a bad situation, and to me, he will always have a welcome spot here in Louisville, in my opinion. But now he has turned into the bad head coach, yes. But Jeffrey, let's say Cincinnati falls off a cliff. Are you going to be the same way that you are with Satterfield?
Satterfield never made the playoffs. Did I miss something? Did I miss something?
No, here's the thing, Darrell.
Satterfield was like 8-5 or 7-6. He never went.
And at the time,
am I confused?
Here's the thing, Darrell.
Is there another Scott Satterfield out here we're missing?
Scott Satterfield is like the most mid coach in the history of mid. You can't
listen.
Mid than Scott Satterfield.
This is what we call bias. Thing, you cannot act like.
Yeah, like people say. To Austin's point, if Signetti falls off a cliff, I will readjust and be like, all right, Signetti was great. He peaked, but then he got old and tired and dead, and he's no good anymore. Okay, that's what happens to coaches. But
no.
Good.
Yes, he was, Jeffrey. He was good for a time period. There was a 2 or 3 time period he was good. And yes, and to B-Bean's point, some coaches come into a 10-2 teams and turn them around to be 8-4, and that is the peak. You have to accept that sometimes. And I do. I'm in agreement with Jeffrey on this. I accept Satterfield's ceiling's 8-4. But Darrell and Jeffrey, I think, are trying to
again, probably.
But here's the thing, though. I'm trying to make you guys understand that I'm not saying Satterfield was a college football playoff head coach, top 10 head coach. I'm just saying for what he did to Louisville to get us back to 8-4, a lot of people would have earned a spot in the honorable mentions for a time period. Is what I am saying to you all. I'm not trying to sound biased.
Austin, you're just wrong. I don't know how to explain. Brent Key has done more for Georgia Tech,
Thank you.
and he's not even been mentioned.
Yeah, Brent Key's another coach that hasn't been mentioned. Yes, you're correct. The
And he's
Okay,
better
Drill.
than anything Scott
it's all
Satterfield
these-
did.
Georgia Tech
Yeah.
getting a 10-win season in 2025. He will
I mean, that's
get
possible. But
I mean, what's going to happen to Real if Texas Tech wins 10 games next year because of their NIL escapades and landing top recruits and crap? Is the Texas Tech coach now good?
No, because it's just
No.
one season. We need
He's
more
not.
than 1 year as a data set, and also Texas Tech is that team every year that gets hyped up in the offseason and then there's completely craters.
Yeah, but now they're legitimately trying to land talent, though, because of money. Like, it's sad. Like, they land the top offensive tackle over Ohio State. What kind of crap is that? That's crap. Like, that's legit crap. And I'm not an Ohio State fan. Everybody knows I trash Ohio State a lot of the time, but that's crap. You cannot tell me. I don't care if it's family connections. I don't care if there's – I don't know where he lives or from. I don't know nothing about the guy. But you cannot tell me that makes sense. You can't. Texas Tech.
Wait a minute.
And now they got the top players and all this kind of crap. If their coach wins and suddenly he's good, that's why I have Ryan Day at 3. Because Ryan Day bought a team. He bought 6 players. He won a title. I don't think Ryan Day is the best coach in college football.
You're absolutely right,
wait.
Jeff. I mean, he's
I
not
don't.
the best. He's I have him 2. I have him only behind
I have him
Kirby
3,
Smart.
but that's my opinion.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I mean, it's not
Darrell-
insane at all.
Darrell, you said I was wrong, but you didn't back it up.
I did.
Because
I said
what-
Brent Key's a
what-
better head coach than anything Scott Satterfield did, and he's not even anywhere near the top 10.
What I'm saying, Jason, about Texas Tech getting a good recruit is crap is because they haven't done anything to deserve that. They haven't done what Indiana's done and had an 11-win season and made the playoffs and turned it around with nobodies, and then now they're getting good players. Texas Tech won 7 games last year, or 6, or whatever. And now suddenly they're like, oh, well, now we're landing great players and getting top 20 classes or whatever. No, that's not how that should work. I don't know.
I mean, this just
Tim's
shows
right
how
there.
diff-
I didn't know that was Tim because of the fact that I didn't know that was Tim because his name was weird. It looked insane in the description, but now it says Tim Prangley. So now we know that's Tim. So hey, Tim.
When I go on Traveling Fools, they have eclectic conversations, so I don't put my real name on there when I'm on his channel. So I apologize for that. I didn't switch it back.
Oh, okay. I get you. Well, have we had eclectic conversations tonight that we should change our names right now?
I can come back down to normal. Like remove the nom de plume.
You have a voice changer
Tim
as well?
is talking way too educated right now. I know what he's saying, but it's dicey.
Well, Tim did graduate from Harvard. Let's not forget that.
No,
He
I went
is
to a
the
better
smartest
school.
man.
I went to the University of Southern California. Thank you.
There's no bias in that.
I will say that's I will say that you can argue better school. You can.
Well, I want to be like the people that call Mark say. So what we talk about, guys? Like I haven't watched the whole show. What's up, Darrell?
yeah.
I'm
Yes.
here. I'm here to joust with Darrell. It's been a while.
Yes, it has been.
Oh,
Tim.
boy.
Also, how is your new show going? I hope it's going well.
I have been on a hiatus. That's half the reason why I left Voice of College Football was I just needed a lot of time off, and I just couldn't commit to doing regular shows. But we should be firing up pretty quick here. I know that Big Ten Media Days are in about what less than 3 weeks away now. So I mean that's gonna be some content. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Sure,
also,
Ryan
this
will
shows
have
you
us
how
going on
relevant the Big 12 is. That they go first and nobody mentions them. Just as an FYI.
Are they
That's
still
why
playing
the
football?
coaches are not on the list.
Oh. Yeah, I think when Oklahoma and Texas left, I think a lot of people forgot about the Big 12. Oh, I
Big
made some
12,
enemies.
that's why you've got people like that Big 12 channel guy or whatever, everything he possibly can to hype up the Big 12 and that it's the best conference.
Foster.
And it's like, dude, like your league sucks. That's why DeVries left West Virginia for Indiana. That's why all the coaches are.
Oh, you're talking about locked on Big 12. My bad.
I mean, dude, like the Big 12 is nothing, man. They don't have one school that's relevant to anything.
I would argue Indiana is more relevant than like literally the entire Big 12 now. Okay, that's
Except
a problem.
Utah. Except Utah. I mean, Utah's done some things, but I generally agree with that sentiment. I mean, the Big 12, Tim was right on about how relevant they were going to be during the Big 12 Pac-12 wars. I mean, the Big 12 is a joke. They don't belong in the playoffs any year. They're trash. They're horrible. They don't get good players. Arizona State's last I saw was 53rd, 52nd in recruiting.
Colorado's 102.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not that good. And they're going to continue not being good, and they're going to blame everything as a conspiracy theory.
Except Texas Tech, though. Except Texas Tech. They're the savior of the Big 12 now because they got the funds.
Yeah, well, facts, Jeffrey, are a stubborn thing. And the fact is that their conference went 5-11 against the other Power 3 conferences. And this year, I expect that trend to largely continue. I mean,
it's just the real. I mean, and that's the reason why it's going to happen is the haves and have-nots are going to spread farther and farther apart. That's
absolutely.
just it. It's economics, and it sucks for them. People freak out on Washington, Oregon, and USC and UCLA going to the Big Ten. It's not like they wanted to end the Pac-12. It's just, I mean, we can go up the chain. There's collusion to bust
the writing
Pac-12.
on the wall.
Well, the Pac-12 was not going to get a media contract that's worth a piece of crap. And so they had, if they wanted to compete with the SEC, if they wanted to compete with the Big Ten, then they had to either get something in the ballpark of what they were getting, or they had to leave. And the schools don't have a choice.
No, I completely agree with you. Listen, USC for themselves made the best move. Same with
the only teams that were worth the daggum from those two conferences ended up leaving.
Yeah, and USC is so powerful they dragged UCLA along with them. That's how powerful they are. They dragged little brother to join them in their conference.
UCLA. I mean, they were lucky to join.
Right.
And we're going to start to see. We're going to start to see what the situation has been or is going to be for all the out there, because now that everyone's paying their money, now that everybody's shelling out $30 million and they're going to flex like it. What will Oregon's big deal be? Their uniforms? I mean, come on. I mean, that's just stupid. So I mean, the facilities. I mean, I think USC is making a mistake by building those state-of-the-art facilities. If I'm a blue chipper, if I've got talent, dude, just give me my millions. I'll get an apartment downtown LA. I don't need to hang out at the facilities. I'm gonna have my own facility with my house, with my girlfriend, wherever I want to be. So Oregon's gonna learn really quickly that they had their shot. They did. I mean, I said this 2 years ago on our show. I mean, you guys caught it. I said flat out, Oregon, here's your time. This is your window. It's a small window. So when people catch up, it's and save your money. It's gonna be a quick ride for you, because it's gonna be. Oregon's not gonna compete.
Was it you or who was it on the Voice of College Football that said that Oregon was built on a landfill?
Not me, but I agree with them.
There was someone, I swear, Ben Law. It was on the After Dark channel, or not channel, the show on the Voice of College Football channel.
R.I.P.
It was so funny. All right, it was so funny. Where the dude told Ben, he was like, "Bro, Oregon was built on a landfill, man." I was like, "Oh man!" Or like the thing is, Oregon is legitimately like that one school that they don't deserve anything. Honestly, I'm sorry, I don't hate Oregon. The Ducks cool, iconic mascot, but the thing is that outside of Phil Knight, what are they? I mean, Oregon basketball gets 5-star recruits every year, and they suck. Like Dana Altman, like he's not horrible, but like they're not good either.
They're not even contention to make the tournament.
You know what I'm saying? Like they just win 20 games with some 5-star players that they always have potential. Like Khalil Ware got developed by Woodson, Mike Woodson, more than Oregon, which that's sad because Woodson was terrible. So it's like, yeah, Oregon basketball, they only get 5 stars because of the money, because they suck. And Oregon football only gets players because of the money, too, because it's like, what are they?
Well, Austin can tell you all about horrible basketball coaches, but
oh dang,
I'm not a believer in this whole talent is going to equally distribute throughout. I still think your Ohio State's, USC, Oregon's, those like elite caliber teams are going to have an edge. They just always will because of their brand, their coaching. You know, if everything's equal money, I want to go to the best place possible with the best talent. And those are always just going to be the same handful of schools. I think there might be a little more parity within the 8-4, 9-3, 7-5 teams, but I'm not sure about the absolute top. I could be wrong, but
No, I think it's to go back to what I think it's all going to level out. I think that the advantages a lot of schools had, like here's what sucks for Jackson, plug your ears. What's going to hurt for the teams in the South and the SEC, which were dominating, kind of like USC did for a long time till the demographic shifted here in Southern California, is you were stacking defensive lines and offensive lines, and your trench play was second to none.
yes.
You know, Georgia's seeing that as well. A lot of the powerhouses SEC. Now that the money's being distributed and the rule of wink, wink, nudge, nudge, no one tell on each other, now that advantage is gone, and everyone's paying everyone, that levels a playing field. It just does. And I'm not going to disagree. It does mean more. It does mean more in the Midwest. It does mean more in the Southeast. It just does. It's a religion. That's not a catchphrase. That's real. I get that.
Well, it only means more for 3 schools in the Midwest: Notre Dame, Ohio State, and Michigan, and maybe Penn State. We'll throw Penn State in there. Everyone else doesn't count.
Penn State's more like
Indiana.
an Eastern school.
No, you're a basketball school. You always will be. You always have been.
Football
You're
school now, baby.
Yeah, Penn State's more
That's the real, but I get it. I mean, you're right. The thing is, though, is that the Big Ten, they've won 2 titles now in a row.
Oh my gosh, they've won 2
no surprise in the
titles.
NIL era that's occurred.
Oh my gosh, they've won 2 whole titles. Once everybody stopped the presses, they've won 2.
All I want to know is the real
titles.
is prior to NIL and the portal, Alabama and Georgia and LSU and all, it would have kept happening.
And Jeffrey, to add on your point, the reason why the Buckeyes won is because they were flexing big cash, retaining all of that talent. They couldn't have done that. The reason why Michigan won is because they were flexing, throwing that money, those millions, to retain that roster. They wouldn't have won it. So
that's what I'm saying. I mean, literally, the NIL and the portal with money is why the Big Ten won the last 2 titles.
it's going to water down the
reason
SEC
that
and it's
Ohio
going to
State
strengthen
won
the
it
Big
last
Ten.
year- the reason Ohio State won it last year is because the format changed. If the format changed, Ohio State wouldn't even been in contention. And we don't know what a
That is fair. I mean, I've said that as well. Absolutely.
Does anyone here not believe that Ohio State was head and shoulders above everybody last year?
Yeah, they were, but at 10-2,
They
they
were,
weren't
but to
making the
Darrell's
playoffs.
point, they wouldn't have made the playoffs. I mean, think about it. Does anybody remember the year before the 14 playoff, 2023? Georgia back down Florida State.
Yeah.
I remember that. Georgia probably was the best team that year.
Well, Alabama wouldn't have got in if it was back to the old days of the BCS and just 2 people. I mean, there'd been some championships that they would have been left on the table. I mean, the formats changed, don't they?
Yes, I mean, you're absolutely point, but I think Ohio State is acting like they're this unstoppable juggernaut was
They're not.
largely formed.
I'm
with
just
the last
saying
month
that
of the
I do
season.
think there is a correlation to the Big Ten getting better with NIL. Indy
So,
good right now without NIL.
Yeah, but it's not the Big Ten as a
So-
whole getting better. It's the top 3 or 4 programs that have gotten better.
Darrell,
Everyone else-
all serious aside, I was messing with you, Jeffrey. I'm sorry. I did break your volume control. And that was my fault. It was evil, Tim. I'm bad. I'm a bad man. I'm sorry. But in all seriousness, Darrell, you don't think that USC's defensive staff is light years better than it was 2 years ago?
I mean, they've got rid of Alex Grinch, so by
No,
definition, it's
forget the
automatic.
negative. Yeah, the albatross and the weight and the anvil wrapped around Riley's throat as he was drowning is gone. But not only that, it's not some mystery. Why? I mean, I joke with Oregon and Ohio State and say they're throwing tons of cash at people. It's true, but they had coaches and they had recruiters and they had guys that kids wanted to go play for. USC now has Danton Lynn. I don't know if any of you guys respect him or know who he is, but I'm telling you what, we'll be lucky if we keep him another 2 years. I'm thinking best case scenario, we have him 2 years, and not this year, but in 2026, USC makes a good push for a national championship if he stays. He is that good. And same thing for some position coaches as well. Belk and Henny. Those guys are recruiting lights out. That's why when you guys go on your big heater about how USC Riley doesn't care about defense. I literally made the joke at one of the scrums after practice saying, hey, so do you want to address the issues that people are saying you're all defense and no offense? Because literally, if you look at that recruiting class and the coaching hires that they've done, it's all been defensive centric. And he said 2 years ago, after they got their asses kicked, he said, everything from now on we do will be to have an elite defense. I don't know if you guys caught that quote. Since that day, he kept his word. And they are throwing massive cash at that defensive coaching staff, and it's paying huge dividends. We won't see it this year. Jada Maya is a interception machine, just like they're going to find out with Moore up in Oregon. It's just an interception machine. USC is not doing shit this year, but they will be a team in November nobody's going to want to play. That I can tell you. It'll be because of the defense. Next year, that defense will get a hell of a lot better with all the young talent they're bringing in. So, do you when you say things like the top 3 or 4, I think that Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, USC, and Oregon, that's 5 solid teams. And I'm telling you, those 5 teams are going to be pushing for the playoffs going forward. The one I think is going to fall out is going to be actually Oregon, of all the teams I named.
Yeah, and then you've got the fringe ones in the Big Ten, like Washington, if they can get it together. And
or Rule, if he gets it rolling.
So,
can we just address the USC defensive point? Listen, somebody does something for me 9 straight years and burns me 9 straight years. I'm going to be skeptical the 10th year that it's going to turn out fine. That's just the way I am. I understand the recruiting's number 1 in the nation. I don't understand their average players really good. It's like 91 something. That's really good. That's an elite level. I just need to see it on the football field for just 1 year.
The way I feel about Nebraska.
Yeah, I mean, remember the Bear Alexander? I mean, he was a freshman starting at Georgia, and then he just faded away into the wind.
We saw why. And USC, we know why he's not that. Why Georgia, why Kirby was not really that depressed. I bit that one hard, and I went to Georgia fans and apologized. They were everything he said he was, and good luck. Now, Oregon, you might be lucky because the guy has all the talent in the world, and this is his money year. So who knows? Maybe, and I hope for the kid, even though he's a messed up kid, I hope for the kid he gets his shit together and makes lots of millions. I have no hard feelings. I never have hard feelings for these kids. I hope they make lots of money. But he's got to get his crap together. And then I heard Mark Rogers say, and I heard you, Jeffrey or Jackson, Jeffrey, I think, talked about how there's 30 people, and that's why USC has their score at such a blah, blah. Georgia has 27. And they're right behind them as well. But let's say you just go ahead on USC's 31 commits, and you drop off the bottom 10. You just take the top 21 of them. I'll match that up with, and you know what the rating would be on that? It would be insanely high. USC has more top 100 players in that class. So do they keep them? Who knows? Who knows, right? But for people saying that the reason why USC's class is so high is they have 31, this isn't when Kansas had a bunch of early recruits and they were in the top 2 or 3. That's not that. That's back in January and February, and no one had recruits. Now we're talking into really the official season is wrapping up. The season's about to come on right now. USC, I got news for everybody. USC is not losing many. You're gonna lose a couple, but it's not gonna be like there's gonna be a huge mass defection. And I mean, I'm loving this class, and it's not smoke and mirrors. It's mainly what they're doing is they're keeping the California kids home.
That's
all
why
the kids they want. They're keeping
average player. That average number underneath tells you a lot about how good the class actually is, and anything above a 90 signifies excellence to me. USC will probably have a top 5 class at the end of the cycle. I mean, that's just the way it's going to be.
Hey, Darrell, you want to know which teams have above 90 average?
Okay.
USC, Georgia, A&M, Notre Dame, Bama, Ohio State, Michigan, Miami, Clemson, LSU, Florida State, Oregon, Texas, Tennessee, Florida, and that's it. Right on the outside are Penn State and SMU, Washington, Texas Tech, Indiana, BYU, etc.
Well, all the teams you named inside that list, outside of Tennessee, I could see winning the national championship within 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, there wasn't a single school like a Kansas or a West Virginia or like a South Carolina in that list. I mean, Tennessee was the worst program in that list, for goodness sake. And that's a stacked list, in my opinion. I mean, you give me that list and say those teams make the playoff, I'll believe it.
Jeffrey, how many of those teams have 19 guys in their class that are 90 or higher?
Probably none.
Well, USC does. So we say average. Average tells you part of it. Do you know what I mean? That tells you part of it. USC has 19 guys that are 90 or higher, and many of them are in the top like 110, 100 players in the country.
So
See,
let me ask you this.
I
Tim.
want to point this out, though. I'll look at this list, right? And you heard what I said. All those Big Ten, SEC, then Notre Dame, and then obviously Clemson and all that, Florida State, whatever. The first two Big 12 teams are SMU and Texas Tech.
SMU's an ACC team.
I said that, sorry, wrong. The first two non-Clemson and ACC, and then Big 12 is SMU and Texas Tech. Sorry, that's what I meant. So basically the point is that two Texas schools that have money from the non-Power 2 are the top ones, besides Clemson. You see, but in Florida State, which are in obviously Miami. Those are the blue bloods of the ACC, right? So then you have SMU and then you have Texas Tech. Like that's it. Because that's where the money's coming from. But go ahead, Darrell. What was your point?
No, I was just saying to Tim that this is how you get people to believe and build a national championship level team is you have excellent depth, you have excellent talent, you have excellent recruiting. And I'm finally glad to see they're actually recruiting at the capability that USC is able to be recruiting, because them losing California kids to random schools should be unacceptable. I mean,
Darrell, do you know up until this year, this is true. You can say it's the sour grapes. You could say whatever. There was a thing until Tennessee just said, screw you, NCAA. We don't care about your little inducement rule. We're going to hand out cash. We're going to tell people come pay for play. We don't care what you say. You can't do anything to us. At that ruling, Michigan and USC both changed. Up until that point, this is true. Go ahead and check it out if you want. USC would not give NIL packages to high school kids until they got on campus.
Then that's their problem.
Dude, hey, listen. I told every fan was losing their stuff, right? Every damn day. No, I'm telling you, Riley.
That's your all's fault for being.
But it's not. But here, it's not really. Everyone's ripping Riley. It had nothing to do with Riley, and Riley turned to them. This is what people say. I wasn't in the room. He said, you guys gave me all this money. You told me to come here, win your national championships, and you're tying both hands behind my back because every school in this country worth a shit is paying guys and say, here you go. We'll give you, $750,000, come to our school. And USC was not doing that because I don't know why, because I can't tell you. But I will tell you that is a fact I've heard from numerous sources. That all changed with that Tennessee ruling. And what do you know? USC is getting their shit together in NIL. So, saying.
That's good for you all. I just think also the nutrition factor of the Big Ten can cause some years where USC is one of the 12 best programs in and not make the college football playoff. That's why I've been heavily arguing for the 9-3 teams to make the playoff, because these 11-1 Arizona States or BYUs or whoever they are going forward aren't playing as nearly as a difficult schedule as a USC generally. I was advocating last year if USC went 9-3, they should have made the playoffs because they play LSU and Notre Dame non-conference.
USC had zero defensive interior, and you saw that late in the season.
I'm just saying, if they went 9-3 with their difficulty of schedule, they should have been considered as one of the teams to make the playoffs, but they wouldn't have because they had 3 losses. And to me, that's a ridiculous argument because you got to determine who you beat. But, that's going to hopefully change within a few years. So
it should. And it will. I think it's going to work. I mean, I'm pissed off that we're going to end up going to 16 teams. I mean, I get the point of it. I get the point of it, but it's going to completely make the regular season. Like, if you remember me, we used to argue all the time. I would argue, and the main reason I would argue it, Darrell, I got your point that the best team should play in the playoffs. My point is the regular season should be sacred. And the only way you make it sacred is if you win your conference, you get a seat at the table. How nice would this be if I think it was SEC first to go to the mega conference so they could do their conference championship game? What if everyone stayed at like 10 teams? You have a 10 teams, you have a 9-game schedule, Everyone plays each other, and the winner of your conference goes into a bracket, and then say we have like, I don't know, we have 8 teams that play each other from the 8 biggest conferences, and FU Notre Dame join someone. I mean, that's the way it could have been, should have been, but it never will be. It's always been about money for the last like 10 years, so it was always coming this direction.
Do you watch any like college baseball or college basketball, any non-college football sport?
Yeah, I watch a lot of well, no, not that's a lie. I don't much anymore. But I used to watch a lot of baseball, and I do watch a lot of basketball. Yeah, I cover basketball for SC.
So in this year in college baseball, 13 SEC teams got in. Some of them were sub 500 in conference play, and that's just unfortunately the direction this sport's going to go to in college football. Is you're going to have a 5-4 at Big Ten team or a 4-4 SEC team make the playoff over a 10-2 Big 12.
Here's the flying ointment. I hate to tell you. Now I know there's schools like Vanderbilt. I get it, right? But USC, when you're limited to the number of conference, like there's one school still that has 12 national championships, World Series, baseball national championships. That's USC. When they did the scholarship reduction, USC couldn't compete anymore because it was just, you kidding me? You know what it costs to go to USC? So that hurt. You saw teams like Fullerton, right? You heard of those guys? You saw the schools like the UC schools.
Yeah, Fullerton, UC San Barbara, those type, UC Irvine,
UC Irvine, where Savage went. So I mean, so these things happen. Where it's cheaper to go play. So, but with this new rule, where money, I don't know how much money is going to go to the baseball program, but I guarantee there's going to be a lot more rides on USC roster now, and so you might see that change because you're right. There's good ball players, but I'll tell you what, Los Angeles, LA, Orange County has always been a hotbed of baseball talent. And if USC can give scholarships, you're going to see that. And with the heritage, USC's heritage is unrivaled. LSU is the only one close, and they're not that
pretty good as well.
But I mean, I'm talking total national championships.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, hey, look, the game's going to change, and you just got to adapt.
I agree with you. I'm just talking the sentiment of people are just going to assume correctly in most seasons, and it's going to apply to every season, unfortunately, that the Big Ten and SEC are just better just because they are better, and therefore we're going to give them the benefit of the doubt, even if they really haven't earned it on the field. And I hate it. That's the way it's going to go, but that is the way it's going to go. So, like, if we had the 5+11 model that Greg Sankey would introduce, there's no way a 8-4 or 9-3 Big Ten 12 team's going to make it. You have to be 10-2 or better. But you can be 8-4, 9-3 in the SEC/Big Ten and making it because they're just better. That's the way the sport's going. I hate it. That's why I was against playoff expansion in the first place. I've always wanted to retract. But, we got to have playoffs because inclusion or representation arguments, because I guess the regular season don't matter now. We need to see Tennessee and old Georgia play for a third time or second time. It's silly to me, but it's just the way it's going.
Well, it's dumb that some teams in conferences only play each other every 3 years. I mean, I think that's stupid. I think that's insanely stupid.
Oh yeah, I think the SEC scheduling is a complete joke in terms of them having their rotations and stuff like that. I mean, we don't get a seed for when we were playing SEC East and SEC West. We didn't see some teams in like 7 years. I mean, it's ridiculous. They're basically not in the same conference as us. But Tim, you got to admit, it did benefit the SEC by doing that.
A lot of things broke right for the SEC, and like Cover 3, the guys, I love the guys in Cover 3. They're all ACC homers, but they didn't hold it back. When Slive told everyone, "Hey, y'all stop snitching on each other," that's when you guys got really good. So I'm gonna leave it there because you know what? All you do is there's one more problem. You're gonna have to somehow hamstring that stupid school on the West Coast because they keep beating everybody. And then wham! Look what happened. The SEC went on a run. So
they're still going on the run. They're still the best conference.
Nah, you guys are done. You guys are done.
I mean, you're gonna have to sign
up. You can't see my face. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. And by the way, Jason, I still have my Dirtbags t-shirt. I love that. They're PC now. They can't be the 49ers because the 49ers were bad people. They got to change their names.
What? Really?
Yeah. Don't get me started.
Wait, when did this happen?
Long Beach State? Yeah, they're not the 49ers anymore. What are they now? I don't even pay attention. me see. Yeah, I'm not kidding.
Why did they change their name?
Because apparently, I took like 2 seconds. One, I didn't care that much. We play them basketball quite often, but other than that, and baseball, but we don't really. 49ers, Long Beach, LCS.
They're just known as the beach.
Yeah, is that what it was? So they had a student body vote on it because I guess 49ers were improperly treating the indigenous people of the United States. Well, there was more than the 49ers that did that, number one. But number two, yeah, it's just PC police going crazy. It's what happens here in California campuses. They just go completely batshit crazy.
This reminds me of when they removed the Civil War from the Oregon State
I
rivalry.
still call it the Civil War.
Same.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Civil War. I mean, the Civil War was a good thing in the end because the correct side won.
But hang on. It's not like the United States invented civil wars. There have been civil wars going back to Grecian and Roman times. That's
a good point, Tim. That's a good point.
People are so ignorant, man. It's just ignorance when people fight amongst themselves. And who cares?
That most of the stuff that's written on social media, people don't actually know what they're talking about.
That's most people. And it's also the people that call you dumb are the dumbest people.
But what I'm saying is like the percent of people on social media that are dumb is a lot higher than the percent of people in the world that are dumb.
All you gotta do is take the 10% on the far. I'm gonna use right or left. The far side of one topic and the 10% on the far other side of it, and you look at about 20% of the idiots. And if you can get rid of them, you probably have a lot more discourse. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with that. It's always the fringe that are the loudest, and then they make you think that they're the majority.
That's for sure.
Yeah. Don't always listen to the loudest voice in the room. Make sure you're listening to the majority of the people in the room.
Why did Jackson look at me when he said that?
I did.
I'm just kidding, Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson. Tim's camera.
Jax, that's the first time he opened his mouth in over an hour. I felt like a Ferb moment.
Oh man, I just kind of talk when I need to.
You're a Zen master, dude. You know he speaks when it's time.
I'm doing my best, man. I mean, I'm just kind of getting stuff prepared for Monday night for well, am I kidding? Tonight, I guess, for Crimson Tide Live, or in your time zone, Tim, which it's 10 minutes away from being midnight. Tonight's edition of Crimson Tide Live, the 45th edition.
So, Tim, basically what you're telling me is there's no way they're firing Riley this year. Because there's been some speculation if he has an atrocious season, he would probably
good.
This recruiting class has absorbed him so much that he can have another bad season. His window is only 7.5.
I think we just won the national championship.
Fair enough.
No, short of them going like 6-6 again, and that recruiting class falling apart. I said this to everyone, and people thought I was crazy because I looked really stupid because I didn't think that they were going to do what they did in Riley's first year. I looked at that roster, and I didn't really realize what a good job that Clay McGuire did when he came down from Washington State and took over the offensive line for that 1 year, Helton's last year. He really did a good job getting the offensive line together, and that's why Caleb won the Heisman, and that's why Caleb went from looking like Superman to pedestrian in one season because he lost.
He had no help on offensive line. It was a miracle. Him having to run around and be like Mahomes and stuff. I mean,
yeah, just watch that Notre Dame game. I mean, the guy didn't have it. He had zero time, and then he just started. What happens when you have no time? You got to anticipate your throws. When you start anticipating throws against good defenses and good secondaries, you're gonna lose. So I mean,
the fact is that he didn't have much time against your mid teams either.
Like, but here's the thing. Yeah, that's how bad the offensive line was. But people don't give Riley enough credit for bringing in Caleb, for bringing in Addison, for bringing in Dye, putting together that last piece. God, I forgot the kid's name. They brought over and put on as the right tackle. I mean, the pieces. People focus on the fact that, oh, look, their record's going the wrong direction. They forgot that we had a losing season before he got there, and there was no talent on that. No, sorry, it's not fair. There was very little talent and no depth on either line. The fact that he went 11-3 and was a hamstring away from going to the playoffs in that year. See, no one talks about that. That's what I mean. Nobody, oh, that guy's a bum. Really? How did he get that team that close to going to the playoffs when that team had no right going to the playoffs that year? There's no way they should have won that many games. But yet, but people say he's a bum because of the last 2 seasons. The last 2 seasons is because USC's done a shit job for years building up their lines, and they paid for it by joining a conference like the Big Ten.
Now,
Which
Tim,
I told you
here's
was
what
going to
I will-
happen, Tim, when they joined the Big Ten, that they were going to struggle at first. I did say that.
Now, Tim, you're going to have your naysayers, but I'm sure Jeffrey said this enough tonight, but it's because Lincoln Riley took all of the Oklahoma players, and that's how that happened.
Well, yeah. So, sorry, how many players?
disagree with you.
How many players did Riley take from Oklahoma? How many? Give me a raw number. Anyone want to guess? Who wants to guess?
I'll guess 8.
I'll say 7.
8, 7. Who else?
17.
What? No, come on.
5.
5. Anyone else? 3.
Ooh.
3. Do you see how these rumors start? He took the corner. I can't remember his name because he never played it down. He got that receiver who was a high 5-star. Oh God, dude, I'm looking at his face right now. Who fumbled that ball against at the end of the game and they lost. They were both bums. Mario Williams, right? The only guy that was worth a crap that came from Oregon, from Oklahoma, was Caleb Williams. 3. Everyone here was way off.
Let me ask you something, Tim. Then why are all the Oklahoma people in such a fuss and crying so loud? Then, like,
nobody likes being scorned. No one likes their girlfriend walking away to another guy.
Also, they got
Oklahoma is a true blue blood. Oklahoma is a true proud blue blood. Great football program, great fans, great tradition, and they had their head coach go, I think I like it over there better. Yeah. And that's hard to take. Dude, look at Tennessee. They almost burned Knoxville down, dude. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's a bitter pill to swallow.
When Kiffin left.
Tim, Tennessee's just different, okay? Even us Southerners think Tennessee's different. I think Jackson can attest to this as well as an Alabama fan. You just run across a Tennessee fan, it's just different. They're worse than any
Knoxville, man.
We know we have Oregon. Believe me, they think they're better. They think they're better than they are.
Tim, listen, they're worse than any fan you've ever met. Generally, they're worse. Okay, just trust me, Jackson. Okay. I'm pretty sure you can attest. Jeffrey, have you met an Indiana fan? I mean Tennessee.
They follow me on Twitter.
Yeah, they're delusional. They're crazy. They're arrogant. The only time I've seen beer thrown on a football field was at a Tennessee game. It's also the only Tennessee game I've been to. So
I have to tell you, if you talk to USC players that I know, they said the worst place they ever went to play was Jordan Hare. They said the fans there were throwing spit cups on them and urine on them as they come out the tunnel. Auburn, yeah.
Doesn't surprise me. They're the same school calling the head coach.
4 players that talked about that.
Oh, they're it's not helping them win.
No.
Yeah, but I mean, most Pac-12 fans were pretty good. Cal fans were just weird.
Cal had fans?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Cal and Stanford don't have any fans.
Well, no, but you guys got to remember, in LA, there's more fans in LA because they all go to Stanford and Cal and they come work in LA. And every fan base has thousands of fans.
I mean, that's true. They just never go to the stadium.
They just don't go to they don't go, dude. The saddest is when we would go to Stanford for games, we would just take over the stadium every single year for the weekender. It's sad.
So Jeffrey and Jackson don't understand this, but Cal has hype, gentlemen. I mean, let's not even kid ourselves. Jackson, he would understand that if he was here.
Oh, I get the Cal reference, Austin. I get the reference.
Cal has hype. Did you know that, Darrell? Cal has hype.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Honestly, it has something to do with Cal, so I literally
You have,
Is it
you'll
an
have to look
ACC thing?
back on a past prediction show. It's a September prediction show from The Voice College Football, and it was live on August of 2023, and it was on a Sunday.
Okay.
They're
Yeah,
gonna go back and check that, Jackson. But I mean, yeah, it's an inside joke.
I like being here because it's just us talking.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Cal is just irrelevant. I don't even know why they even have a football program, to be honest with you. Same with Stanford. I think they should have just been the non-Olympic sports because they crush it in the Olympic sports. That's what they
Stanford, Stanford and McCarthy had a pretty. Was it McCarthy? Here's a guy that went. He went from Stanford.
Harbaugh, probably.
No, the basketball coach. Oh, what was his name? They had some pretty good basketball teams for a while.
Yeah, they had the Lopez guys.
Yeah, the Lopez, Robin, and the other guy.
Remember that Arizona Stanford game back in the 2000s?
They were. I'm not saying they were world beaters, but they had some solid basketball programs back in the 90s and early 2000s. They were pretty solid. That one coach though, I forgot his name. I think he ended up ironically, he ended up at Cal later on. He went to the Denver Nuggets, I think, or he went to a pro team. I don't follow NBA after Kobe RIP. But I mean, God, what happened? I forgot where he went. But he went to took an NBA job and fizzled out, and then came back and ended up at Cal. But he had Stanford rolling.
The head coach was Trent Johnson.
No, that's not right. Hold on. Let me Google.
Well, that was based off all the information I was given. Again, I don't care about Stanford. I think Stanford, I don't even know why they have a team, to be honest with you. I don't know what their goal is other than just to be here to make money. But they can't be making too much because they're just flying all across the country. Losing.
See, here's the thing, Daryl. Stanford's actually got a pretty nice history, believe it or not, with Harbaugh and McCaffrey and beating USC in the Pac-12.
That's it. Harbaugh and Shaw.
Well, don't forget the year McCaffrey was there. They beat USC in the Pac-12 championship. Sorry, Tim, to say that, like 42-25, I think it was, or 44-22, something in that range. That like Tim, we love you to death, but it has to be mentioned.
Oh, that's okay. That was after. That's after that was after Pete. That was when Pete was mailing it in last year.
I got you. Okay, so no hard feelings.
The era from Andrew Luck all the way to Bryce Love, Stanford was good.
Yeah, Stanford's actually got a pretty nice history. I know people joke on them and everything, but they used to be a pretty proud program.
It was, you guys, for those of you who care, it was Mike Montgomery was the basketball coach.
Thank you, Tim.
Yeah,
didn't Stanford fire their head coach at Sacramento State guy? Honestly, don't even remember if that happened.
They did.
They fired Troy.
That was the first thing Luck did when he came in.
It happened while I was filming a Jack Sane episode, Ruby Dreyer Finley from Ole Miss Live, and ESPN's productions coordinator College Game Day, where we were talking a little bit about Ole Miss, and we talked about what a moron Todd Golden was for messing around on his Instagram DMs, but then we're finding out about Troy Taylor.
Yeah.
While we're doing a show.
They fired Troy Taylor, and they also fired in the last year and a half Jared Haas, their basketball coach that no one remembers.
I mean, I'd say that's a good move, firing Troy Taylor, and you got Frank Wright as his replacement.
Yeah, they lost to Sac State. That was hilarious. The first year that he was the head coach, they lost the FCS program he was a part of. That was pretty hilarious in my opinion. That's the only thing I remember about them. But Tim, I've got to ask you something. Do you see any hope for my coach? Because we've been having an ongoing discussion about my head coach and how good he's going to do.
Is like completely toast, man.
Well, I'm just trying to get as many perspectives as I can.
So I need what's going on with your recruiting?
That's a good question that I don't even know the answer to.
Kentucky
Because-
has fallen off. They were recruiting well a few years ago.
Well, we lost our right-hand man, Vince Merrill, to our rival, which isn't a good sign. Our quarterback now is Zach Calzada. We picked up a good person from the high school ranks today, a quarterback for the future, who was a blue chip player, so that's something, but I don't know what we're doing, Tim. I don't even think they know what they're doing, to be honest with you.
So,
But do you
Yeah.
think,
So-
Tim,
so-
what do you think their record would be this year? If you had to put it in a range between like 1-4, 5-8, and 9-12, which range would you put it in?
Hang on, I got to cheat. Look, I don't know your schedule, so hold on. Okay,
We
so
played,
I know
have
you
gone
have 4 layups. I know you have 4 layups in there.
no, we
right?
only have 3 because Louisville's good. Louisville's not a
Okay.
layup.
Yeah, that's true.
I said 4.
Schedule 2025. All right, so win. Ole Miss, probably a loss. So Toledo, I hate this schedule. Hold on. Here we go. All right, so I see win, loss, win. I'm not sold on. I like the quarterback for the Gamecocks. Oh, that's down there, so that's probably a loss. That's 2 losses. Georgia loss. Texas loss. Sorry, Darrell.
No, that's fine.
Tennessee at home. You're gonna beat those fools. So we hate them. I'm just gonna. I'm doing that emotionally right now. Auburn win. Florida Lagway. I like Lagway. That's at home. That's at home. I can give you a loss at that one, so that's a loss. Sorry, it's 5. Oh god damn it, Darrell. Louisville. I can't give him a 6-6, can I?
Oh,
No.
man.
4-8.
So ain't
I
five
got
thoughts.
kids. Hold
I'm
on,
going
real quick,
I'm going
Jack.
7-5. I'm going 7-5. How about that? I'd be generous.
That's fair. I appreciate it. We got the Louisville fan up here who says that we're going 8-4. So that's
Or-
what
Yes,
Really?
Yeah.
Kentucky's going 8-4. USC, I got going 9-3. Spoiler alert.
I have not done my Big Ten predictions yet, so
It really, honestly, there's one thing that people are getting nationally right is that USC is that team that has a huge swing when it comes to what they can be this year. Because the problem is the corners are young. The O-line's talented but unproven. And really the biggest thing scaring the shit out of me, and it is scaring the shit out of me, is I just don't think Jada Mayava has it. The guy's not a very bright quarterback. He can't make those reads. He doesn't seem
why
like.
are they going with him?
But here's the thing, though. If Riley is the guru, I think he is. None of you do. The offensive guru. If he dumbs this thing
Wait a
down,
minute,
and
Tim.
what?
I
Oh, sorry.
backed you up on
Austin.
that good boy.
You got my back. That's right. You got my back.
I said, Tim, that he knows how to coach offense. I mean, I'm not denying that.
I clipped it. You said Riley is a hot steaming pile of. Wait, what? No, I think Jeffrey said that he's a hot steaming pile. I think that's what he said. So, I'm not
Dang,
sure.
Jeffrey. Tim keeps receipts.
All I said is that Lincoln Riley has not proven to be a great head man all around as a coach. Him and Brian Kelly have both not. But
Up until last year,
he knows how
Jeffrey.
to coach an offense.
Jeffrey, up until last year, he had not had a season where he was in double digits, and really a lot of those double digits were 11 and 12 and a 13-win season. So I don't know what people talk about. They forget. They've been trying. They try to make Lincoln Riley the guy of the last 2 years. That's not. He has not had a. You guys seen his roster? Give Lincoln Riley Ohio State's roster. Give Lincoln Riley Oregon's roster. And don't say, well, he should have built it. No, Ryan Day's been at Ohio State a lot longer than Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley's been there a couple of years.
Ryan Day was at Iowa State. He wouldn't win.
Well, what I'm saying is Lincoln Riley, you give him a roster that he can play with. The problem is that USC's, this is true. I said before the season started last year, USC needed 2 defensive tackles, at least 310 pounds minimum. Not only did they not get those 2 guys during the spring last year, they lost Rakes, who played I'm on the team. Oh, I'm not at the end of spring practice. If you guys remember that, he was a big guy from Texas A&M. He bailed. And then you had Dijon Lafitte, the other guy's 300 pounds, who was a journeyman, but he was somebody that they were going to rely on. So not only did they get the two guys I wanted, they lost two guys aside. And then in game 3, you had Barrett Alexander go AWOL. USC's defense was a solid defense, but they had nobody on the interior. Wasn't USC winning in all those games till the fourth quarter, you guys? What happens to a team that does not have depth on the defensive line in the fourth quarter against running teams?
They fall apart.
So the mystery isn't Lincoln Riley. It's not Lincoln Riley wasn't doing this or wasn't doing that. It wasn't even the fact that they had NIL together. The roster construction for last year was poo, for lack of a better word. And it showed late in games and it showed late in the season. There's no way in hell SC should have been playing with Minnesota and Maryland. And it still took Minnesota to have the officials up in the booth change the goddamn record, change the rule book to say, well, we didn't see the ball cross. Matter of fact, the guy fumbled and was sitting on the 1 yard line, but we're going to give him the touchdown because we think he got in. And it took a blocked field goal against Maryland. Yes, you can say to yourself, well, they shouldn't be that close. Yes, they are, because when you don't have anybody in your defensive interior, you're going to fade late in games. And that's exactly what happened. So USC is a lot better than teams people give them credit for. And it had very little to do with Lincoln Riley. That defense last year on Dan Linton, by the way, that was the first year. That was the first year of that defense. And we all know it gets way better in year 2. So there's my spiel.
I always love listening to you, Tim, because you always make me believe in USC just for a minute. And then they end up not doing as good as you say, but they always end up being better than what the worst people say. So I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, USC is going to be better this year.
Oh, Mark Rogers had USC as power rankings for the Pac-12. Last year, the Pac-12 was the number 1 team. So I wasn't the only one fooled that year. Last year, again, if you listen to when I was breaking down, I said they go 9-3. I didn't realize that they were going to lose games, again, up in Minnesota and to Maryland. So if you look at it, really, they went 6-6. They probably should have gone 8-4, right? And look at Penn State. I'm going to watch the end of that game, and I hate to be the guy that blamed the refs, but if anyone didn't watch the blatant pass interference that was not called in that game at the very end of that game, it was pretty rough to watch. So to lose by a field goal to Penn State, again, kind of hard to take.
Don't you think, Tim, that the reason you all lost to Minnesota, Maryland type teams is they're just overall better than the Pac-12 teams over the course of a season? Instead of those being 90-10 games, they're 80-20 games.
No, I didn't buy that because look at Oregon. How come Oregon won the Big Ten?
It was a juggernaut last year because they had a great quarterback and a great coach and just a great overall team. And USC
great,
didn't.
But
wait. You just said great quarterback?
Yeah, we're not having another 40-minute debate.
I can listen to this. I can listen to this, man.
Dylan Gabriel, hold on, real. I do. I love you to death. I think you're brilliant. Did you just call Dylan Gabriel a great? I'll even say college quarterback.
Did you not see what Dylan Gabriel did last year? He was a Heisman finalist, bro. He was.
Yeah.
Am I living on a different planet? Dylan Gabriel. He beat Ohio. You know that a juggernaut Ohio State team you were talking about? He beat them.
If Will Stein gets down like 99% of quarterbacks would have done, they win that game. Am I wrong?
I mean, I don't know because I don't. That's just a hypothetical, so I can't say.
For sure, it was a chip shot. It's a chip shot. The game's over. The Oregon loses.
Well, USC's had. Ohio State's had problems in the past with field goals. Look at their playoff game against Georgia as a prime example of it.
Dillingham and Stein is the reason why Dylan Gabriel looked great last year. Will Stein is the real freaking deal. I can't wait for that guy to leave Oregon. Oh my God, it's gonna be a great day.
I mean, look at what he did last year. I mean, he had 60 passing touchdowns. 30 passing touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 69% completion percentage, 3,600 yards. I mean, that's a good quarterback, especially in the Big Ten. He beat Ohio State.
They had a great offensive line.
I mean, sure, it
Now-
helps. I don't know how much I can quantify that to Dylan Gabriel.
It's kind of
though.
like Stetson Bennett.
Right. I mean, he was a good quarterback, Stetson Bennett. I think people underrated him just because
You
he
guys-
didn't fit the mold. And I
Will
think he's
Stein is a great OC. He's a great prep guy during the week, and he is an outstanding game coach. The way, just the way I mean, I've watched, unfortunately, and painfully watched the SC loss when Dillingham. But what Stein's doing is the one of the few offensive coordinators in the Big Ten that really worries me next year when USC plays them up in Austin, because Will Stein's the real deal, man. I mean,
I
his
get
concepts are
that,
just
but I mean,
insane.
some of the credit's got to go to Dylan Gabriel here for what he was able to do.
He's all
I
right.
mean,
He's all right. He's not great though. He's not
he's
great.
good.
Here's
He's
the
very
thing.
good. I'll revise him.
Noah
wanna say this-
Gabriel was good wherever he was at
Yeah,
Oklahoma.
he was good at
Good.
UCF.
He's good. I'm not saying he's bad. He's good. I saw him at Elite
And
11.
To your point, though, Tim, I do want to bring up he had, like most quarterbacks do, he had a couple stinkers in there last year. We all forget when he went to Camp Randall. The offense did not win that game. That was their defense. Like, Oregon's defense won that game. Dylan Gabriel threw 2 picks in that game. He was not good by any stretch.
Yeah, I mean, everybody gets to have one bad game. I mean, nobody's perfect.
Guys,
But
don't
I
believe the hype. Moore is going to struggle. They lost. Oh my God, I forgot his name. Their wide receiver. The guys that transferred 2 years ago.
I know
in.
who you're talking. I know who you're talking about.
He's
but I
out for
don't
the
know who
season. They got pedestrian guys and a pretty good smaller slot guy, but nothing super special. They're going to struggle on offense, and they lost
Never
a
been a
lot.
believer in Dante Moore anyway.
Dante Moore is just he's a dude. We saw what he can do. He's not good, and so do not believe the Oregon hype, dude. They're going to lose 4 games this year. Mark it, book it, write it down.
Maybe.
Stewart,
Will
thank you, Troy.
Indiana
Stewart.
beat them?
Hmm?
Will Indiana beat them? Oregon.
No. Indiana, Jeff,
I don't
is
know.
going to have.
I don't know about Indiana. I don't know. I don't know how good, I don't know how good Illinois is going to be. I'm kind of getting off that hype train as well. I really am.
They're going 6-6 in my opinion. Like
Illinois or Indiana?
both of them are going down.
I know. I think Indiana wins more than 6 games, but I can see Altmaier just not having the same season he had last year. And if
Like,
he
we
doesn't, then they're in trouble.
There's in the middle of the pack. It's similar to the Big 12 where these teams are pretty similar. You get a few breaks going your way. You get a few things going wrong. I mean, Indiana was very fortunate to be able just to coast in every single game. I think Nebraska's better than last year. Their schedule's much more difficult.
What was Indiana's biggest win?
Michigan.
Nah, you know what though? I mean, that was at home, right? Or no? Was it? Yeah, it was at home.
It was on the road.
It was still easily their
It
biggest
was at
win.
home.
But here's the thing, you guys. That was after goddamn the quarterback, the running quarterback that ran all over SC in the first half. Yeah, he got exposed. I mean, SC showed in the second half of that game. SC showed exactly how to cover that offense they ran. It took them 1 half. Now, granted, they ran for 200 yards in that first half, but SC shut them down. They didn't get a first down until the final drive of
I
the game.
agree with everything you're saying. It's still Michigan's easily the best win Indiana has. That's how bad their schedule went.
Michigan on the road, and with that defense, you're right. That defense, no doubt. That's insane to beat that Michigan team. But I mean, if that's your best win though, by
easily.
5 points in an ugly ass game, I mean,
If it's not that game, it's Nebraska.
They beat Nebraska 56-7.
Yeah, but they're
SC beat Nebraska. I mean, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That they're not these teams aren't really. I mean, I wasn't that impressed. You know, I don't think the Indiana is as good as people hyped them up to be. They were good, but they're not
a lot better than they've ever been.
Well,
Maybe.
not
I mean, I
to
did
be
see
that
them
guy,
lose to
not to be that
Ohio
guy,
State.
but I mean that's not a very high threshold. You know what I mean?
So give you a little
agree.
backstory here, Tim, real fast.
Still good though.
So Louisville
Very
and
good.
Indiana we're supposed to play 3 times, and we've already played them once. So, but Tom Allen had backed out of the other 2. That would have been another good win if they were able to beat us, because even though we went 8-4, we ended up beating Clemson in Death Valley, which a lot of people consider the best win of the college football
A
season.
lot of teams are getting rid of the non-con though, man, because the fact now, I know Allen did it to save his job, but now other teams are doing it because it's not worth playing when you got your conference games already.
Yeah, I don't have anything nice to say about it, but I'm saving that for another night.
Yeah,
Now-
and I mean, Jeffrey, you're playing Kennesaw State. I mean, you can't really say anything. Like,
No, I
even
know
with
that. I'm just
red,
saying that teams are playing easy non-conference schedules so they can make the playoffs easier, make bowl games easier. That's what it
yeah,
is.
but at least almost everybody plays somebody with a pulse.
So
I mean,
Wait, hold on a minute. Who's the only? What's the only school in FBS never to play an FCS team?
It's USC, and
Oh, it
that
is
streak is still
USC.
continuing because Missouri State is promoted this year. But I mean, they're a give me win.
Hey, I'm just saying.
And
Yeah.
also, Tim,
So, Tim,
I hate to say it, but
Indiana
Jeffrey
is
right.
playing FBS schools, I believe. I think.
Oh my gosh, Kennesaw State, Old Dominion. Oh my goodness, these powerhouses, the 100th best team in this country. The Kennesaw State Owls, Jeffrey. Congrats on beating them 45-0. Woo! Everybody.
Well, in the Tom Allen era,
real.
would have been like 21-17. So.
Yeah, I know, because he was a garbage coach.
got
Penn-
Dario, you have to understand. Dario, you have to understand. Let Jeffrey have this because it took 3 overtimes to beat Akron. Like, let Jeffrey have this moment.
Indiana
He doesn't
is
understand.
legit now, at least as a quality program, and I think it's great. Like, I already got Alabama as one of the best programs of all time. Indiana, I just like hyping them up. I think it's great that Indiana, a team that was complete trash, can actually be something.
Yeah, it's a rough. So Jason's saying 3-3 start possibly. All right, so here's a question for you: Is Knowles an upgrade over Allen for defense coordinator at Penn State?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Unequivocally.
Yes.
And then here's my big question: how much is losing both your coordinators at Ohio State and half your freaking team? Do we really think they're? I'm going to say this to you as a USC fan that was rolling for a while. These guys don't come along just anywhere, and who they replace them with. I'm sorry, I just think that Ohio State might be in trouble this year.
Yeah, I mean, they could lose 3 games this year, which would be the first time in like 20 years they've lost 3 games.
You know how awesome that would be, though.
This could be the year they lose 4 games. I'm not lying.
It would be really cool to see some parity in the Big Ten. I know you've had it, I guess, with Michigan and Oregon, but like Ohio State just dominates, man. It's like
They invested a lot until last year, and there's a reason why they did it. There's a reason why they went out and got Chip Kelly, as an OC. I mean, hey, you got Knowles, and again, Knowles had what was that his 3rd year at Ohio State? Knowles from Oklahoma State. He came over I think that was his 3rd year, right? So your first year, you're installing your defense. Then you start adding things to your defense, and in the 3rd year, the guys know, your juniors or your redshirt sophomores, they got that stuff in the back of their head, dude. They're just playing fast downhill and reacting. That's what you saw last year. It does help when you get the Alabama safety,
Caleb Downs.
I mean, you get a freak
was
like that ties the back end together pretty damn nicely and for run support as well. But I mean, that was the apex of that. They really sold out for that season last year. I just don't know. Because they're going to reload. They're Ohio State, but this might be that year that they.
Well, their schedule's also tougher than it was last year. If you look at it, Penn State's on the up and up. Texas is obviously maybe the best team in the entire country. They might lose 2 games and they'd be the 3rd best team in the country. Like, it's not even a joke. Illinois is a possible game that they could lose. Now, I don't see it happening, but that's one on the schedule you can mark down. So, no, I agree with you, Tim. I agree.
If USC, Indiana, and Illinois are as good as if USC is as good as I think they're going to be, and if Illinois and Indiana are as good as most people are thinking they're going to be, then I think that the Big Ten might actually be, because I do think that, I mean, Michigan, you're starting a freshman quarterback, Julian Sayin. I don't know if he's that good. Guys. And anyway, you have so many. how often you see like a team, and I get it, Ohio State has earned the right, but I mean, when you lose both coordinators, you're starting a first-time quarterback who's a redshirt freshman. I mean, there's a lot of hype going on. That's all I'm going to say.
Tim, how did Fernando Mendoza seem to you at Cal?
All right. It's really good. This kid going to Louisville. If he gets an offensive line, I didn't. To be honest, I didn't pay much attention. I didn't watch almost any of his. I saw like 2 games last year from. No, it was last year. I can't remember now. I mean, that's special. Why? Why do you ask?
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people have been trashing me for thinking Mendoza is going to be really good at Indiana.
Yeah, I you know what? It's not fair for me to say one way or the other. To be honest with you, I don't know enough about him. I've seen a couple games.
He was sacked more than anybody last year in the Power 5 or Power 4. So
yeah, that's what happens. That's what happens when you play for Cal these days.
Cal would be a lot better with protection.
Cal was dope in the early 2000s, you guys. I know you guys probably don't remember that, but they were really good.
Aaron Rodgers, Jared
That's
Goff.
the loudest. That's the loudest I've ever heard the Coliseum was that 2004 Aaron Rodgers game. Without a doubt.
I mean, A-Rod's the man.
4 or 5 or 3 or 4, I can't remember. Anyway. That goal line, where the goal line situation? I can't believe you had Aaron Rodgers and you had oh god, who's beast mode?
Marshawn Lynch.
Yeah, Marshawn Lynch. And you're inside the 10-yard line, 1st and 10, and you didn't run the ball one time. Now, don't get me wrong, Aaron Rodgers wasn't missing it the whole game.
Yeah.
But he missed on 4th down.
Tim, Pete Carroll knows a thing or two about that too. Just saying. Yeah. And he came from a certain USC branch. But
yeah. Yeah.
What are we talking about here?
I was going to say, apparently we lost track of time, apparently. So.
I know what Austin's talking about. He's talking about Russell Wilson, man.
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch, they threw the ball.
You guys, poor Jackson's been trying to go to bed for the last 45 minutes. We got to let this man go to bed.
I know Jackson wants to go to bed. I did not expect to be on this late. It's been nice chatting with you again, Tim. I know Jackson wants to go to bed.
Tim, what's your take on...
you have eased my pain, Tim. You and Darrell have eased my pain tonight.
Dude, this reminds me of the old days. We used to so we wouldn't even record or even go live stream. This reminds me of the old days on the Voice of College Football. Like 4 or 5 or 6 of us, we yelled at people that were doing content guys for Mark. We would even Mark sometimes, and we would just it was crazy. We would sit up to like God knows when, just talking college football closer to the season.
You remember when we did that a few times, Tim? Like Austin was there. It was back in like 2022, man. We were talking about USC and Reggie Bush. Remember then Indiana got screwed, Louisville got screwed.
Yeah, there was some marathon call. There were some good times for that stuff. But are we all members?
I always love chatting with you, man.
Are you guys members over at Voice College Football?
Yeah, we still are.
Darrell, if you're not, I'm gonna pay for you because we should go and we should like start doing some...
After Dark show is still on, Jason. It's looking a little different at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not feeling it.
Yeah, I'm not. To be honest, I agree with Tim. It was about the people, and it seems more not about the people.
Well, it was just different. It was a different flavor, you know. It's not like the show now is bad or anything. It's just not the After Dark show, and it's like the After Dark show is the After Dark show, and it was like a
told Jackson that the After Dark show anything went. It was just like it's kind of like what we've done tonight.
Yeah.
I apologize. I apologize for going off the rails.
No, that's part of the After Dark show, and what made it good is you didn't really know within certain limitations what was going to be said or discussed throughout the top night, and that's what made it different and unique. And now it just feels
well. And I think like reason why like After Dark's look a little it's because it's like going off the rails, all that. It's kind of.
But that's what made it great, though. I mean, I like.
That's what made it special.
Like Tim said, Mark and Minnie. I mean. They're doing great. It's awesome content. It's just After Dark, the way we know it was all of us just screwing around.
Mark's going corporate on us.
Right. Was it like
Yeah.
was any of the shows like if they were demonetized and stuff like that, I would understand the change. But if there
I
was
should. Sorry.
no, you're fine. I was just saying if there wasn't anything demonetized or anything, I don't know why the direction changed. I didn't think there was anything real bad about the show. I mean, they would say it's different all the time. This
Well,
is
that's just it. We don't know, right? I mean, I'm not privy anymore. I don't know anything going on with college football anymore. I mean,
I don't either.
Something must have happened, and I don't want to pretend like I know or get involved, but there had to have been something that went down. But
Yeah,
So, Tim,
whatever. I don't know anything, so I'm just
almost-
gonna shut my mouth.
So
It's just
breaking
sad
news.
though that it went that way because that was one of my favorite shows that
I missed
watched.
the Pac-12 chat show, and
Yeah, I do too.
I mean,
Yeah.
it was so great, and then that kind of dissolved as well. Which I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't know, but it was fun because I like the late night shows because to me, After Dark though is my favorite because like I know like sometimes. Especially like when I was younger, you know, like I mean, I was always over 18. But, like some of the stuff that was said and done, I was just like, oh my gosh, am I even supposed to be here? It was just, it was funny. I mean, I legitimately just had a great time, you know, like just again screwing around with guys on the internet talking about whatever. It was awesome. Like I like that. I mean, and, like we kind of have that on the Alabama channel with the late night college show me and Jackson do on Thursdays and here because I mean stuff just gets crazy. But I mean, we always keep it. You know, where it's not going to get demonetized. Like it's always okay. So I agree with you, Tim. I mean, like I don't think like After Dark probably went away for that reason. It couldn't have been because like the show was great. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, I
So-
thought it was great. And you had that Neil guy who would always donate tons of money.
Oh, Neil was great. Like, dude, I had Neil gave like $300 one time just because of crap I was saying. Like, he's like, this is another 100 for Jeffrey.
So
It was insane.
and so I want to tell y'all something. There is one person on this panel that knows what happened, and you're looking at it. That would be me, not even Jackson. I know what really happened. So,
Well, I
you
heard
don't
I heard from one half the story, Austin. I heard from I talked to Ben, but again, I'm not. There's always more. I love Ben. I'm not questioning Ben, but there's always two sides to a story. So that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut.
Right.
For
Yeah,
one.
I
He's not
agree.
really-
I mean, I'm not saying anything that I'm not privy to. Like, I don't know what happened, so it's not my place. Like I said, I think both shows are good. I think what Mark and Manny are doing is great. It's just not what After Dark is. Like,
Stop kissing ass, dude. Stop kissing ass. All right. I'm just kidding. I'm just
Jeffrey-
kidding, dude.
oh, you know what
we
I'm
don't
saying
have-
though. Like,
I do.
if they were doing like a show together, doing whatever, and it wasn't After Dark, it would. I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, After Dark was After Dark. Like
I
Chloe
think
said,
Jeffrey,
there's no
what you're
more.
trying
There's
to
no
say-
more Mary Mac. There's no more Mary Mac, man.
Well,
I guess Tim will
exactly.
have to root for him.
Well, how am I gonna abuse I forgot how am I gonna abuse Spaz now? I mean, I look forward every week to abusing Spaz and making fun of the Ducks. Now what am I gonna do with my time?
Right. And it's just, to me, the group
Well, I mean,
panel
hey,
aspect.
man, well, I mean, we might be doing more shows. I mean, me, Jackson, and Austin this off season, just screwing around talking sports. So I mean, like, you can come back on here.
I'm always in your guys.
Yeah,
I'm always watching, and I'm usually lurking.
Yeah,
And sometimes
it's
I
been
do
doing
that.
okay though. It's been doing well because I want to see him more often. Like, he was a key aspect, and he was just a different person. He was entertaining. I'd like to at least see him some.
Well, Ben says he's still going to be doing the Duck show. That's what he told me. So that's cool.
That's
So if
because,
Spaz,
he was a
I'll
cool
harass him.
guy. He was very. When I've talked to him, he's been very nice, very kind, very respectful, appreciative. But he was he was different, and it was more like I don't know how to explain it. Just all the shows feel pretty similar. I don't want to say cookie cutter because that has a negative connotation.
I'm
That's
sad. I'm sad because it's different.
Yeah,
Jackson, Jackson, plug your ears. I miss the tight knit community at Mark. It used to be it feels different. I'm saying this, guys, because I'm not cracking on you guys either. It's just we had like 5 people watching, so I could say stuff like this. Gonna be a little bit candid, but it just I don't know, dude. It just doesn't feel. I mean, but part of that also is you can't step in the same river twice. I mean, you can't go home again, right? It's just like it's that same thing. You get that nostalgia for something that that little Camelot moment that we had early on, where it was seriously kind of just off. There's just we're all just kind of figuring stuff out. That's what was really fun. Now to me, sometimes when I'm over on the Voice of College Football, and kind of when I'm going to be very candid now, at the very end when I was doing the USC channel, it just seemed like I don't know. I got farther and farther away from dealing with Mark and hanging out with Mark and just doing stuff for the Voice of College Football. And it just felt very compartmentalized and very corporate and very. It's like, and I get it. That's where it needs to go for. This is Mark's living. But I'm saying for me, it lost its feel. And the After Dark show, I always look forward to on Sunday, just like your guys' show. I'm always there. If I'm in the car, I'm listening to it. If I miss it, when I'm on my walk or I'm in the gym, I'm playing it because it was never a dull moment. You never knew what was going to happen on that show. And now it's just
I think,
lost that
and
flavor.
I've told this to Mark, but I've said this. It feels like, and I want to make sure, Tim, and you can just say as much or little, not even respond at all, because out of respect to you. But it feels like, from my perspective, what's happening is everybody's being siloed into their own separate communities, and there's not a lot of interaction. So I'll see people randomly talk on, like in the Miami channel, that I don't see, and it just feels separate and different. And and I'm not really a part of that space. Like, the only channel I can really go to where they know who I am is the Michigan channel, and that's because I've talked so much crap to them over the last few years. I'm integrated into them fully. Does that make sense when I'm explaining?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hold on. I want to hear from Tim, Jeffrey, if that's okay.
No, sorry. It's just Jeffrey's show. Could I go, Jeffrey?
Yeah, go on. Absolutely.
Oh, that's fair. You're right, Tim. My apologies, Jeffrey. That's a good point.
You're good. I don't mind.
Well, you know me, I get talking and I forget where we are. To answer Jason and yours at the same time, I don't think it's bad. I think a lot of the programming is good. I think it's gotten bigger. I don't have a right way to say it to you guys. It was like a little family, and it didn't.
I know
feel
what
like,
you're trying to say, Tim. I don't want to say anything negative because again, like Mark Rogers, like when I first called in to him, his show 3.5 years ago, it was one of the coolest things in my life. It's like I thought it was so cool to be calling a guy that worked for ESPN, like, and he was just so different from all the other media people on YouTube that I couldn't stand. And like, he was just so cool. And then I met all you guys, Tim, Tony, like all you guys were awesome. Chris, Ben, all that stuff. It was so great. And I was hanging out with you guys. I think you remember the first time, it was like the after show, right? Like I was still somehow in the StreamYard or whatever after, like, because the stream when I was still on the call, and then I saw y'all back there, and I was like, wait a minute, it continues? I didn't know nothing about this stuff. And like talking to you guys, like we did this for like a year and a half, and we had like the Tie Guy stuff and like Joey Foster and Joey Foster, man, I miss Joey.
We all do.
Like I'm just saying, like, I know what you're saying, like, because if Mark was right here, I would say the same thing that I'm saying right now. Like, Mark,
no, for sure, no,
the network and all the stuff that they're doing, it's fantastic. Like, it's great, like you said, to grow the network and everything. But I mean, I've said the same thing. Like, I don't know hardly anybody in the Voice of College Football anymore. I do my shows with Jackson. I do my shows with Johnny Jackson on Monday and Thursday. And I call into Mark sometimes and chat, but I don't ever really talk to Mark much anymore either, because like he's busy doing stuff, and that's cool. But like I do not I don't. I know what you're saying. Like the community feel that it had. I knew everybody. Like all you guys. Like I had a connection to, even though I don't know you guys personally. I'll probably never see you guys in person in my life ever. But like I felt like I knew you guys.
That's messed up, Jeffrey.
And the thing is that. The shows, the Pac-12 chat show, all the after shows, all the extensions to the community, it was just great stuff. It was so freaking awesome. And yeah, it's gone. It's all gone. And like, I've actually backed away for a while because I've just been busy with my life and stuff. Just honestly, I've been busy. Like you've noticed, probably I haven't posted as much. I'm back this summer. I've been doing a lot more, but like I hadn't called in to Mark probably in like 6 months because I've just been busy. And when I've called back in, like I didn't recognize anything. It is completely different. It's not saying it's bad because, again, what Mark is doing with the community and all these channels and stuff, and new hosts, it's great for the network. Mark's doing fantastic stuff. It's just not the same. It's not the same community feel it had before that I was used to when I first joined the network.
but Mark had to make this move. I mean, so we all talk because it's our entertainment, it's our little family circle, our social stuff. That's what it is for me. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was never about money for me because I wasn't making very much money. Matter of fact, I don't know if you guys know, but for years I worked for free. I didn't make a dime off all those USC channels, the Pac-12. I never asked for a penny. He would always offer. I said, no, man, I'm doing my thing,
Well, that's very gracious of you, Tim.
I mean, it wasn't like it was hundreds of thousands of dollars or anything, you know what I mean? And I'm blessed.
Still.
I'm blessed to have my main job, which helps me out. But that's not my point. My point was it was really family, and I talked to Mark all the time. Like I'll tell you, the last 6 months I was with Sports College Football, I probably talked to Mark 2 or 3 times outside of the show, and that was weird because I would talk to him maybe. I don't know, all the time when it was before. It just, I understand why he had to make the move, and I get it. It's just, I hope it works out. It doesn't, I'm going to say it. It doesn't seem like it's working out. Like when I watch call-in shows, the call-in shows have all but dried up.
Yeah. You know
I don't
what's
know what
funny?
that is either.
You know what's funny, Tim? When I called into Mark the other day, for the first time in a long time, because again, I've just been busy. It had nothing to do with everything that's been going on, like boys college football and everything. Because I've just been busy. Otherwise, I'd have kept calling in all the time. But when I called in, the couple people in chat that remembered me, they were going crazy, like Jeffrey's back, and I was like, dang, I didn't know I was missed, honestly.
Well, you were missed by me. I mean, you were a great person with great insight who would talk about different teams, And unfortunately,
that,
Tim,
really
I'll tell you the reason. At least in my opinion, Mark always wants to do He wanted to do a daily show. At least this is again just from watching the YouTube stuff. He wants to do a daily show for the Voice of College Football, but he chose the off season to start it, which to me makes no sense because there's hardly anything to talk about.
Oh yeah, right.
It's fair.
So
I've said before to Jackson, like when Mark was doing live streams back in the day on breaking news stuff, that stuff hit so hard.
Right, he doesn't do that anymore.
He would do live streams on Jim Harbaugh leaving for the NFL, the Mel Tucker stuff. That stuff, I mean, it was getting 10K views, man. It was crazy.
Right. So he doesn't do any breaking news stuff anymore, which is I've asked him, why don't you do it? And he says that's not what I do. I just don't get it because that was the best stuff and it brought everyone together. And I think that's that family thing you were talking about.
Can I break in really fast? I hate to do this, but I'm gonna say to you, I only did the Voice of College Football for 3 years, and I got burned out hard, you guys. And I will tell you, I was doing for a long time. I was doing 2 to 3 shows a week. And that may not seem like a lot. After a long time, it really wears. And Mark started saying it almost 2 years ago because his channel's been around longer than I started watching his shows maybe 4 years ago. So I mean, at some point you just want to step away, and I think Mark's just I'm not speaking. I don't have any information whatsoever.
Right.
But it sounds like Mark's just trying to live his freaking life, dude. The channel now, I think that's why he's doing the whole network thing, is because his goal has always been to have people have shows that he would help construct and build for them and get it rolling and use his name. And then he wanted to step slowly away. But I think I said to him a while ago, there's not that much interesting talent out there. Do you know what I mean? There's not a lot of Uncle Lou's out there. You know what I mean? Guys who you could just sit there and watch for a long time. There's not a lot of who else? There's guys I'm trying to think of people in argument. I don't mean the Josh Pates level puppet. But there's certain people.
Pigskin Pete, Carolina Jackpot, John Kurtz, Locked On Big 12, those type of people.
Those level guys. There's not many.
I'm definitely not anywhere near that. Those.
No, we're not. We're not. That's what I'm saying. But what worked for us is we were kind
of nobody.
It was it was like a family thing, dude. You know what I mean? It was
it was. I mean, I felt like I joined the family late too because the thing is that I started watching Mark in 2020, and I never called in until May of 2022 or something, April 2022, something like that. And then I started calling in frequently because what happened was I called in April of 2022, and that's when he had the phone line. And then after that, he did the StreamYard, and I didn't have that stuff set up. So then once I once I got that stuff, I think I called in August, and then after that, I started calling in all the time. But like, it just felt like, I mean, y'all like embraced me. Like, I know it sounds freaky, but like, you know, like I was like,
You're
y'all
welcome.
was nobody knew who the heck I was, and all I know, like, I looked like I was 12 years old back then, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, this kid Jeffrey, like he's so cool," and I was like, "I'm nothing, I'm nobody." Like,
No, Jeffrey, the thing is about
Community think
you
I'm so
and
cool.
Jackson and and Austin, you guys bring a unique perspective. One, because all three of you guys have just this fountain of knowledge before you were born. But you guys bring a unique perspective that I enjoy. That's why I like listening to you guys. That's why I like listening to a lot of the people on the Voice of College Football, because it's almost like fan side. You know what I mean? It's like people writing that aren't technically, they probably go to J school, like at Syracuse. They're like really educated fans if there's just such a thing where like I'm so like Dreal, I've always wondered why. How come you never did an SEC channel?
Well, first off, thank you for just completely skipping over me, Darren B.
I did not. What are you talking about? Wait, Dreal, how old are you? I thought you were a little bit older. How old are you? Like 20?
No, you said 3 people that was interesting, and there's 4 other people on this panel. You just completely skipped me, but it's fine.
Because my understanding, Dreal, is you're in your 30s, correct?
Incorrect.
Oh Lord.
How old are you?
I'm in my mid-20s. I'll say that.
God damn it!
Is Jackson older than Darrell?
Am I
You're
older
really
than
trying to
all of
get
your
it out of
dads?
you.
Holy smokes! I'm a freaking old man.
Dude, I'm the youngest person here, and I mean,
I'm 19. How old are you?
I'm 21.
Wow.
I was 18 when I first called in.
So
It's getting it's getting creepy. The old man's asking people their age. So I'm gonna stop now. This is getting.
So real quick, Tim. Real quick.
Oh, you're
Let's
good.
jump
We're,
in
all,
here.
we're,
So-
all, we're all over the age limit here.
So
That doesn't matter. You can
So-
still be creepy, dude.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Jackson
What was you going to ask me, Tim?
Oh well, yeah. I've always wondered why the hell you don't have like an SEC. I mean, I know have Kentucky because no one would watch it, but no, I'm just kidding, dude. I'm kidding. But what I'm saying is, how come you don't have a channel on the network? Have you ever been approached or anything?
I've been approached. I don't know how much I'm free to say.
All right, it's fine.
But yeah, I don't want to say anything that's out of bounds, but there was, I'll just say this, and to be professional and respectful, there was certain thing that I had to do that I didn't want to do, and that was the reason I don't have a show.
Got you.
I kind of can think I
sounds
can
like
guess
me.
what one of them is, honestly.
Yeah, you know what? When it became, this is true. This is a true story. This is a true story. I had someone, not Mark, but I had someone tell me what my responsibilities were. I'm like, oh god damn, this starting to sound like a job.
Yeah, I know.
I already got one of those.
That's what it felt like
So-
too when I was asked all the things I had to do.
And honestly, I'm just gonna be honest with you. I don't want to say too much either, out of left field. But honestly, in a roundabout way, Tim, that's why I stopped doing the show I was doing.
Just a burnout.
Remember, I was hosting the Indiana channel by myself.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work when you're the only one doing it. And
And Jason, I would do that, but it wouldn't work because of what my limitations are. But I would like to do just a general show on sports. But unfortunately, this is just the voice of college football. I mean, we were talking about baseball during the football show, you know? And also, I mean, I'm just sorry, but during like April and May, there's hardly anything going on. And I just get so bored, you know? And
no, that's why when we do these live streams, we're just talking about random crap, and it's like that's the thing. Sometimes I just like doing random
We
stuff.
probably shouldn't be making a habit of going 5 hours unless.
No, we
like,
shouldn't. We shouldn't. But I mean, this is
but
I haven't talked to Tim in probably a year, so like this is like
we got a goat on the panel, and we respect him when he appears. That's how I view the situation.
We gotta get.
I honestly thought I'd never talk to Tim again. Like I was like, bro. Like I saw him in chat. I was like, man.
Yeah, that's what I think the best part of the After Dark show was you just commuted with a bunch of different people that you never thought you would talk to because their interests were different. And then you realize, man, these are all great people. And I felt like that's why, I don't know if you watch the recruiting stuff where it's like a panel like this and they watch where an athlete goes. It gives me that After Dark vibe, except it's a little bit more corporatized, but it seems good. Like I know Jackson did one without one player. I saw him, John, Matthew Miller and
Yeah,
all them.
that was an idea that I pitched to Mark, TJ, Chris a few weeks back about doing stuff like this, commitment watch parties.
Great idea.
And I've done a
Yeah,
few
yeah.
of those.
Jackson was so smart with that. I mean, honestly, I've always thought something like that would work too, but like would have never suggested like that. Jackson was so smart with that.
Yeah, I've told him, Jackson, that you should do similar. He should expand it to games. Like Darren, I know Tim at the end of like the Maryland game, he'd hop on like 15 minutes before it was on, and then just to see the end of it. I think if like USC and Michigan play, those channels should have like a watch party at the end of the fourth quarter if it's a close game. Just in this inning.
So
That's a great idea.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jackson was so smart with that. I've done a couple of them with Jackson, and yeah, it does kind of give you that old school feel, even though I don't know most of the people there.
So
but yeah, I like the thing is that everyone like on one of them, I think it was the Malachi Lee one we did on Friday night. Like everybody was kind of being like, I guess you would say, friendly and stuff to each other about the teams, and then I kind of started screwing with the Georgia guys. Because of the fact they were like, oh well, we didn't really need this player, and I'm like, oh yeah, you'd want that guy if he was coming to you. You just don't care because he's going to Michigan. So, yeah. And then it kind of got it going a little bit. It's like that's what I like. Like I know you got to be professional. I think like there's this happy medium between professionalism and goofing off.
like tonight.
Yeah,
like tonight.
Like
Jeffrey.
I'm a professional guy. Like honestly, these shows are not me as a whole. Like if you watch my old videos, like I was very like stiff. Like I was not very off the cuff. Like even though like I don't usually write stuff down, I just usually just say what's on my mind. But like I was very like by the books, like keeping it straight. Last like year and a half, like I like doing just shows like this where I just it's random. It's just stuff like this. But I still like we do try to keep the professionalism, especially on the Alabama channel. Me and Jackson do the professionalism. Then also, I still like to kind of joke, around and goof off sometimes. It's like I think that friendly, happy median is perfect.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, and that's why I like your all's channel. And you all allow discussion of other topics, and you all I know from the main community. It's just a bunch of people that I don't know, and why would I be invested in people that I don't know? Does that how you all feel?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yes.
I think what makes it tough too is because since most of the new people, I feel like because like I watch their stuff. Like I watch some of them, and they're doing a great job. But since they don't really like show like their I don't want to say personal side, but like the sense of humor, like their other personality traits, and it's just like all sports stuff. It doesn't feel like you don't know the person very well. Like it feels like anybody could say, oh, this guy went 27 for 50 for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns and a pick. You know what I'm saying? Whereas someone goofed off like, oh my gosh, that guy sucks. He threw 3 picks in this game. I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, it's not all cut and dry like that because there are people that are just more stiff. And I at times I can be very stiff, but like I said, I like to do both. I try to be funny and also professional.
See, Jeffrey, you seen me in tonight. Like I'm literally in sunglasses, and I went and put on a Dion shirt, and I'm sitting here goofing with you all. Like that shows you how serious I take myself. Like I believed half of what I said to myself, and you all were just sitting there looking at me like, "What is wrong?"
Yeah,
with
but it
this
was
guy?
funny. I will admit it was funny.
Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. I mean, I just think that like if I knew some of the other voice of college football people better, like and knew like their sense of humor or like stuff like that, just whatever, it's just kind of hard to say. I think it'd be easier, but like because again, like I said, that old feel that it had. There is something funny about nostalgia, though. Tim is right. I think there is something crazy about nostalgia, like with anything. Because, like, you think about it, it wasn't even that long ago. It's not like this was, like, 25 years ago, and we're talking about it. I mean, it was not that long ago, but it's just I never really thought about it until probably, a couple months ago. And I told Jackson, like, yeah, it's different. But, again, it is. I mean, because, like I said, I think it's going in a good direction overall. With the network idea is fantastic. It's just different. So, it's just – stuff changes for sure.
So real quick, Jax, I want to share this with Tim because I feel like it's important. So Tim, when I first met you, people had a bad rap on you. They were like, "Stay away from Tim
No
because you would
way.
yell at him over." Yeah, we're like, "Stay away from him. He'll yell at you over USC if you say these bad things." So when I first called into that first UFC show with you and Tony, I believe Rick was there. It was the week you all played. If I remember correctly, I forget who y'all played, but I was nervous as all get out. But I was like, I'm going to call in. Even though I'm a Louisville fan, I like these guys, and I don't have a problem with USC. And you three were the nicest to me you could be. And I was saying some pretty interesting things about you all. And I was waiting, too. I was like, oh, they're gonna walk all over me. And even later on, Tim, you all never did that to me. So I always appreciated that y'all never did that to me. Because you three were like what they would like to call the guard dogs of USC.
Dude,
Like,
I loved the show, man. The Pac-12 chat show, like you, Tony, and Rick, Chris. Sometimes that was great. Like I love that show. I don't know, like again, I remember watching it toward the end, and it didn't feel the same. But like early on, like y'all were like it was so cool. It was one of the best shows on the network. It was great.
Yeah, it didn't feel the same when Colorado left, because everybody knew it was coming to an end. So it was just kind of like a depressed feeling. You know, it's like that dark cloud was over the head, and we never got rid of it. So, but
so I love both those guys. I don't know if they love me, but and then Chris, I still talk to Chris of all of them, which is crazy. I mean, it's just I mean, I got everyone's got egos, and it just with that show, it just kind of like everybody always wants it. I don't know why everyone always wants to be in charge. And like I've always said to myself, dude, none of us are making that much money, and it's not like we're getting famous. So why are we not just having fun all the time? And I'm not saying I was innocent at all, but I was always the one saying, and I did say, and I would tell you guys, say, you all seem like good friends. I said to both guys before we started, like, you know what? If this ever comes to like a thing where we're not gonna be friends anymore, I'm just gonna leave. They're, oh yeah, for sure. And it's crazy. As soon as that show was dissolved, they just there was like, I don't know, it's just this weird ending to that show. But Chris is always kind of a glue in the group. But it was almost like the way the Pac-12 dissolved, that group dissolved. It was the weirdest. It was just the weirdest thing, dude. I don't know what to tell you. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, I've never heard. I never saw what happened to him. Is he doing well? Like you said, he talked. Where do you see him at? Because I just don't see him anywhere.
Chris?
I follow him I follow a bunch of places. I don't see him at all.
Chris is like super smart. I know. So during the season, I haven't talked to him in off season, but every once in a while he'll drop me a DM saying, asking me a question about this or that. Like we're just kind of clarifying with each other.
That's fair. That would explain.
Because I don't know if I can say it. I think I can say it. I think he said on the show. I think he's like he's an attorney. I'll do it nice and vague. So he's very busy man.
I got you.
Yeah, I follow Chris too. It's so funny with Chris because I remember the whole joke was because I like when I was getting to know you guys really well, and I was like, hey, I'd like to follow you on Twitter because like I got Twitter later because I had nothing. Like I just had my YouTube channel forever, and then like 2023 I got Twitter, and I was like, hey, I want to follow everybody. I was following Tim, I followed you, I followed Tony, I was following like everybody in the community, right? And then I was like, Chris, what's your Twitter? And he was like, it's secret. And it was so dang funny because he's like, you have to find it. So what I did was I scavenged through like all like the people in the community to see if one of y'all followed him, right? And I think it was Will. Like Will was following him, and cause I saw like his like profile, because he gave me like a hint of what it was if I found it. And I found it.
Was the cat one, right? Like the cat.
Yeah, and I was like, I found it because I found it like a minute after he said it, and he was like, "Darn, you found it!" It was so funny. Like it was just stupid stuff like that I loved back then. It was so funny.
He's got the greatest dry sense of, I mean, truly the greatest dry sense of humor. Among actually my ex-father, my father before he passed away, same thing. It's like those grenades, because I'm not as smart as him, so it takes me a second to get it. But when I get it, I can't stop laughing. That's the kind of humor that Chris has. But yeah, it's. I mean, I'm not. So we're gonna put a bow on this. the voice of college football is about Mark Rogers, and if it makes Mark Rogers happy, then I'll always support it. I truly don't really understand where it went or what's going on or where, but I'm not saying it can't be great. I just think that the problem I think that Mark is going to find is, and by the way, Jackson, is not a slight on you because you do a good job, finding people, headhunting for him. But I'm just saying, there aren't that many people out there that, because let's face it, the bar is not that high, but yeah, it just seems like, I'll be fair. Go around the different channels and that are out there right now for the voice of college football, because I'm trying to support all the channels, and there's not a lot that I can. So some of it I can't even watch. Look, I'll do. Goddamn, we're recording. I don't care. I'll say it. I feel like a sense of like ownership in that USC channel. I put a lot of time in that channel, and I can't even watch that channel, you guys.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but I mean, the channel's kind of struggling.
It's a rough watch. It's a rough watch, and I'm like, because again, I'm gonna say this. It seems like a second, like a third or fourth hustle for a lot of the guys. They're not. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like they're putting the time in that deserves. It kind of bums me out. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
and I find that on a lot of the channels that are going on.
I used to call it the USC channel all the time. It was. I mean, y'all had it rolling. Like the channel was fantastic. I mean, and like they're trying. I mean, they're trying. It's just
you see the right combination.
See, here's the thing too, that I was always taught when I started to get in this. I was always told, be authentic. Don't be someone you're not, because people see right through that.
Right.
I'm like, cool. So I'm just going to be the person I'm going to be, and they'll either like it or not.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm good. Well, y'all know me like here, and you guys see me when I'm on the show. I'm a little more harsh. I'm a little more crass on the show. But again, I play kind of a role because I think that's what people like. That. I mean, I don't know Uncle Lou at all, but I don't think he acts like that. Around his house, or he's talking.
I don't think so either.
I mean, like I've talked to Brendan, Traveling Fools, and he's like,
he's goated as well.
Huh?
He's goated as well. He's one of that people I should have mentioned earlier on.
I mean, so like you got to put on. And here's why I do it, and be brutally honest, dude. I'm kind of insecure. So if someone doesn't like Tim on the YouTube channel, I'm like, hey, that ain't me. That's a role I play. They don't really dislike me. They dislike that guy. You know what I mean? So it's a little game you play yourself to protect your own ego. You know what I mean? But at the same time, people would be bored if I was just me, just sitting up there going, yeah, this and that. But matter of factly going through stuff. If you watch the show, I would say easily 10% of what I say, I just say to inflame people. I thought that I'd throw garbage out there, but I don't always say exactly what I mean.
I mean, when I first met you, Tim, like when I first was talking to you, I had to figure that out, because I got to remember that big argument with you that one time, and I thought, I was like, oh my God, I pissed Tim off. It's over. And then I was in one of the after streams again with you, and we were talking, and we were just, you just started talking to me like it was all good. You didn't even bring it up. And I was like, I guess we're okay. And then I was like, wait a minute. So that moment really changed my perspective of talking about this stuff, because before I didn't want to step on anybody's toes, and I was just very just going with the flow and stuff. But then after that, I was like, you know what? I can punch back and just screw around and have a great time and say basically whatever I want to say without, getting in trouble or anything. And Tim is going to be okay with it, because that's what he does. That's what made it great. When that realization hit, it was man,
I think what Tim's bringing up, and I haven't thought of it until Tim got up, which is good. It seems like the voice of college football has went from an entertainment product into an information product. In that,
yes,
yeah, that's a very succinct.
Yeah,
one of my.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier. Darrell said it so much better than I could have. But that's what I said earlier about anyone can say, "Oh, these stats: 27 of 50 for 300 yards, touchdowns, picks, whatever." But it's a whole lot different with how you say it.
Right, and I think I also want to expand on my point a little bit. I don't think people are there for the information. I think they're there for the people that are presenting the information. And I think when a Tim leaves or a Ben, when he doesn't do the After Dark show or anything like that, I think people leave because they're attached to those people. And I think that takes a massive hit on the show.
Exactly,
It
Daryl.
kind of reminds me of Cars, the movie, the animated movie, where they said it's like the Route 66 and like Radiator Springs. It was not to make great time; it was to have a great time. It's not the exact same concept, but it's like those little moments that you have, like on like an off road, like a scenic route on America or whatever, and it's like that made it great. I don't know. I think like it's the same thing where it's like I love like the old like the community that was there because of the feels that it gave and like the laughs that it gave and everything, and just a great time. It was like it wasn't for like the most professional or the most perfect, like the lighting's there and like everything looks like ESPN 247 Sport, all that kind of stuff. It was just feels like it was just a great time, and I enjoyed it so much.
Well, it's like my take on people's backdrops. Like, first, by the way, your dad did that for you, Jackson. Didn't you say your dad helped you out a lot with yours?
Yeah, he did.
Yours always looks phenomenal.
Thanks,
There's two ways to do a backdrop. If you go all in and you want to look professional and solid like yours does, then you gotta do that. Or you just gotta have it like me and you and I have it, Jeffrey, where we're just like, hey, look, this is us, dude. This is what we do.
I've had literally the same background since I started.
you can't like try, if you're not gonna make it really tight, you can't try to make it tight because it looks like crap. And if you're gonna full on, go for it and make it look like you're sitting in your living room, then that's also a look that you're gonna strike on. I always try to go for that kind of that comfortable middle, because if you want stats, if you want that kind of thing, just numbers and this, that, blah, blah, you're gonna go, like you said, to an ESPN. You're gonna go to like Fox News or all that stuff, right? But if you want the personality, if you want the flavor, if you want to have the fun, if you want the community, that's the big word. Then that's when you look to the smaller YouTube networks and channels, and that's what you have to build.
So, right, and there were certain things that I think only we knew about, and we had our own language and our own understanding of certain things because of the community we built. And now it feels like the community has not only segmented because of like your departure, Tim, as an example, or Ben not doing the After Dark show, but it's also fragmented because everybody doesn't interact with anybody. So it's not even really a community. It's just a group of people doing their own things.
You just nailed it. Yeah, you're right. You don't have a bunch of us showing up on Mark's show and just hanging out in the chat, and building the community and stuff. Like a lot of people that do a lot of these shows, you're right. They don't really go to the main channel, do they?
Do you know what the main channel is? I mean, I'm just being honest. The main channel is the Michigan channel.
Is what?
The Michigan channel. And I hate to say it, but
the main channel is the Michigan channel.
Well, the Michigan fan base is by far the biggest fan base now.
It's not.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like more people are over there than like that's like
the reason, Jeffrey, is because.
Oh, I got you. I'm so sorry. You mean sorry? The Michigan channel's become the main channel.
Yes, that's what
where people congregate. Oh, I thought you meant that the main channel is a Michigan channel. Okay, I'm sorry, I got that backwards.
The Michigan channel has become the main channel practically. Like it's got like more people are hanging out over there than like anywhere else and all that. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
And the reason I would say for that being the case is because TJ and John are authentic in their homerisms to such a degree that it's real, but it also conveys useful information for the average person.
It's that happy middle ground.
Right, where these other shows, I don't want to give any examples to throw anybody over the bus, but I'm thinking of a few right now, just to be honest, are just corporate information thing where I don't even, like, it could be somebody talking about Ohio State, somebody be talking about Florida State, Iowa State, Mississippi, Miami, the whole gambit, with FIU, Jackson State, Southwest Tennessee. And it just feels like they're spewing numbers. It doesn't feel real. Does that make sense?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Tell
Daryl.
Mark, you should tell TJ and Mark this stuff because I think they'd find it really useful, Daryl.
Well,
So,
I mean,
Daryl, I'm just gonna ask you because I'm just being honest. Like we've
okay,
kind of
we
said a
can be
lot.
honest.
We've kind of said a lot. I don't want to step on anybody's toes or cross any lines, but like we've said a lot here. Like honestly, would you watch the Alabama channel if me and Jackson were there?
No,
Two random Alabama people.
no.
I didn't think so, and
No.
that's. I mean, like I don't want to sell myself higher than anything because, like I said, I'm nobody.
I'll do it for you then, Jeffrey. The reason I watch the Alabama channel is because you and Jackson have great charisma together. You and Jackson inform me about Alabama, and you all understand the broader picture of college football. That's why. You guys are entertaining.
Henry.
And
Hey,
I
Daryl,
watched it because Jassy can tell me what socks Bear Bryant was wearing on Saturday, January 5th in 1966.
And then my reaction to it, and I'm like, what the heck?
So here's the funny thing too, Daryl and Tim. It's funny. Me and Jackson, like we're doing our show the next. We were halfway through the season when we started that, but everyone that we've talked to has said you all should do a show. Me and Jackson should continue to do it. And I'm like, really? Y'all you like it? And they were like, I've had my parents tell me. I've had people tell me here on YouTube. And Jackson's like, I didn't know we were doing such a good job. I just got into it to have fun. I never really thought anything of it.
That's why
Like-
I called into the Voice of College Football originally, Austin, was the exact same thing. Like, when I first called into Mark, I didn't have a YouTube channel. That is the thing I think is so messed up about, like, some people. It's not even with the Voice of College Football or any of that stuff. It's like with you'll see some people, like, leech on to people and channels and stuff to try to get famous with it. And, like I called into Mark just to call in. Just to hear what an expert guy that I enjoyed listening to about college football had to say about stuff. I didn't have a YouTube channel. I didn't have nothing, and like I just decided to do it like after the fact, like just because like and that's the thing. Like the way that I approach stuff when I got on YouTube originally is I was just again doing it to have fun, like Austin. It was just to have fun. It wasn't for anything else. And really, even at this point now, it's to have fun, honestly.
Like, and I want to give an example because it's 4:18 a.m. where I'm at, which is super late, but it's fine. I'm having a great time, which is why I'm going to keep going as long as I'm allowed to. But I'll give an example of what I'm talking about with the community thing. And Tim, you can explain to me if you know this because I almost guarantee you don't. Do you know SG1 Sports is now officially a part of the Voice of College Football?
Oh, yeah, I've known for a while. Yeah,
okay,
Chris.
Here's my thing. I don't believe the average person knows that because there's no reason to. Like, all that happened from my perspective was SG1 Sports changed their logo and nothing else has materialistically changed. Like, and to me, that's the fragmentation that I was talking about earlier. Whereas if you want to promote these people, you should have them discussing and debating on the main channel. Like, I remember those Pac-12, Big 12 debates and how they would get different people to discuss different topics and be passionate about. And I think that's more of the direction we should be going. But instead, we're just presenting information about, just random facts and random games and random topics at random times. And there's a place for that. But there's also a place for the other thing to entertain people. That's just my opinion, though.
So, Daryl, here's the thing. So, funny enough, and I'm going to, not be like Jeffrey, but I'm going to toot your horn, Daryl. I'm going to do it for you. So, Daryl, when I originally when I watched Mark, you were the first segment I came across. And I'm being truthful. And I'm listening to you, Daryl, and I'm thinking, this guy's really off the hook. Like, saying Missouri could win in the Pac-12 and all that good stuff. And it's just like, I'm using that as an example. I don't know if you actually ever said that.
Oh, he probably did.
I probably would have believed that over the last 2 years, compared to where the Pac-12 was before the final year. Yeah, there's a strong case for that being the case. Sorry, Tim. That's why the conference was garbage.
But I was just using that as an example of something Daryl would say. And Daryl, I would tune in weekly just to hear your segment about Kentucky or just to see what fan base you tick off next, because it would be one week you tick the Ohio State people off, then you would go to Michigan, and then the Alabama, and I would be like, and I was like, who's Darrell going to tick off this week? I enjoyed that part. That was one of the biggest reasons why I tuned in every week for you, Darrell, or you and Tim to go at it over Colorado USC.
I love that
Colorado.
stuff.
Colorado scored 10 points.
What makes Darrell the master of what he does is he mixes in a big chunk of truth, and then twists your ear a little bit to piss you off. Sometimes I don't know if he's intentionally needling. I know you do, but the best part is like just like anything, he puts a lot of truth in that's gonna bug somebody, because no one wants to hear, no one wants to see the warts on the pig. You know what I mean? They want to believe that everything's beautiful about their program. And just put a little bit extra. Darrell can lay it on thick sometimes, and he does.
Darrell's like that.
I love it.
Darrell's like that one family member that he'll tell you what you want to hear, and then he'll be like, "Hey, Billy Bob over here stole your cane. Go get him."
Now, my favorite phrase from Darrell is always, "Am I right, Mark?" You throw a little truth at the beginning to build the yes, and then you go off the chain. And then you see Mark.
It made it so fun. I mean, I'll always look.
Would you agree,
to
Mark? Would you agree, Mark?
Pac-12 show. It was so great.
Well, see, and what I liked about the old thing that Tim was talking about is I would have a repertoire with these people where they would want to discuss their ideas and talk about it. And now it feels like I'm just yelling into a void. The last time I had a Big 12, I had a Levi Stevenson on. I don't even know what he does, but he just happened to be on, and we discussed the Big 12, and that's the type of stuff I miss. And it's just not the same where it's just the same 15, 20 people to talk to over and over again about it, because, again, everybody's fragmented into their own bubble.
I mean, you had those old inside jokes like 1984 BYU, right? Like, because I even mentioned that when I talked to Mark last time I was on, and like no one in chat even responded. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's like those old inside jokes were just classic. Like everyone would laugh, crying emoji. I mean, honestly, like I'm just being honest, because I mean, I've been away. I haven't been doing a lot of YouTube stuff because again, life just crazy, kind of like Tim was pointing out. You know, just sometimes life is insane. Well, like I asked Jackson and Austin about, joining their stream, their show last week, and we've done it the last 2 weeks. Again, appreciate them for, having me on. It's kind of like the old times, and like the chat, all the people in chat are the people from the Voice of College Football that are no longer there. It's like they still remember, me, I guess, like being there, and like I guess they enjoyed me, and I appreciate it. But like Tim, you came back tonight, Gixxer Squid, and Trojan Fight, and Hummus Hero, and Troy V. These Jason O, they're gone. Because I was on Mark the other day, and they're gone. They're gone. I don't see any of you. Like it's just over. It's like they're not there. And like I hadn't seen a lot of you guys in forever, because I didn't even know like you got like I know you do really because of the Alabama show, but like I didn't know a lot of the people in chat tonight still even followed me. I didn't know, because like I've been not really doing anything.
I know I'm there. I watch Mark a lot, like usually on the background. I'm just not really reactive in chat anymore, because again, like you said, I don't see a whole lot of. If I see Darrell, I'll say hi, or if I see you guys, I'll always say hi. But it's just regular chat. I'm not engaging in the chat. I'm just more listening and chilling out, listening. Again, this all started with me listening to Mark, and it's kind of come full circle. All I do is go in and just listen to Mark. That's all I really do now. I don't really get involved.
Cool thing is, like Darrell, when you first called in to our channels, we thought that was the biggest victory. Jackson and Jeffrey even tell you this. I was pumped, because I'm like, Darrell's calling in. Darrell sees something in us, because Darrell, you're the stuff of legends, and I mean that, because like you called into Mark, and to me that's like Darrell. He, even though he's one of them out there, but he brings how do you say this? He brings truth, like Tim said. He brings validity. He brings that to the show. Like Darrell, you may say Louisville is you'll joke with me and say Louisville's terrible, but then you'll tell me, oh, Louisville's one of the 10 or 15 best teams in college basketball. You always find a way. The real funny about you is you'll pick on me, but then you'll also admit in your own way that Louisville's one of the better teams. And that's what I always liked about you.
Well, I appreciate all the kind words you all are saying about me. I didn't realize you all thought this highly of me.
Well,
I don't. I don't, Drew.
Thank you for bringing me back down a peg. I probably needed that.
I always enjoyed your thoughts, Drew. Like when I first heard you, I thought you were crazy. Like I was like, but then like Tim said, the more I listened to you, I'm like, okay. See, it took me time to get to know you. That's the thing. Like when you first hear somebody, that's why when people first meet somebody and you get that first impression or whatever, and you're like, oh, I don't really know if I like that person. You got to get to know somebody better than that. Because I'm serious. Like when I first heard you, Drew, I thought you were crazy. I even think like in chat, you would be like, Jeffrey, like you wouldn't come at me, but you would like respond to me and be like, bro, like, you know, whatever. And then the more I was watching you, I'm like, okay, Darrell is literally cool as heck, dude. Like he is trolling these people. That's what he's doing. And then once I got that, that's when I started agreeing with you on like everything. Cause like I took you at like, for what, not at face value, but like for what it was worth of what you're trying to get off, the point you were trying to make. And I'm like, oh, and it made sense. Cause like I used to never agree with you on anything, but like now I know what angle you were coming from.
And I didn't appreciate that.
So
I know Tim and I have what I think is great about the community is me and Tim would often disagree, but he would have a very valid opinion on the other side. And it made for great discussion, and people were able to learn from these discussions and random debates. And unfortunately, those things just don't happen anymore. Everybody's been put in their own echo chamber because if you're a Miami fan, why would you go to anybody else's? I already know everything about my team. Yeah. You know, it's similar to college football as a whole. You get to, if you are a Miami fan, odds are you just watch Miami football and that's it. So
yeah, I think that's the thing. Like Jackson's tried because, like he said, like and ironically, the Alabama channel is so weird because we have this fragmentation of the community that watched us back when we called into Mark back in the day, and it's like so we have you, Darrell, we have like some of those Troy V, you know, those viewers, but you know, like our chat's not even big. Like it's not a big Bama contingency yet. We're trying to get there, but like at the same time, we don't want to lose y'all either. You know.
Well, so, I'll be completely honest. There's some great people that are in different communities that I want to interact with. It's just I know if I go to I'll just be honest. I went to John's Kurt's community one time, and Tim, I know you've had this experience because I've seen you do it. You say something slightly negative, and you just get completely dogpiled, and that's not really fun. That's not really fun because. They don't want to hear what I believe. The truth isn't the Big 12 is the best conference and everything's going well.
I leaned so hard into that, Drill. Did you remember? Don't you remember the Pac-12 show?
You would call them the island of misfit toys and stuff. But my point is I would like, and that's true, and that's why I've taken it and run with it as well. Because listen,
it is beautiful.
I got to recognize brilliance when brilliance happens, and that
was my masterpiece. I think that was my opus. I think that was it. Yeah.
But the point is you go to these different communities, and they all kind of somewhat agree on the same thing. And if you try to stir the pot, you instantly get shut down, and that's just not very fun.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand. That's why, like, you know, not to say anything like super crazy, but like Blue Sky, you know, these other social media platforms. You know, I don't care for any of like the fringe niche social media platforms because why do I want to be on a platform where everybody agrees with what I say? That's just stupid. I like people disagreeing with me. I like people to disagree with me. I want like the disagreements. You know?
What I find it hilarious is I try to talk to these people or give opinion. Oftentimes they'll just name and call you and insult you. And
yeah, they don't even respond in like a educated way.
Right.
To say, I don't agree with you because this. They just say you're a moron.
The sad part is I've seen people that chat but host shows or have shows on other channels, and they're completely more reasonable. But when you talk bad about what they care about, they're just completely mean and they just completely disregard your point. And it makes
Darrell,
the thing is, the point. Go ahead, Austin.
I agree with Darrell. Real fast, Jeffrey, real fast. And with Darrell, I always love our banter because I find it funny because normally you can't do that with Kentucky fans. But there's a channel I watch called Rombo Sports. He's a 49ers guy. This is an NFL. And I'm a Cowboys fan, as many people know. And I'll call in and talk to him, and they just berate me. They don't care what I have to say. They'll be like, you're a Cowboys fan. You suck. Your opinion doesn't count. You're never going to be anything in life. And I'm just like, chill, guys, chill. And they will berate me. And the host will even be like, guys, chill. He's fine. Like, so I understand what you mean by that, Darrell. You can't do nothing with certain fan bases because they just want to eat you alive and eat your breakfast. But go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah. The thing I was gonna say was what I was saying earlier is that with Jackson is that he said multiple times like, hey, like no, and I've even said like, hey, no matter what fan base you're from, check out the Bama channel, all that kind of stuff. But like you said, Darrell, people and let like y'all watch us because y'all know us from that old community. But like if you didn't, then you wouldn't tune into our channel because it's Alabama stuff, and you'd be like, oh, I don't care about Alabama, whatever. And that's the thing that I don't like you kind of said, I don't really, think is great because if you're a fan of Florida State, you're going to watch Florida State show. If you're a fan of Miami, you're going to watch the Miami show. If you're a fan of whatever. And it's like back in the old days of the Voice of College Football with Mark's live stream, it's like everybody from every fan base got together and talked crap about each other's teams, and it was okay. It was awesome. Everybody was chill and cool with it. It was great. And you had different callers. Like I would call in, and you call in Darrell, and Tim would call in, and everybody would call in. We'd have like these random people that just came out of nowhere and said random stuff, and everybody was just doing it. And that's the thing. Like everyone was like together watching the same thing. Like I would look forward to like Saturday night being over, like the late games, and coming on those late call-ins that Mark used to do, and being up at 2 a.m. and I had to get up and go to church at like 8 a.m., 9 a.m., whatever. It's like I would stay up that late and be there, and the chat was still going, and it was crazy and awesome. And like I said, like it, being there, like I would just like sit there and write stuff. Like you had like, you remember that the Beaver people? Remember the little Beaver contingency? Yeah, like Clint.
Oh
Moses.
yeah, Connor Johnson. I remember him.
Connor Johnson. I miss Connor Johnson. I haven't talked to him.
Beaver's R.I.P.
Clint Moses still hangs around. What did you say, Tim?
Beaver's R.I.P.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, definitely R.I.P. But like those little contingencies you had. Clint Moses still hangs around here sometimes, but like I don't see Connor Johnson anymore. But like I miss that, like those people, and I would just be like, "Go Beavs," and like then they'd be doing the beaver emoji, and then the beaver emoji was getting kicked out of the thing because of YouTube's rules for why. It's like it was great, like that stuff was just awesome. Like I loved it, and then you had George calling it, the Florida guy, and he would just be like drinking beer. It was just so great.
Well, that was that After Dark vibe.
Wait, they don't like Beaver because it's too industrious, or what? I don't get it.
The Beaver, for whatever reason, YouTube auto blocks it. So we have to.
YouTube auto blocked it because they thought it meant something else.
I'm being sarcastic.
They thought it meant something else. That's all I'm gonna say.
You want to know something else that I loved is you guys and Larry Pilgrim, the Utah fan. I loved
every
when he
fan
came
base.
on.
Like you had the Sergeant Pickles and everything. Go ahead, Austin, though. But yeah.
Because here's the thing, it was like I was sitting there listening to my dad or grandpa talk to me
that's ageist.
Sports. No.
I'm just kidding.
He's kidding, man.
It was a good thing because he was wise. Like Larry.
Yeah, you're wise, Tim. You're wise.
Hey, he's talking about Larry. He's talking about Larry, not me, Jeffrey. That's jacked up, bro.
I'm messing with you, man. I'm messing with you.
See, here's the thing, though, Tim. You are wise because you know more about USC than probably a lot of people ever do. But you all were wise. Like for me, I didn't know much about USC when I started watching college football. And then when I got to know you guys, you kind of schooled me up on it. Like, I'm being serious.
And by USC, you mean the Gamecocks, right? Because everyone knows the Trojans.
Southern Cal, baby.
I knew of him because of Keyshawn Johnson. Because now I think he's an L donor now, I think. Because he brags about it or something about that. But anywho, but yeah. You're very wise, Tim. You're like I said, you're like Yoda. You see deep into the future.
I'm just as old.
Yeah, like
Well,
you're not old, Tim.
you're only 42.
God bless you.
Every fan base had like its little pocket, you know, and like they would all show up in the chat and like everyone was talking. Like you had your Iowa people, you know, like Erica, and you had I can just go on and on. It's just all flooding back, like all that stuff. Like that was just it was so freaking awesome. Like I said, I couldn't wait for like the stream, man. I would be caught like in the stream yard right when Mark like posted and I was still like the fourth caller. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a fight to get on. Like everyone wanted to be there. Everyone wanted to hang out and talk and just screw around and whatever on Mark's late night, Saturday night streams and the after dark stuff. It was just I don't know, like I said, that era is not. It's over. It is over. Like
to me, it's over because of the breaking news stuff. I think the breaking news stuff got everyone engaged and involved because I don't remember them coming together to talk about like recruiting or coaches rankings or anything like that. It was always the breaking news, and why he chose to stop doing it I will never understand it.
Again, I think he's just trying to have a life outside the channel. Yeah, I think he likes. I think he wants to have. I'm going to do my show at this time, and then the rest of my time is for my life.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but maybe it's just also the time he picked. I don't think works out because most of his audience is East Coast, and he chose 4 p.m. East.
Yeah, I said that to Jackson because you remember the morning show he was doing. This the same thing. Like, how does it work? Like, dude, I'm like I can hardly ever call into Mark's 4 o'clock show. Like, ever.
Yeah.
Like,
well, gentlemen, I'm probably gonna get ready for bed because got a few things to get ready for.
Yeah, that sounds good. I mean, if you really want us to all get off Jackson, it's cool. But like, I can still chat for a while longer if Darrell and Tim are still good.
All right, man.
Well, and I was going to say really quickly. So if I'm hearing it correctly, including Jason, we're all going to go to Mark Rogers' show tomorrow, and we're all going to go into the call queue.
That would be funny, but I mean, it depends if I can make it.
Yeah, just start a raid.
Yeah.
You know what? Well, Tim, don't do that, because then Jackson will get a phone call being like, Jackson, why are Tim, Darrell, and Austin and Jeffrey all rating my show at once?
I'll tell him go to the 6 hour and 10-minute mark of his show, and he masterminded the whole thing.
I didn't mastermind squat.
See, Jackson's like, you ain't getting me fired.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I will agree to talk more if Jeffrey's wanting to. I'm enjoying this conversation. I haven't talked to Tim forever. I never thought.
Yeah, like I could keep going. Like I should have been in bed hours ago, but like I don't even care at this point. Like
I think it's just us and Jason. You should probably give Jason a link. Jason, Joey, you don't have to go on camera or anything. Then we just talk backstage.
Yeah, just remember
we can literally just end the stream at this point. We could just end the stream at this point and just keep going.
Well, drop the link for Jason if he wants to join.
Everybody watching, see you on the next show.
Hold on, real quick. So real quick, Tuesday night, me and Jeffrey might be back for NBA free agency, so be on the lookout for that. Check out Jackson.
So, yeah.
You guys. I think it's just us and Jason, but anyway.
Check out Jackson tomorrow, and whatever Darrell's doing, and Tim on whatever his journey is. There, everyone wins.
Yeah, and so what I'm doing is I may or may not be live on a USC channel at some point, maybe this week. There you go. You never know.
And
I sent the link to Jason if he wants to come in. So thanks everybody for watching on Jackson's channel, Austin's Sports Talk with Austin, or I appreciate all the super chats and the support.
We might see you again Tuesday.
We might be seeing you again Tuesday if I can even be awake at that point. But definitely appreciate everybody for being here. Have a great night.
Play well.